Brought to you by Beninati Pools. Another close one against the Guardians. This time, the deciding hit came in the bottom of the 8th. Dan Dickerson with the call right here on 97.1. As Keith says, he should have gotten to that ball. He did have a great at-bat against Clase in the 9th, but the Tigers could not close the gap, and Cleveland got a 2-1 win. They take a 2-1 lead in the series. Definitely not Jack Flaherty's fault. He won 6 scoreless innings to keep his immense trade value intact. His next turn in the rotation would technically be before Tuesday's deadline. Taylor Decker would like to be the next recipient of a new Lions contract. The left tackle says he is hopeful to get a deal done as he goes into his final year. Detroit football will be back at it in training camp this morning. Not a great start for Team USA in early Olympic play. Both men's soccer and rugby fell in their opening group games as they attempt to advance to the medal rounds. And NBA coverage returning to TNT appears to be pretty much dead. The league deciding to reject their final bid and go with Amazon. Warner Brothers Discovery sounds like it'll be filing a lawsuit saying they believe they matched the deal per their contract. The NBA seems to disagree. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
If you're not moving forward, you're moving backwards. Tigers with a loss yesterday, a 2-hitter. That feels like they're going backwards a little bit. That feels like the Tigers from May and June. John, they sit 6 games back still.
So they didn't lose anything?
No, but they didn't gain anything. And we are counting down days until the deadline. Good morning, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Greg behind the glass. We have a busy show today. We have a lot of ground to cover. John Jansen was called out in company email.
Oh, yeah.
And I was told yesterday in person that, quote, he's not the person you think he is. We'll get to that at 7:02 this morning.
We certainly will.
You looked at me immediately and said, who is it? Name names. Who is this person?
I'll find out.
I'll tell you at 7:02. I have no issue with
Great.
that.
I'm looking forward to it.
An unnamed Odyssey employee who will be named called out John Jansen, and he was called out in company email. That's at 7:02 today. Of course, NFL headlines galore as camp's underway. The Lions, the big headliner, Jameson Williams, will spend some time on that today. John, with the Tigers losing, it's 2 straight losses, 3-3 out of the All-Star break, starting to settle in. The reality is this team will not be in contention. The decision will be easy. They will sell. I want to be fair to Scott Harris. I want to talk about how he wins the deadline. We'll do that this hour as well. But just your reaction to the Tigers right now.
Well, I mean, they're a 500 team. That's what we have been saying all season long. Now, I know there has been a stretch where they were well below 500, but for the most part, this team is going to be a couple games up. I'd love them to get back to 500. They haven't been there in a couple of months, but they were within 1 game at 50-51 before this 2-game, little blip on the radar here. Mm-hmm. But that's who they are. That's who they've been. That's who we thought they would be. And I think the over-under was set at, 78.5 before the season. It was like 79.5 at the midway point. They're a team that is going to be, like we've said all season long, right there within 2 or 3 games, because now they're 3 games back of 500. This isn't even taking into account where they fall in the wild card or the division. That ship has sailed. The wild card, when you get a chance to look and say, hey, if those teams at the cut line lose, that's when it's most important, obviously, to win, to be able to get some of that ground. And the Kansas City Royals lost 2 in a row. Red Sox lost 1. The Tigers, 2 in a row. So they're not making up any ground. They're not losing anymore either, but every game that goes by, you're losing opportunity. And the runway gets shorter and shorter and shorter, and eventually they're going to be mathematically eliminated. So a couple of weeks ago, we did get excited before the All-Star break. We got excited after the All-Star break. It was a nice run. It was fun. I hope everybody enjoyed it. There's going to be another 1 or 2 of those runs, hopefully, because we never know what's going to happen when Flaherty's not here anymore, and you've got to try and figure out how you're going to rotate 10 pitchers in the bullpen through bullpen days. But they're just a team that is going to be right there. So a couple of weeks ago when we had this discussion, it should have been predetermined by Scott Harris, those that were on the market to sell. Jack Flaherty being the number one piece, and he, again, I don't know if he increased his value. He at least held his value.
No, he pitched well
yesterday. And so you have something that's coveted. We always talk about Tarek Skubal leading up to the trade deadline. We did a little bit yesterday. It's what is new yesterday, what is new today in the trade rumors for Tarek Skubal. But Scott Harris, it should have been predetermined that you're selling at the deadline for prospects, whatever you can get back that you think will make you better next year and the following year.
Yeah, I mean, and let's be honest about it. A couple days ago, I tried to present the case where if they could keep winning, you maybe change course a little bit, not dramatically, but you keep yourself open to changing course. Well, they've lost 2 in a row since, and there's less than a week. So, John, I think while we lose some of the excitement and the buzz of them winning, which is the preferred outcome, by the way, I know people think like, oh, you want them to lose so you can be right. Now, trust me, a postseason push would be more fun than being right for a couple days on the radio.
It was with the Wings.
Right, exactly.
Even though it was a disastrous last, 6 weeks of the season, it still was fun because they were in a playoff chase.
But I will say the silver lining in all of it is Harris knows what he needs to do now. Can you agree with that? I mean, you agree with that today. And I think most people think they're going to sell.
I agree with that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but it's solidified is my
what
point.
He should have already predetermined, and now it should be solidified in everybody's mind. And we were excited. It's okay to be excited about a nice 10-game stretch throughout the course of the season. And there's going to be times where the 10-game stretch is painful. There's other times where it's going to be fun to watch the Tigers, and you've got to take a hold of all of those moments because this is a 500 team and they are going to frustrate.
Open phone lines, ticket text. It's clear now, right? We're all on the same page. They're going to sell 248-539-9797, 635. Let's set the parameters for Harris ahead of time. I don't want a surprise strike 3 call. What does success look like for the Tigers at the trade deadline? How does Scott Harris win the deadline given where they are? That's at 635. John, Big Ten Media Days continue.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, Michigan State had their opportunity to speak. Michigan will have their coaches and players out in Indianapolis today. They've also welcomed UCLA, USC, Washington, and Oregon to the Big Ten. And there was a viral moment yesterday from UCLA. Their head coach, as all head coaches do, got the chance to address the media with an opening statement, and, well, it started all right, and he just ran out of gas.
Yes?
That's Deshaun Foster.
Sounds really excited. Hey, by the way, UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles, it's in Los Angeles, in case you didn't know.
Greg,
those of us, and UCLA used to be a program that grabbed headlines. And you could even
Troy
say
Aikman,
30 years ago, 40 years ago, it was a blue blood program. It's not anymore, but most people in the Big Ten know a lot about UCLA.
Yeah. More of a basketball school, but they've had some football seasons that have been noteworthy. Chip Kelly left to be a coordinator. It says a lot about the state of the program.
Oh, yeah.
Deshaun Foster takes over. It was seen as an ambitious hire. I believe he's a position coach at the time, and at least in his opening statement, appeared overwhelmed with this job. We're in Los Angeles. Long pause. USC is there too. These are the things that the casual people know.
Yeah.
If you're going to tell us about your program, tell me about, hey, we got a kick-ass linebacker or something. I don't know. Tell us about the group that you're bringing into the Big Ten this season. Yeah. Where is UCLA located? Los Angeles. That is not in today's Two Grand Slam. I mean, too easy. How does he?
Where's his SID?
Yeah,
the guy that's supposed to sit there and say, okay, hey, we got a 5-hour plane ride. Let's sit down and chat about what you're going to say in your opening statement. Here's a couple of talking points. Here's something that you could say, or you could just keep it basic. Hey, I'd like to introduce myself, Deshaun Foster, former running backs coach, former player at UCLA. I'm really excited to be the head coach. It's a great opportunity. We're excited about being in the Big Ten. Can I take any of your questions?
Which we see coaches do all the time. You don't have to go on a soliloquy. You don't have to tell your life story. In some cases, like this one, it's better to keep it simple.
Yeah.
John, what do you make of, now that it's here, expansion, the Big Ten? I know there's a lot of groaning and complaining. How do you feel about it now that they are official members and the season is, right around the corner? We're going to be playing college football games next month.
So it's weird. And I think everybody's explanation is weird because it feels weird that UCLA, USC, Oregon, Washington, they're a part of a conference traditionally that has been just in the Midwest. Now, the Big Ten fans, have expanded into the flyover states with Nebraska. We've expanded into the East Coast with Maryland and Rutgers, and you can even throw Penn State in there. Penn State still feels more like a Midwest school or a Great Lakes school, but it's weird. And here's my weird reaction. I don't like the expansion. I don't like it that those teams are in the Big Ten. I don't like it for the players, the athletes, for all of the athletes at these schools, even outside of football. But I like the matchups. I like the head-to-head with Oregon, with USC. I like as someone who gets to make a trip to some of these very storied stadiums, the Coliseum, I've never been there. I'm excited about that in the future. Obviously, been to the Rose Bowl, but it's a different feel when you're playing UCLA as their home stadium. Going to Autzen is going to be interesting, fun. I know Michigan has played there. I haven't been there. The Husky Stadium.
Right on the water out there.
Right on the water. I've been to
Sailgating.
Seattle a number of times, played against the Seahawks, but I haven't been there for a college football game. So the individual matchups, I think, are terrific. They're fun. They're exciting. There's something to look forward to. It adds to the schedule. But on the same token, I don't like them being in the Big Ten.
So the practical explanation is what you said. Instead of Michigan, Indiana, or Michigan, Illinois, they'll still play those teams, but some of those will be replaced with Michigan, Oregon, Michigan,
Sure.
USC. That's better for the Big Ten fan. You said, we, and you referred to Big Ten fans. We didn't lose any rivalries.
Yep.
We gained teams that you have some historical rivalries with because of the Rose Bowl, and we gained better matchups. Who lost in all of this are Oregon State, Washington State. Some of the regional rivalries out west are dead or dying. I know the Apple Cup they're going to try to resurrect and keep it going, but we in the Big Ten should be excited.
The teams that are coming, yes, they gain a big payday, but they've lost as well. Oregon State. I don't know if what type of hoops they're going to jump through to continue that rivalry. I don't even know if it will. There's other games and other matchups that you just look at and you say, I already missed the Pac-12 because it was the Conference of Champions. And now you can argue the name. Well, I don't care.
Whatever.
We can argue Hockey Town.
It had branding. It had recognition, and now it's gone.
It had history.
Yes.
And then history is gone.
How do you feel about it? We can take some ticket texts, some phone calls, 248-539-9797. As promised, 7:02, John Jansen called out in company email. 6:35, Scott Harris. How does he win the deadline? Let's be fair. Let's not quick strike three this guy. How does he win the deadline? It's 97-1.
One of the things that you think about all the time is your finances. How do you manage it? What bank are you going to use? And I can tell you right now, First Merchants Bank is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with them, and whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, ask you questions, get to know you as best as they can so that they can build a financial plan that is unique to your individual situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. It's where they live, it's where they work, and they want the communities to prosper as much as anything else. That's why they volunteer and donate to local causes on a regular basis. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
camp underway across the NFL. We've got some headlines before Heather's news. The NFL news centers around holdouts in San Francisco. John, it's Trent Williams, 36-year-old first-team All-Pro, holding out.
You gotta love a little drama in everybody else's camp, especially since we get a chance to, sit atop our pedestal and look down upon everyone, even though they, beat us in the NFC Championship game. But
it's about the future, John, not the past.
Yeah, Ayuk still not practicing, has reported, and then yesterday we hear Trent Williams didn't even show up. 3 years left on his contract, but because we've seen Penei Sewell and a number of other of these tackles get paid, he wants more money.
He has no guarantees left in his contract. 36 years old.
3 years left on a deal that he signed.
CeeDee Lamb also holding out. Tom Pelissero reporting that Lamb was not on the team plane bound for Oxnard, California. He will be a holdout officially.
Yeah, and wasn't at mandatory minicamp, which is, as we've learned from Aaron Rodgers, $50K, fine. And it is $50K a day that you are not, if you're under contract, and CeeDee Lamb is, $50,000 a day, as well as you're not getting a chance to work with Dak Prescott. And these guys are veterans, right? I don't think every single day at practice is going to be a big deal, but how far into camp does this go, and what does it mean in the locker room? What are the conversations about those guys that are there, that are putting in the work, but you got a superstar holding out? I've never, as a player, I was never mad at players that held out. It's their business. Hey, you got to make a business decision. Do what you got to do. We'll welcome you back. But not everybody has that same perspective.
Your athletic prime is small, relatively. Yep. Your chance to cash in, even smaller.
Yep. Risk of injury, high.
Game of football, violent. Yep. You've heard that before. The Steelers quarterback room, a lot of anticipation about what they're going to do with Fields and Russell Wilson. Mike Tomlin said they will split the reps. When asked how, he said, quote, very carefully, with a sly smile.
Yes. And then he went on to ask if they were going to ask these questions every single day. And you could feel a collective nod from everybody until he makes a decision on who that starting quarterback is going to be.
Jordan Love, quarterback, is at practice but not practicing as he gets set to get the richest contract in NFL history. He's looking to get paid.
And hey, like I said yesterday, I love Love. Just hold out, get what you need. Meetings are one thing, and he's there. This presence is important. We talked about that. Again, I'll bring up Aaron Rodgers. When he wasn't there at mandatory minicamp, your presence matters. So it does matter that he is in camp, but he is still not there getting the arm ready, getting ready with the offense, and it's still a topic of conversation. It's a distraction.
J-Mo on the practice field, no holdout situation, splitting defenders, puking after a big play, letting it all hang out at practice. He was a standout for the Lions on day one. You love to hear it.
Oh, you certainly do. This is a monster, I repeat, monster year for J-Mo. Not just for the team, but for himself individually, because next offseason, they've got to decide whether they want to pick up that fifth-year option or not. He's got to go out there and show that he is worth what they will be paying. Not that he's worth the number 12 overall pick, but he is worth that extra year of control, and he's going to add to this offense. He's got a great opportunity. It's all right there.
Beat writers could confirm it was not because he ate that combination of Oreo McFlurry and Cheetos that caused him to barf yesterday on the field. Last note, Joe Burrow looks like Eminem. He's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Burrow's back with a bleached blonde buzz cut, making him look like Slim Shady.
At least he had the back on all of his clothes. Like he didn't have that in the fashion world that we saw in the offseason. I don't know. He's got kind of weird. He's gone from this kid who had a great story in college, wins the Heisman, one of the best Heisman speeches you will ever hear. Everybody was cheering for him. Then he's drafted by the hometown Bengals. Grew up, a stone's throw from the stadium. Originally went to Ohio State. Goes to the Super Bowl. Everybody loves Joe Burrow.
Why don't we love this?
We
love Eminem.
Now he's weird.
What's wrong with looking like Eminem?
It's just weird.
It's not the weirdest hairstyle.
Well, it's everything that has led up to, like, some of his attire.
Okay, but he didn't pick the shirtless. That was like
he was.
That's
somebody
picked that for him to wear.
And he is a handsome individual.
Sure.
So being a part of a fashion show, I understand, but it's like the game day attire. Like that's gotten a little bit weird as well.
And those are some NFL headlines. Let's get to Heather's news.
You can say goodbye to those digital license plates. I've actually never met anybody who has one.
Yeah.
But they do exist, but they're going away. Michigan is ending its agreement with this digital license plate company, which means that the company will have to stop selling these license plates to Michigan drivers, and anyone with the current plate from the company will need to stop using it as well after their registration expires. They're really expensive. I mean, you can get a license plate for $5. I've never seen one on a vehicle, just in the photos. I remember when they came out several years ago talking about them, that you could go and purchase one. In 2022, Michigan became the third state to allow the use of digital plates. And the state quickly entered this agreement with a company called Reviver, right? Well, apparently they were not actually keeping up with some of the terms they agreed to. They weren't supposed to use these new graphics, but they were using graphics they weren't supposed to. They were also not checking the registration status of the customers before issuing their license plates. Anyway, it sounds like a whole mess. So basically, goodbye.
Bye.
If you wanted one,
if you got one,
you snoozed, you lose.
Enjoy it while you have it.
Exactly. But ridiculous. Like when they first came out, they were anywhere from $861 to over $1,000. And then
ridiculous. That's why we've never seen one.
Yeah, right.
Why?
Yeah.
And then there was also like a subscription fee later on. You could pay.
I have a question.
Yes, John.
How many did they actually sell?
It didn't.
It doesn't say.
It doesn't say, but
I like
Dozens.
those questions.
not a lot. I've
Tens,
never seen
tens
one,
of
so
tens.
couldn't be
Yeah.
that many. I don't know. The Gordie Howe International Bridge officially links Detroit to Windsor. The U.S. and Canadian sides of the bridge have been connected, marking the bridge as an official border crossing. Completion is set for the fall of 2025, but American and Canadian leaders are celebrating, right? So the crossing is now the longest cable-stayed bridge in North America, and workers logged around 13 million hours since construction began in the summer of 2018. They said they had about 2,000 workers on the site each day. It's a lot of people.
It looks cool. Have you guys seen it at all?
I have not.
No. It looks super cool.
Does it?
Yeah.
So next, obviously, they're going to do, paving the roadways, guardrails, electrical systems, things like that, which is pretty sweet. This is really nice. A really nice gesture. We all know, we've talked a lot about this Melvindale police officer who was killed in the line of duty. He's going to be laid to rest on Friday. And also on that same day, there's a Metro Detroit business that's going to be raising money to help his family. So there's a special fundraiser that is being held at the Westbourne car washes in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. And they say they're going to be donating 50% of their proceeds from both locations, and they're going to be giving it to that officer's family. And car washes there range from $8 to $18. So, I mean, you could go and bring every single car you have in the family, or you could just
Leave
keep
a big
going
tip.
around.
or just keep going. Just keep going around, or leave a big tip. Or
Rather than take a million loops around, just, give him $50 instead, or $100,
Exactly,
whatever.
yes.
It's a really nice
A
gesture.
very, very nice gesture for sure. Canadian wildfire smoke could be on its way to Michigan yet again. But they say it's not going to be nearly as bad as it was last year. But they do say there's a change in weather patterns over the Great Lakes. So that
it's going to get pushed down here.
yes, the smoke could be pushed down over Michigan. But like I said, they don't expect anything like it was. If there is even anything that you're going to
Noticeable.
it's not going to be like it was last year when it was pretty noticeable. Inside Out 2. We went and saw it. It was the first movie we took Emily to.
Yeah.
She did great. Lost attention about halfway through, but enjoyed being in a big recliner with a blanket and snacks. But it just became the highest grossing animated movie of all time with more than $1.4 billion. It's followed by Frozen 2, Super Mario Brothers, Frozen, and Incredibles 2.
Did you like it?
I did. I really liked the first one.
Yeah.
It was not as good as the first one to me, but I did think it was worth sitting through more than like some of the other kid movies.
She lost attention. So did you guys stay for the whole movie?
Yes, because she didn't. While she lost attention in the movie, she was totally content, just like curled up in a ball eating.
Yeah.
Like she just, she had a blanket. She thought that was cool.
Yeah.
But she just kind of like stared at the ceiling. It was a little too advanced for her, right? Like the concept of the movie is not for a 2-year-old. You need to be a
what is
little
the
bit
concept
older.
without spoiling it for people who
Have
are.
you ever seen
they're-
Inside Out?
They're all emotions, right?
I mean, the kids
Are you
just.
surprised that I haven't seen Inside Out? Like, you made a face.
I am because I just think it's adults
not
can
gonna
go
go
and
see
see
it.
Pixar movies. It's.
I'd like to introduce you to Jim Costa.
No, that's
The
not a
man
joke.
who hates
No.
kids.
I mean, I
No,
saw these
well,
movies
Or
before I
anything
had
to do with
kids.
kids. Yeah.
Colin and I would go see that. I'd see them in
But
theaters.
you're a nice person.
It's a good
The
movie.
mark of a nice person is not whether you've seen Inside Out 1 or 2, John.
I mean, she needs like a Coco Melon, right? Like she
Right,
needs like a
yeah.
really little kid movie to
Yeah.
keep her
A Peppa
attention.
Pig.
Yes, like this is pretty advanced for a 2-year-old.
Okay. It's Heather with the news and some advice.
Yeah. Go see it. Go see the first one.
Coming up next, Scott Harris. How does he win the deadline? It's 97.1. Well, Oppo from Vierling, it was one of only 2 hits for the Tigers. They lost 2-1 to the Guardians. They've lost 2 straight. So this buzz, this winning, it's cooled down. And reality sets in, and the saving grace is I think you have a clear direction going into the trade deadline now. There's still 6 games back. They haven't made up any ground. John, likely going to hold serve, and it makes Scott Harris's job, I don't want to say easier, but clearer. So what I'd like to discuss with us today, and we want fans to help us with the input on this, what is a successful trade deadline for Scott Harris? Famously, I've already given the man 2 strikes. So this could also be asked, what does strike 3 look like? But I don't know that he's going to earn strike 3, save maybe trading Skubal for a package that doesn't include Jackson Holiday. Like, I don't know how he could get strike 3. I'm more focused on how does he win this trade deadline to you?
Well, defining it is kind of tough because it's a loss if he doesn't move Flaherty and he doesn't extend him.
Yeah.
That to me, that's your biggest trading piece right now. If he's looking at Skubal as we're going to continue to build around Skubal, he's part of the core. We've got a young core developing of bats. We want to make sure that we're not going to trade a Cy Young Award winner. And we're talking about it like he has won the award. He hasn't yet. There's still more games to obviously pitch for him. But he's got to be the leader in the clubhouse by far. And a lot of betting lines will tell you exactly that. But if he doesn't move Flaherty and Flaherty's not on the team next year, to me, that's a loss. I don't know that I would go for you strike 3.
No, I wouldn't either, but it'd be.
It gives you, it compounds, it snowballs off of
Last year.
the E-Rod, don't move him, he opts out, and now you've got nothing. Now, you're not losing anything with E-Rod because he has yet to throw a pitch for Arizona. But it just feels like you don't come away with any value. That to me is a loss. If he is able to trade him, whatever you get back in return, all right, fine. It's kind of a want moment.
Yeah, you're hoping that there's always a need for starting pitching, that it creates a little bit of a bidding war, that you can get a young position player who's ideally close to the big leagues, not some guy who's 2-3 years away. You want to be competitive in 25. At least I'd hope they want to be competitive in 25, which is why I'm cool with keeping Skubal. I'd love to see Tarek Skubal the opening day starter next year against the LA Dodgers, and I'd love for it to be Skubal plus spending is kind of the mantra of the offseason. Skubal plus spending equals a 2025 that's more competitive. Flaherty might not be on the team in 25. You can get compensation for him if he walks, unlike Erod. But yeah, I think a successful deadline includes building a market for Flaherty, not getting boxed into one team like the Dodgers last year, and executing a trade where you get a couple guys. Ideally, batters that are close to the major leagues. Flaherty's not the only name, though, that they should be looking to trade. I think he is the biggest name on an expiring contract.
But they could package him with a number of other guys if they wanted to sweeten the deal and get a better return.
Yeah, so Flaherty's a guy that should be dealt. I think Carson Kelly needs to be traded because Dylan Dingler's hitting well in AAA. He's in his mid-20s. It's kind of now or never to see what you have with him at the catcher position. Carson Kelly's an expiring player, can hit a little bit, some power. Every team needs, it's kind of like running backs in the NFL. Every team needs 2 catchers because of the wear and tear in the knees and the joints. You need to have another catcher. So if a contender's willing to throw you a prospect, I think that makes sense for the Tigers to trade him and evaluate Dingler. I don't know that there's a market for Canna or Urshela, but you're certainly going to field calls and say, hey, do you need someone at the end of your bench, a veteran who can hold their own a little bit? Canna has a track record. You need to make sure he's healthy. Those are guys I'd be looking to see Scott Harris deal. And if he deals 2 or 3 of them, replenishes the farm system, and the commitment is a better 2025, you're not going to hear me yelling and screaming about the guy. I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to set a standard with the deadline around the corner. It's selling. What does it look like? What's a win?
I think Urshela and Canna are perfect combination in combination with Jack Flaherty. So maybe you can get back instead of I'm just going to spitball here, instead of the number 10 prospect in somebody's list, maybe you get back the number 7 prospect. Sure. It's you up the ante a little bit because you're not losing anything. They're not going to they're not scheduled to be here next year. I don't think they will be, and you get something for them.
And again, the key here is at least with pitching, there's always a market for pitching. You call the Phillies, you call the Braves, you call the Dodgers. The Orioles need starting pitching even if they don't get Skubal. They did have Flaherty on the team last year, so maybe that doesn't work. But you try to create a little bit of a bidding war, and if you have to throw in, like the Orioles don't need bats, but say someone else wants Canna, throw him in. Upgrade the deal. Instead of getting a team's fourth best prospect, you get their third, or you start to force them to consider giving up somebody with a little more weight behind them.
It's like the Dodgers. They don't need bats. They
No.
need pitching. And it's been a health issue.
And one of their top hitting prospects is rushing, this catcher first baseman guy. He's blocked because Will Smith, their catcher, is on a long-term deal, and they have Diego Cartaya, who's a young catcher too. Rushing's a guy they should be looking to offload to add pitching. So if you can get the number one hitter in the Dodgers system, this isn't a Jackson Holiday thing,
right?
But if you can get the number one hitter in the Dodgers farm system for Flaherty, and you got to throw in another, body to help him out, let's make a deal. Like, I want to see Scott Harris be a deal maker. I think this is a great proving ground for him to step out after a bad deadline last year, whether you gave him a strike for it or not, and show like, okay, I can get with the program here, that I have a program that you can follow along with.
So at the trade deadline, what if nothing is done? What if okay, and Skubal, you don't get the Godfather offer. No one's going to be, very few people will be upset if he is still a Detroit Tiger.
True.
At the beginning of August. What about Jack Flaherty? I think it will be a disappointment. I love what he's been able to do. I would love to see him extended, and it doesn't mean if he's here and there's no extension in place at the end of the week that it won't happen in the offseason. It just ups the ante because you're going to have to pay him more.
Be disappointing if they don't do anything. Especially if they stay 6 games out, or even if they lose a little ground. I mean, it becomes more obvious. You're 7-8 games out. If you're not in the wild card race, and this entire season was about development, not contending, you're selling. And you're selling players on expiring deals. And there's got to be a market for Jack Flaherty. If this guy can't cultivate a market for Flaherty after the way he pitched yesterday, the way he's pitched all season long, I will be questioning what the hell this guy's doing. That doesn't mean I'm going to say he should be fired on August 1st.
Right.
But I do think there will be more people in my camp of, guys on an 0-2 count, he's got to start doing some stuff.
Yeah, but it also goes to, and I mean, we mentioned this, and I was hoping that at the time there were conversations with Erod, like, okay, if you're going to exercise this no trade clause, which was not a contract that was agreed to by Scott Harris.
Yeah,
that was in
Al
Avila. But now you're looking down the road and saying, okay, well, with Jack Flaherty, are there conversations? Have they even had a conversation of, if we don't move you, one, it's a signal that we actually do want you here. We think you can have another year similar to this one because of our pitching coach, Fetter.
Yep.
Along with what he's been able to do with you. I mean, just look at his track record. Fetter's been pretty good at developing pitchers. We don't seem to be able to develop bats, and we can make that argument down the road about Cole Keith and some of these other ones that have some promise.
Some life, yeah.
But the Tigers over the last few years have been able to resurrect a few careers.
Lorenzen a year ago, and they were able to flip him for Hyu Lee, who is playing well in Double-A as a young player in Double-A. Like, Flaherty is better than Lorenzen. And Flaherty doesn't have the no trade clause.
Right.
And Flaherty, unlike Eduardo, should be traded. And there's really not an excuse, especially if this team stays 6 games out. And Scott Harris has to make that deal. Now, I could see a world, John, seeing into the future.
Oh, crystal ball.
Crystal ball. They don't trade Flaherty. I get upset. You say we have to let it play out because what if they extend Flaherty? And then they do extend Flaherty and it's all okay.
Right,
the worst case scenario is if they
next
don't.
year with your ace as Skubal, Flaherty's 2, Jackson Jobe comes up, Reese Olson, and insert anybody else in that 5 spot.
Just not Maeda. Could be Mize.
That ship sailed.
Could be a warm body.
Yeah.
And then you got a real rotation. You added, let's say, a power bat at first base and a major league player in the outfield to replace Canna. All right, let's get to 88 wins and flirt with a playoff spot and maybe add next year at the deadline and start playing winning baseball at Comerica Park all summer long. Yes.
The problem is we are forced to trust in that scenario
I know.
where they don't move them. And it's really hard right now because there's not been Scott Harris only been here 2 years. We didn't like what happened at the end of the deadline last year. We didn't like what happened in the offseason. And whether or not you agree with the moves he's made, there just hasn't been enough track record for you to trust him. And then you're looking at ownership. Well, do you trust ownership to go out in the offseason and spend, or to add to this team, or to put out a winner? And that's where I think everybody really struggles, is with the issue of trust.
Listen, the Tigers aren't soliciting my advice, but if they don't spend this offseason, there will be.
You're going to tell them why they're wrong?
Oh, I won't need to. I won't need to, John.
know.
We'll be able to turn the mics off and just go to the phone bank, because I think people will be livid. You didn't spend the Miggy money. You're going to end up falling short of a playoff spot. What if you had 5 or 6 more wins? What if your payroll had increased instead of decreased? What if you were actually committed to putting a good product on the field?
And Baez is still on the roster?
John, we don't even have to do the show. We'll just, hey, taking calls from Novi, Lapeer, in Royal Oak, you name it. We'll just talk to Tiger fans who will be righteously outraged if there's not a real spend this offseason. All right, you guys tell us, how does Scott Harris win this deadline? Help us set the standard so we're not having surprise strike 3, and so that we do give this guy a chance to be successful operating this baseball team. We'll get to John Jansen being called out in a company email at 7:02. He's like, just tell me.
Can't wait.
Just tell me. Let me defend myself. We'll get to it. It's 97.1. All right, ticket text coming in. We'll get your response. How does Scott Harris win the trade deadline? It's becoming clearer, if it wasn't clear already. This team should sell. They've lost 2 in a row. Still 6 games out. No push for the wild card spot. Texter says, seriously, Costa, now they've cooled off just because they lost 2 games in a row? Well, that's what losing means. It cools you down. You're red hot. You lose a couple, and perspective sets in. You're running out of time.
Yeah, but the perspective has always been there of this is not a team that's going to compete for a wild card spot. They make it exciting every once in a while, but what would 6 has been the closest they've been. Did they ever get to 5? I don't remember.
Yes. No. Maybe. That's how this season feels, right?
That was quick. Yeah. Yes, I'm sure. No, maybe. I don't know.
I think there was a chance on Sunday they could have drawn within 5 and they didn't.
That's a great representative of this season. Is they start off 5-0. We're excited, but we tempered it with this is like, hey, just the bats aren't there. And it paid off. And like, are you excited about this season? Yes. No. Maybe.
Is Scott Harris going to win the deadline? Yes. No. Maybe.
That was so awesome.
That didn't mean to do it, but it encompasses this baseball team so well. Texter says, guys, make sure we set the expectations right. You're not getting someone's number 1 hitting prospect for Flaherty, because I referenced the Dodgers and rushing. It says you're probably getting a number 9 or a 10. Not saying we shouldn't trade him, but calm down people's expectations, Tim from Ford. No, in that world, it's Flaherty bundled with other things.
Yeah.
You want to throw him Foley. You want to throw him a bat. And you're right, you're probably still not getting rushing. But the thought here is you want a bidding war for Flaherty between the Phillies and the Dodgers. And if the Orioles insert these teams, everybody needs pitching this time of year.
You want to create a desperate market. And some of that desperation is what continues to happen with these other teams. How desperate are they for pitching? And then you pit LA versus New York versus the Orioles versus any other team that may have an injury or an arm event this week to one of their arms that they're counting on in the rotation. It doesn't even have to be somebody that is, hey, maybe it's a 10-day stint. Those 10 days make a big difference when you're trying to get to the postseason.
Ticket Texter says, Cookie's idea is the right one. You sign Flaherty. The right idea. You sign Flaherty, keep Skubal. You have Olsen and Job in the offseason. Then you make a splashy move for a hitter. This team is suddenly, potentially, doing something. Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
This one says not trading Flaherty would being like buying a $50 scratch off and then tossing it in the trash without scratching it. The idea was you signed him on a 1-year deal. If he pitched well, the upside was always you could deal him.
Yeah.
Texter says, Dan Dickerson, I heard this, gave a pretty impassioned plea to keep Jack Flaherty last night during the game. He made the argument to keep everyone, teach the young players how to win, play meaningful games in August and maybe September. Interesting thought, Dan up north.
I don't disagree with that because you are trying to develop a core of young players. And this is really what we've wanted them to do all along was go out there and get some experience, we thought, offensively, and some bats, and pair that. Why can't you do both at the same time? Now, this is an opportunity to, if they go this direction, to keep some veteran presence around, to try and continue to be competitive. Because if Flaherty's not there, and we talked about this yesterday, you look at the rotation.
It's in shambles.
Yeah, I mean, there's nobody listed as a starter today. As of this morning, you got Montero and Skubal on Friday and Saturday. Then there's nobody listed for Sunday. Flaherty right now, as of Monday, could be his last day as a Tiger, his last pitching as a Tiger.
Does he even make that start on the day before the deadline? I mean, that last night may have been his last start.
Right, so right now...
But who would you throw Monday? You would already see the ramifications of not having him.
Right, you have Montero and Skubal.
Yeah.
Those guys are the ones that are inked into starting and fulfilling their opportunity in the rotation. You remove Flaherty, you still have 3 openings. Are you going bullpen for 3 days in a row? You can't.
Well, and what if one of those guys doesn't get to the 6th inning? Because, baseball, your bullpen's already taxed because even with 10 guys,
right,
you're forced to use 4 or 5 of them every other day.
And if you think you got a shot 3 out of the 5 days, and then see what happens in the other 2 with the bullpen or whoever else you give a chance to, then at least you do maybe stay relevant. Not that you're going to, and then you got to define relevancy. Is relevancy just trying to be around 500, trying to stay within striking range of a wild card spot, and teaching young players what that feels like so that they miss out on it this year and it motivates them even more this offseason?
Texter says, guys, I wanted Skubal and Flaherty dealt before, but I've changed my tune. Keep Skubal, but if you can get an MLB-ready hitter, then I would trade Flaherty. If not, the smart move is to re-sign him for 3 or 4 years, build around that rotation, and away we go.
So then you look, okay, what does 3 years mean for Skubal? I mean, for Flaherty. 3 years is probably $75 million.
I was going to say north of 20 a year.
Yeah. And so you're somewhere in that, probably 67, 68 million to 75 million over three.
Yeah, trying to get a sense of it. Take a stab at it anyway. Ticket Texter says the third strike for Harris would be not doing anything good at the deadline. Well, that's what does good mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And Baez on the roster next year. We need help defining not doing anything good.
Yeah,
that was the point of the conversation.
Yeah,
that's from Jody in Orange Park.
Good can be a moving target. If you don't move Flaherty in the moment, it feels not good. But if you are able to extend them for 2 or 3 years, you kind of come out feeling good.
Yeah.
But
you won't know.
That's why you always have to.
Don't. I'm not doing it. I'm not. Thanks, John.
You never know.
Okay, Texter, one more says, it's comical people think the Tigers will be able to add enough bats to contend with Skubal on the roster. Also comical that a dude thought we could do enough without trading Flaherty. What's his plan to make a splash for a bat? No one's giving us a bat for free. Tiger fans are dumb. No, it's not for free. You're going to use cash. You're going to use American currency that you're going to offer batters
for their services. Yeah, it's a trade.
Yeah, that's what you're going to do.
Money for production.
The Tigers' payroll is in the bottom half of the sport. Skubal's due for a big pay raise via arbitration or extension. He's going to be more expensive next year. Flaherty, with an extension, is going to cost more money next year. I want them to spend more than even that. I want them to go hand to first baseman a bag of cash. And I want them to add another bat beyond that. I want them to spend money, not be the Dodgers or the Yankees. I know that's not within their means. Can they get 10 to 12? And then eventually get that top 10 payroll they had when Mike Ilitch was running this baseball team and they were competing for the World Series. Like, guys, that's not out of line. That's not out of the question. That's absolutely something this team should be capable of. All right, John, you're going to get a chance to defend yourself.
You're assuming that I need to.
Well, what I was told is you are not the person I think you are. You were called out via company email. And
again, you're assuming that I feel like I need to defend myself, but we'll go down this road.
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity to defend yourself. How about that?
Okay.
We'll loop everybody else in. We'll get to it after the update. 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Lions are beginning their momentum towards the season with training camp practice, and Jamison Williams actually left the field by vomiting and following a big touchdown in practice. He says it was bad breakfast. Meanwhile, guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown explain how they plan to improve themselves. Camp continues this morning. Fans won't begin attending until the weekend. Jack Flaherty still looking good as the trade deadline approaches. He went 6 innings, no runs during a 2-1 loss for the Tigers last night against the Guardians on the road. Jack says he's handling the deadline better emotionally than he did last season and is just taking it one game at a time. Detroit needs to win this afternoon in order to avoid their first series loss since before 4th of July weekend. The U.S. Junior Amateur down to the round of 32 at Oakland Hills, still free to park, attend, and watch the matches, which resume at 7 a.m. right now, with big names such as Blades Brown and Miles Russell still in it. Ann Arbor's Yayan Jones was knocked out yesterday. And at Big Ten Media Day, Lincoln Riley says it's pretty cool to have his USC team open conference play against Michigan in Ann Arbor on September 21st. The last game USC played at the Big House was back in 1958. A 20-19 win for the Wolverines. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
little behind the scenes to let you guys in on. After the show yesterday, we had a company picnic.
Well, let's clarify. It was after the show, but not directly after the show.
Yeah, it was like a noon to 2 kind of, everybody can leave the office and go hang out, play games, drink, eat, the whole thing. Mm-hmm. We do it once a year here. Mm-hmm. We're debating what do we do after the show. Heather, you went.
I did.
I went. John, you had a conflict.
Yeah, I had to work. It's nice to know that there are people that can take the middle of the day off and play games. Others do have to work.
We're already getting to shots fired. When I showed up at this picnic, I was immediately asked, where's your partner?
Mm-hmm. Well, I got to, in my defense, I was there last year.
Well, that's exactly what came up.
And I had a lot of fun. And I think everybody else had a lot of fun.
And I said, oh, no, he's in Ann Arbor. He's got to get something done. And they said, no, he's got to be here. I said, well, Heather's going to be here. And they were like,
no, not her.
No. We want you. And I go, what's the big deal? Sure enough, John, you're an okay guy, but why does he have to be here?
Well, I like having fun. And I like to laugh. I like to tell some jokes. And I'm not afraid to, basically everybody is a target. And I'm fine with being a target as well.
Well, that's where things came up. So apparently, I didn't know this. Last year, there's like a water balloon toss.
Oh, yeah.
And I was told that you were hiding in the women's bathroom to avoid being hit with the water balloons. And then at the end, you performed a sneak attack where you dumped a bucket of water over our market manager and promotions director. So they wanted revenge this year, and they thought you were a coward.
That's fine. They could think whatever they want. I was not hiding in the women's bathroom. They were in the women's bathroom. I was outside the door waiting for it to open to douse them as they came out.
They said that John seems like a big tough guy, but he didn't come this year. He ducked what would have been retribution, their chance to retaliate. You avoided the consequences of your actions, and they thought it was a shot to your integrity. The quote was, John isn't the person you think he is. That was said by our market manager.
Well, yeah, if I'm not the guy that just takes an afternoon off midweek to play games, I'm a guy that does show up to work when needs to work and puts in the time and effort to hopefully, some would disagree, be good at what he does, then I guess maybe I'm not the individual that you thought. If hard work is the detriment, dedication is the detriment, then I guess I'm the latter.
The email read, and it was a long email detailing, thanks for coming out to the picnic. We had a great time. Shout out to Jimmy Powers' kickball team for winning everything. One of the last paragraphs starts, lastly, the water balloon chaos was missing a key player from last year. Apparently, John Jansen was still traumatized from last year's water balloon beating that he couldn't handle the stress of attending this year. Please keep John and his water balloon fears in your thoughts.
So let's go back to the way this story started. All right. I was able to hit market manager. I was able to hit promotions. I was able to hit, and because a lot of people would say, you know what, I'm not going to do that to my boss. And because we have many bosses, and I know she put a lot of work in, and she does a great job every time putting this together. So, okay, pump your tires. All right. Now this is that sandwich where I'm going to give you in the little, in the middle, that's not quite as tasteful. She says, where are you? I said, I'm working. Because I had to stop in the middle of an interview that I was having, and I took the phone call. I said, I'm working. Well, what are you doing? I'm working. Where are you? In Ann Arbor. All right. And, well, you are missing the mandatory company picnic. I said, mandatory? Like I know it was suggested. It was heavily suggested, but and then I said, "Well, I'm sorry, I'm working. I won't be able to be there." I talked to Jimmy about it earlier, and then all I hear was, "Click." Oh, you're gonna hang up on me. This is how this is going to go. So yeah, I was a little bit on edge yesterday. Saw the company email, which I thought was very entertaining, and it was very entertaining at the end as well. And yes, I couldn't be there.
Conveniently.
It wasn't like I was laying at the beach. I didn't go fishing, which is where I really wanted to
Didn't
be.
go to Egypt.
No, I did go to Egypt, yes.
Just tell Charles Woodson to wait
Yes.
a delay for another day. It's no big deal.
Yeah, Charles was in town, so if everybody wants to know, in the coming weeks, there will be an episode on the In the Trenches podcast with my former teammate, Heisman Trophy winner, Pro Football Hall of Famer, Charles Woodson, and he's not in town all the time. So I had an opportunity to interview him. It will be good for the podcast. It will be, that was working. Then there were some other things that I had to do that will benefit the station, benefit the podcast. And so, yeah, Lori, I was working.
I was next to her during the phone call. The tone was not as argumentative as you're making it out to be. Mandatory was
that's how
clearly
it came-
tongue-in-cheek. The mandatory
That's how
was
it came
clearly
across.
a joke.
So that's why I said I will address it today. I didn't think I was going to have to address it on air, but I will.
Here we are.
And I will playfully address it when I see Lori. But there's some other things that still need to be done that I'm waiting for her. And maybe, depending on the tone, I will say, if you were working yesterday, maybe those things would be done. I don't know.
Now you're firing back at the coworkers.
Hey, if I'm going to take strays, trust me, I'll fire back.
Heather, is John creating a hostile work environment?
I'm responding, which you asked me to do, to
I just can't believe how serious this water balloon fight is taken. I
Well, I
have
will
never
say
been
this.
to
I
the
have-
company picnic, so
I have skills in a lot of different areas. I mean, Stoney and I last year we did the three-legged race.
did you
we had.
really?
Oh yes.
How did that
and
go?
let me just tell you this: if you want to do a three-legged race,
Pick anybody but
don't
Stoney?
pick Stoney as your partner.
Yeah.
Just don't. Love Stoney. We had fun. I laughed a lot, but we lost miserably. And I don't care where you're at. If it's the company picnic, if you're in the backyard, we mentioned this earlier. It's all about the win. And I was literally trying to pick him up and run in this potato sack for 50 yards.
I don't think they did that this year.
I saw the potato sack
Oh, did you
race,
see it?
But
Oh,
not
I
the
missed
three
that.
leg. No, I didn't see it. I didn't say the whole time either.
Okay.
Yeah. But, in terms of the water balloon toss, it's a toss for a little while, but there's always extra ones, and then they become water balloon bombs.
Oh, and there was squirt guns involved, and people
Oh, yeah.
were hiding out. And then I had Brooks because I had to bring Brooks with me. And they're like, "Oh wait, I shouldn't sit here by the baby because what if we get attacked as well?"
So the trick then becomes, because everybody wants to hide under the pavilion or right near it, right? So you throw the bomb so it hits the roof, but when it explodes, it hits everybody that might be in that area. So you get a direct hit without a direct hit.
Now, it was explained that you dumped like a bucket of water. Was this balloons or water?
No, it was water. Yeah, but by that time, because the balloons had been used up, and so there was an opportunity. There was a hose there. You fill up the bucket. It was wasn't a bucket. It was a storage bin.
yeah.
I don't know, maybe 3 feet by 2 feet, and
I think it's where they had put
The water
all
balloons.
the
It was
filled
yeah,
water
yeah,
balloons.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I had lifted that up and doused a few individuals,
But you don't-
reloaded that, and continued to douse.
Listen, points for creativity. You went above and beyond. That was more than just throwing a water balloon at someone.
Like I
but
said,
but you
there's-
don't feel any kind of feeling towards ducking the retribution this
I
year?
wasn't ducking. If I had gone home to take a nap, that would be ducking. Well, how about this? All right, Heather,
Yeah.
what's your commute?
It's almost an hour.
Hats off to you.
Yeah.
Because when is it, or has it ever happened, that we have these company events? We get done at 10. Our day starts, most of us get here at about 5 o'clock. We leave, we wake up around 4, maybe a little bit before, maybe a little bit after. All right. I love what I do. I love the time of day I do it. I'm a morning person. But why do we always have to be the ones that stick around for company meetings, company outings? Let's start it at about 10:15 or 10:30. Midday show's not going to be there either way.
It would be awesome. I did debate. I got halfway because now there's some exits that are closed, so my drive is a little bit longer. And I thought I got halfway here, and I thought, should I just turn around and
Turn around and go home? Yeah, because you brought your infant child
I
with
had
you.
to because
Right.
I'm a mom. What am I going to do? I can't leave him at home. So he came along for the ride.
And he was mean mugging me.
He was. He did not smile.
He wouldn't
for you
smile
at
at me.
all.
I was waving. I was like, hi. You see why I don't like kids? They don't like me.
Nothing like air in the company, dirty laundry at 7 in the morning.
Couple quick ticket texts. We got news. We got two Grand Slam. And we got the biggest headline from Lions day one of training camp. Quick ticket text. This one says, I'll never blame a guy for skipping a corporate outing. John, you're digging yourself a bigger hole. You're making Michigan men look bad. That's a shame.
For working?
John, sounds like you can't take criticism. Typical Michigan arrogance.
Yeah, I guess I'll just take the day off.
I would pay Costa for free tickets to watch the station water balloon fight next year. Hashtag Jansen Revenge Tour, Jake and Howell. Someone says, I don't know if I can listen to the show anymore. First, Jim calls in sick to watch March Madness, and now John's using Charles Woodson to avoid a water balloon challenge. I feel bad for Charles being dragged into this.
Okay. Just from a fan perspective, would you rather be in a water balloon fight or spend the afternoon with Charles?
We won't make that a poll question. I think I know how the results would go. We'll get to Heather's news, 2 Grand Slam, football, and more. It's 97.1.
The summer driving season, well, we're right in the thick of it right now. The combination of increased traffic, we all have to deal with that every day. Big trucks, motorcyclists, and construction all contribute to the fact that summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season of the year. I hope I had enough disdain for the construction that we deal with in my voice. If you've been injured in an accident, injury attorney David Feminino and his team are ready to help you right now. Here's the best part. David's going to get you paid, and he's not going to take a fee until he gets you paid and wins your case. And you can speak to David personally right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Ahead of the 2 Grand Slam, chance to win $2,000. First, Heather, tell us what's in the news.
Well, let's talk about Aaron Rodgers. His trip to Egypt this summer ended up costing him more than he expected. So back in June, he skipped a few mandatory practices to head to Egypt for some, rest and relaxation or whatever he was doing there. Who knows? But he told
never know
reporters
with him.
that his bosses docked his pay for missing the workouts.
Yeah. Blah, blah, blah.
Thank you for that, Greg.
Yeah, but you pair
get the
that,
picture.
and that in itself, may not be a big deal. And we get to the season, people are going to forget about it if he plays well.
Yeah.
And the team has success. But you pair that with what's going on the other side of the ball. The player that they traded for, Hassan Reddick, has yet to show his face. And Robert Saleh is saying all the right things. Hey, I'm not worried. He's a vet. He knows how to prepare. There are issues going on that he is doing his best. Robert Saleh is doing his best to downplay.
Yep. Hulk Hogan, he launched a new beer earlier this month. It's the Real American Beer, and he's currently here in Michigan as part of the beer's rollout. So he was actually here in the studio.
Yeah.
Well, he talked to Tony Ortiz first,
Was he
and then
invited to the company picnic?
No, this would have been the same time during the picnic. He was
Oh.
in studio with Carson Anderson.
So he shows up and the building is empty.
exactly. Yes, nobody was here. We were all throwing water balloons
Yep.
and
Partying.
kicking balls. Yes. Anyway.
Thanks,
There
Heather.
was a rousing game of kickball going on
So wait, I don't know if you just said it. Why was he here? Just for people?
to promote his new beer.
Yeah. Just anyway. Gator was starstruck, but it's good that he was there
Sure.
because Doug knows negative things about wrestling. It was kind of a weird,
but he knows
impromptu,
who
fun
Hulk
interview.
Hogan is, right?
I think
Yes.
everybody knows who
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan is.
But Gator even admitted, he goes, "I'm sorry if that was not a focused interview. That's like a childhood
Yeah.
hero that came into the studio
Yeah, you
kind of
coulda-
unannounced."
Could have referenced the Rocky movie, and again, an avenue where Doug probably has no idea.
But if you want to see him, he's going to be still in town today. St. Clair Shores, Clinton Township, Sterling Heights, Detroit. You can check out the list of all of those locations online. So pretty cool. A surfer in Australia was attacked by a shark this week, and after his leg washed ashore, doctors are hoping to reattach it to his body. Terrifying, you
can do that?
guys.
Yeah, well, sure.
Apparently,
you kind of wash it out
As-
in a little salt water, right?
Oh, okay.
And as long as
Sterilized.
like you keep it on ice, I don't know, right? Like, can't you do that? Well, like let's say
Is there
you,
any other fish that nibbled on it?
I don't know. Like, let's say you lose a finger. I always picture people like carrying it to the hospital like in a bag of ice. Like, don't you want to keep it cold?
Well, they say I think in a bag of ice, or you could drop it in some milk. I think that's supposed to
wait,
help as
really?
well. Yeah, I think I heard that. Maybe it's all wives' tale. I don't know. Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
drink that. This guy, 23 years old, was surfing on Tuesday. He was bitten by a great white shark. He was able to like fight the shark off, and then he rode a wave to shore, which is pretty sweet. But he's not doing well. He was in critical condition when he was taken to the hospital. But there was an off-duty police officer walking their dog, saw this, used the dog leash as a tourniquet. So basically saved this guy's life before the paramedics got there. So hopefully he'll be okay. He just returned to surfing. He had a fractured neck. He was in a mosh pit at a concert.
This guy having like the worst
Yeah,
luck of all time.
not good luck. Speaking of sharks, did you hear about the cocaine sharks?
No, I didn't.
did. Yes.
There's sharks that have tested positive for cocaine off the coast of Brazil.
Yep.
There'll be a new movie. Remember the
Yeah,
cocaine bear?
cocaine shark.
I'll be
Yeah.
cocaine sharks. Yes. Let's see what else do I got. Oh, Zits. Apparently really cool now.
Oh, the pimple
Are
popping
they?
videos.
No, no.
Oh,
it's not
the
all
Dr.
about
Pimple Popper?
No. It's nothing about popping the pimples. It is about rocking those little pimple pads. Have you ever seen
Oh,
those?
yeah,
Those little
yeah.
pimple patches?
No.
Apparently, you've never seen those?
Are they just like a Band-Aid you'd put on a
Yes.
pimple?
But
They're
now
like clear, and they
Well,
actually.
there are clear ones, but now there's also very colorful ones, and they're like shaped like stars or other little things. And
Oh, sure, that could draw more attention.
why would
What's
you wanna do
underneath
that?
there? I got a big zit.
Gen Zers
Oh,
are
Stands for zit.
are all about it, and these like star-shaped pimple patches are selling out, and kids are using them basically as a fashion statement. So they're owning their acne.
Good for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, at
I don't think you mean that, John.
12,
Nope.
13 years old. Oh, I do. When instead of being embarrassed, like I remember
I get
if
it.
I'd get a pimple and like
Yeah.
I'd be so embarrassed to go to school, right? Although everybody else has them as well. But this is cool. You just throw on a little pimple
Star,
patch,
little smiley face.
matches your outfit. Yeah, and
The clear ones work. I don't know that I'd want to draw more attention
Yeah.
to it.
What are you going to have? 10 of them on your face at one time?
Well, if you're a teenager and you
depends.
could
Yeah.
need, it could be like a mosaic at that point. It's like
I
art.
guess. Yeah.
All right.
apparently they're cool.
Apparently.
Yeah.
From Gen Zit.
Let's get to the 2 Grand Slam.
Yes. Yes.
Heather?
Yeah, let's play the 2 Grand Slam. I'm hoping to give away some money. We haven't had a big winner in like quite a while.
Today's the day.
Today could
Could
be
be.
the day. We all know the rules. 10 questions, 60 seconds. Get through as many as you can. You want to get to all of them. If they don't know an answer, pass right away. We'll get back to it. $25 for each question answered correctly. $2,000 if you get them all right.
Colin in Macomb.
Ooh.
Oh,
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys doing today?
good. Good. Colin, are you by any chance related to Heather Park?
No.
No, I'm not.
No? Okay. How big a boy are you? Sorry, Colin. I hope
That's a
you are a
personal
regular
question.
listener.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Hope he doesn't come up short today.
All right, Colin, jokes aside,
Yeah.
let's get in the right headspace here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great on my way to work. I've been listening to you guys for years. First time ever getting through for the 2 Grand Slam, so I'm really excited.
All right,
Excellent.
all right.
I love it. So your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. Colin, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Who will Michigan State football play in week 1 of the 2024 season?
Pass.
What is the capital of Florida?
Tallahassee.
Stanford is a member of this football conference.
Ooh, Pac-12.
Who plays Deadpool in Deadpool and Wolverine?
Ryan Reynolds.
Jack Flaherty wears this jersey number for the Tigers.
21.
Big Ten football media days are currently being held in this city.
Indianapolis.
This team won the Stanley Cup this past June.
That would be the Panthers.
Bryce Young is the starting quarterback for this team.
Panthers.
What is 12 times 12?
144.
What is the NFL MVP? Who was the NFL MVP last season?
Lamar Jackson.
Who will Michigan State football play in week 1 of the 2024 season?
Washington.
So we got you with 7.
Hey, not
Nice
bad.
job.
Well
That's a
done.
solid
Hey.
performance.
Did you think you did that well? You had a couple question marks in there.
Yeah, Michigan State. I'm a Go Blue fan, so I don't know much about state. So that was a little toss-up for me. But besides that, Jack Flaherty number, I was wrong. I think it's either 19, possibly.
It's
I'm not
9.
exactly sure what.
Yeah.
9?
Yeah,
Dang,
yeah.
I knew it. I almost said it.
And there's
Dang.
conference realignment. Stanford was in the Pac-12. Now in the ACC.
Yeah, that blows my mind.
So the only
Yeah,
reason
yeah.
I thought
It's
you might
impossible.
the only reason
Yeah.
I thought you might get it is because it was such a publicity thing that a team from the Pacific Coast is in the Atlantic Coast Conference, but
Yeah.
we're all still getting used
They're
to
going
this
to be
stuff.
they're going to be traveling more time than they're going to be in class.
They certainly will be. Yes.
Yeah, Stanford and Cal are in the ACC.
See,
That's
I
crazy.
thought it was just Cal that went, and Stanford I should have known better.
Can't break them up. The band is on the field. All right,
You
Colin,
did great.
You did a phenomenal job. Let's put you on hold. We'll make sure you get your money. 7
Correct.
is $175.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Look at me doing some math.
Yeah, fire up chips.
He got the math question easy. Let's go through this. People like when we go through the whole thing. Michigan State will play.
FAU.
Yes. The capital of Florida is Tallahassee. We just said Stanford is in the ACC. Deadpool. You're not a Ryan Reynolds guy, John. Would you have gotten that?
Well, I do think he's a good actor, but Deadpool is not in my wheelhouse.
Jack Flaherty's wearing the number 9 jersey for the Tigers for now. We'll find out in less than a week. Indianapolis, the site for the media days. The Florida Panthers won the Stanley Cup. The Carolina Panthers have Bryce Young. 12 times 12 is 144, and Lamar Jackson was the MVP. The 2 Grand Slam brought to you by Genesis Credit Union.
Did you see the viral little video clip of Bryce Young showing up to training camp?
With the backpack?
The oversized backpack, the oversized shirt. Looked like he was a middle schooler going to class.
See, it actually was regular size, John.
Yes. Regular sized for most people, but little bitty Bryce Young.
What was more comical, the podium Dan Campbell was behind yesterday or the backpack?
So the podium was big, but with Dan behind it, it didn't look necessarily out of place because Dan's broad shoulders, right? Big personality, kind of filled the void. But Bryce Young, to me, when the conversation is already about you look diminutive in the huddle under center, can you actually see over the line of scrimmage? And then he shows up with the baggy shirt and what looked like a very large backpack. He did look like a middle schooler.
I would also say that the perspective of the Colton Pouncey picture that he put online of the podium makes the podium look a lot larger than it is.
Right.
From the broadcast or the regular press conference angle that you see, it looks like a normal size lectern.
From the video that gets posted, yes. It hit me driving home yesterday. It looks like a chariot. Like he's behind like a
Very
chariot.
much, yeah. Chariots of Fire.
Yep.
Let's go.
One quick text. Good to see caller Colin measure up. We'll get to Lions training camp. The biggest standout, the breakout guy. Do you believe? It's 97.1. It's a Thursday morning. We've got Dear John coming up at 8:35. We are also live on Twitch. John likes to keep an eye on some of the comments.
Oh, yeah. And there's one here. And sometimes I do feel way deep down inside. It doesn't probably show. Wonder if the show breaks Colin eventually.
I'm just waiting for the day that he calls in and just
Can't take it
rips
anymore.
you guys apart. Yeah, he's building his
You
arsenal
guys,
right now.
It's
Yeah.
John.
You make jokes, yeah.
And as have I. So
Me, I would
Right,
never.
yeah.
even though I don't think that he is short,
think you would
and I
be-
never said that. I just
You just said I'm on Ross St.
It
Brown is
was
short,
in
Exactly.
who
reference
is
to,
bigger than Colin,
Yes.
which implies that your husband is
He's
short.
yeah, but I was implying that
For what
for an
he
NFL
does.
player
Yes.
that he seems like a small guy.
Yes.
With his little jacket.
Yeah, exactly.
For people who missed the joke, yes.
Yes, more on Twitch. And this was one I figured I'll just address this instead of typing it out. Asked me the question, did you guys talk about the UCLA head coach's press conference opening statement? And we certainly did. We actually started the show with it. And Greg, do we have that handy? Because it's very awkward. Thanks. UCLA.
California, Los Angeles.
Oh, that's where it is.
Thanks.
Crickets. Awkward laugh.
Yeah, not great. Not great. Just keep it simple. Keep it short. If you don't have something, don't ramble. Don't have awkward pauses. Act prepared.
At the very least, right? It's a 4.5 hour plane ride from LA. Now that we know that UCLA is in LA, maybe he flew out of Orange County instead of LAX. I don't know. But all right, thanks for that heads up. You got 4.5 hours to sit there and prepare an opening statement. You're sitting probably next to your SID that says, hey, for the opening statement, let's mention who you are. Yeah, you're a former player here. You were the running backs coach. Now you're the head coach. You're excited to be here, and then open it up for questions. And maybe he just forgot to say, don't leave the awkward silence of 4 or 5 seconds with an uncomfortable laugh before you say, let's go to questions.
Yeah, John wasn't great.
No.
We also got a ticket text that's going to help us get to this next conversation. Alex in Lansing says, what's a successful season for J-Mo? What would be a breakout season? So he's a popular name to break out. The Lions have a bunch of these guys, young players in their first, second, third year that people think could have big seasons. John, with Jameson Williams, he was the headliner yesterday at Lions training camp day 1. Split the defense, touchdown, puked, left it all on the field, literally. The question that we have is, do you believe that he will have a breakout season? What is a breakout season? And is he the player you want most to break out for the Lions this year?
I think it would be the most entertaining. He is an entertaining personality. So the more shine he gets on the field, or the more shine in a positive light he will get off the field. So in regards to PR, and I think he's handled everything well. It didn't go well to start his career. He obviously wasn't playing because of the ACL, and then he wasn't playing because of the gambling. And we saw when the moment he was suspended, he happens to be in Vegas. Like, all of those things don't look good. But since then, he's kind of said and done all the right things. He is entertaining. He's fun. He's energetic, and he's electric on the field. We saw the reverse, where he scores a touchdown in the NFC Championship game. We saw the catch that he had against Tampa Bay. Like, all of these things, as soon as he does it, like, he's got a flair for not just having the moment, but then selling the moment after it happens, right? It's all of those things. So the more shine he gets, the more fun it will be, and I think the more fun that fans will have. So there's a lot of people that want him, are begging for him to have that breakout season for a number of reasons.
People got very defensive of J-Mo, right? And they really pulled for him to prove people wrong. He got off to a rocky start because of what you mentioned, suspensions, injuries, some drops in training camp a year ago. And I think people got really defensive. They're rooting for this guy. He's one of our own. We've got his back. And John, there were signs at the end of the season that it started to click. And now people have said, including his teammates, he looks poised for a big season. Just reading some of the headlines from day one, Free Press. Jameson Williams looks like new player on day one. MLive. Jameson vomits after electric touchdown. He was their headliner. Pride of Detroit. Jameson Williams' progress continues. Amon-Ra St. Brown says he looks more comfortable. Iffy says he looks even faster than he was before. There is a ton of momentum around J-Mo. I do believe he's going to have a breakout year. They didn't bring in another receiver. He takes this offense to another level. If teams want to stack the box to try to stop the run because of this line and because of the backs, good luck. J-Mo one-on-one.
Yeah.
All he's got to do is win once or twice, gain a step, and he'll gain 2 or 3 more because he's got that breakaway speed. It forces safeties to hang back or cheat up, and it allows Detroit to punish teams because you can't stop everything. It truly makes the offense unstoppable if he breaks out.
So which form of the former player do you want from me? Do you want the excitement or do you want the Dave Burkett cold blanket treatment?
Give me the former player first. I want both.
Okay, so here's the excitement.
The good news, bad news. Give me the good news first.
Is what you hear from Amon-Ra St. Brown. He looks like a new player. All right, excited because it opens things up for Amon-Ra St. Brown. It opens things up for Laporta. We can hit the deep ball. We've got the reverse. We've got the electric speed. We've got the electric personality. All of these things are better for us because we are, as an offense, in a position to make a run at a Super Bowl championship, and J-Mo can be a major part of that. We've seen the work that he's done in the offseason. It's all starting to pay off. Now the cold blanket is it's shorts and skirts. What does it really matter? And if J-Mo is having this great moment, splits these two defenders, who did he split?
Right.
Is Terrion Arnold not up for it? Was it on Ennis Rakestraw? Was it Amik Robertson? Was it Davis? Okay, is the defense not going to be as good as we had hoped? Did the corners just get burned? And is that going to be something that happens on a regular basis? So there's always two sides. That's the Dave Burkett cold blanket from Paris.
You say cold blanket. You mean wet blanket?
Cold, wet, whatever.
Okay.
Cold can be wet.
You're pulling a Stoney, mixing
cold,
up some metaphors here. Wet blanket.
Yeah.
Or pouring cold water.
Yeah. Could be both. Yeah.
Could be both.
Could be both. So that's that.
Well, but we're going to deal with that dynamic next week when we're out at training camp, where if someone does something good, it means someone probably did something bad.
Well, yes, that's always because they're scrimmaging against themselves.
Correct.
But here's where the initial reaction is, there's no, what type of contact is there even at the line of scrimmage? Is there bump and run? What's the defense doing? Like it is basically on air. So good job,
John. I'm not declaring.
He caught the ball.
That was a question mark.
So, but again, I always think, I just caution people: be excited, no problem, be excited, but temper it with there's nothing happening yet.
How dare you tell people to temper their expectations, John? How dare you? No one's planting the flag that says he has arrived. People are anticipating the breakout season from J-Mo. Do you anticipate a step forward for J-Mo in a true breakout season? What would it mean for this Lions team? And is he the guy you want to break out most? Because he's not to me. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can have 3 or 4 breakout candidates, but if it was only one guy, the guy I want to have a breakout season more than any other, give you the name coming up next. It's 97.1. Tell you about the D Las Vegas. Talk about Circa. Talk about the best pool in history, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, always a perfect view of that massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. You have seen the photos on social media. Right? When football season gets underway, people flock to Vegas, and the place to be is in those pools with the view of the screen. And if you've seen it on social media, you want to make plans and see it in person, see it yourself. The swim-up bars, the Insta-Ready selfie walls, a nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot. They've got the cozy day beds, private cabanas, lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your spot today. 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino. downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. John and I will be out there in August. We're making plans. You should do the same. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. We'll mix in the Twitch comments, your ticket text, and you want to be at the front of the line. Call in 248-539-9797. We have open lines. Lions practice underway. Day one's headline, Jameson Williams. Everybody says he looks faster. He looks more comfortable. He had a big touchdown, deep shot. That's kind of the idea. This offense is already really good. It could be unstoppable if you add the deep threat, because now the safeties, if they cheat in the box to stop the run, you're going to get burned. If you sit back to stop J-Mo, 6 yards a pop, get ready for it. The Lions are coming. J-Mo could be the guy that breaks out this year, but it doesn't have to be the only guy who breaks out this year. And our question is, 1, do you expect that of J-Mo? And 2, who's the player you most want to break out?
And I don't know that J-Mo is going to get any faster. He can play faster, but we know that he's got a confident personality. I want to see that confidence on the field, and I think that's going to be the big difference when you start to really see that confidence on the field, that it will look like he's playing faster, which will look like he's running faster, all of those different – he just needs to play faster and play with confidence, and I think he's going to be all of those things that Lions fans want him to be. And on Twitch, this one's from Loki's Revenge. I expect a huge season out of J-Mo, but I think if Arnold can come into the league as a superstar or at a superstar level, that could be the biggest difference maker for the team overall. And then follow up, yeah, that would be my pick too, Arnold.
My guy, same side of the ball.
Yeah.
Aleem McNeil. It's the guy who I think will break out the most, and it's the guy who I also want to break out the most. He's poised for it. I know he's not in his first or second season, but he's in a contract year, still on a rookie deal. He had 5 sacks a year ago, and I've seen some of the best teams in football win through the interior of that defensive line. We saw it for years with Aaron Donald. Chris Jones has moved around that front but can dominate on the interior for Kansas City. Quinnen Williams for the Jets. These anchor players. I think McNeil has another gear, and I think he's going to be showcased now that DJ Reader is in the building. Mm-hmm. So I think McNeil's the guy who could flirt with, I don't want to say 10 sacks, double-digit sacks, but he might. John, he might. If he gets singled up on third down against guards, he could wreak havoc. Sneaky good athlete. Remember, he was a baseball player. I think Aleem McNeil is the player who I most want to break out this season.
I'm going to give you 2, and they're both on the defensive side of things. And I think that's really where, when people are talking about breakout players, there's more opportunity defensively to see guys make big plays, to be a big part of the defense, and really transform this defense from being in the bottom half. And I'm not talking about, 25, 26, 27 of the NFL, but, what were they last year? 17, 18? To this defense being, I'm not even going to say top 10, but 11, 12. I think that would be it would be a huge change in how people view the Detroit Lions, but especially how they view the defense. If you're in the top half of the NFL, I think it's going to be a big difference. And the 2 guys that I'll talk about, one I talked about yesterday, Jack Campbell. I was higher on his rookie season than most. I think that Aaron Glenn, Dan Campbell, they handle rookies in a certain way. We wanted more of Jahmyr Gibbs early. We got a chance to see him more as the season went on. We wanted more from J-Mo. But they tried to take the pressure off, let them develop, let them get there at their own speed instead of forcing the situation. They kind of did the same thing with Jack Campbell. And we saw a very athletic play in the Kansas City game where he bats down a ball and everybody's like, oh, Jack Campbell's going to be this. He was really good at what they were asking him to do. I expect him to be better this year because they're going to be asking him to do more. We're going to see all of those athletic traits that we've heard so much about at the Combine, at Iowa, really start to pay off this year, and he's going to have a big season. But the guy that probably has the biggest upside, and if he doesn't pan out, everybody's going to be like, all right, whatever. Marcus Davenport. Because if he can stay healthy, this is an individual that could have a huge, huge impact on this team. And it's a bit of a gamble, but he's a guy that has had, seasons where he's been very productive. A 9-sack season down in New Orleans in 21. And then there was, had nothing last year, or 2 years ago because he didn't play in a lot of games. But last year it was 4 games, had 2 sacks, a number of pressures. This is a guy that I think has tremendous upside and could pay off more than a lot of other signings that they've had.
Okay, last year they ranked 25th in points per game allowed.
Right.
30th in red zone defense, and they gave up the most air yards in football. Their solution was to overhaul the corner room, but I still believe the fastest way to end the play is winning up front of the defensive line. So it's why Davenport, I say McNeil. J-Mo, I expect him to have a breakout, but the guy that will make a bigger difference would be somebody on defense, just given the offense is already top 5. 248-539-9797. James Houston getting some love on the ticket text today. If it's not Davenport, Houston did flash. You got to go back.
Well,
over a year ago, his rookie year, back
half
of that season.
Was hurt most of last year. We saw him very little at the end. And yeah, I think that's a guy that could have that breakout season if he can stay healthy.
Texter says no one talks about Josh Paschal. Could step up and be an 8 to 10 sack guy, making Hutchinson more dominant.
Oh, if he gets to close to double-digit sacks, I mean, things have gone very well for this defense.
Texter says, I think it's J-Mo, the player that needs to break out the most. What he would mean for this offense, they're completely unpredictable. They'd be the best offense in football, Ben and Kalamazoo. I agree. They would be the number one offense in football if he takes a big step forward. And what does that look like? Last year he had like 350 yards.
Yeah.
If he's a guy that's right around 1,000 yards, I mean, Laporta's a 1,000-yard guy. St. Brown's a 1,000-yard guy. Gibbs and Montgomery, 1,000-yard all-purpose guy.
So,
I mean, again, it might not be possible.
We're talking about an historic offense. If all of that happens,
5,000-yard players. I mean, the greatest offense in arguably the history of football.
It's exactly what that one caller said yesterday. I want Jared Goff to throw for 5,000 yards. Well, okay, if you're going to do that,
J-Mo's got to have a huge
you've
year.
got to have guys an opportunity. Here's the other thing. If this is such a dynamic offense, early on in games, you're going to have a lot of yards from your receivers. Late in games, salting away the clock, now all of a sudden it becomes Gibbs, Montgomery running the ball, and you don't have as much opportunity to throw the ball downfield.
No one has
Not
done
that they're going to go away from it.
No one's made this argument, but could you say Gibbs? I know last year was a great year, but a breakout for him would mean like you challenge CMC for the best running back in football.
Sure. Yeah, and I'm not going to say, all right, I don't think Amon-Ra St. Brown fits this category.
No, he's
of
an
a
all-pro.
breakout season.
Yeah.
And I don't think, other than him, you could really say just about anyone. I would probably keep Jared Goff out of this conversation as well. But Laporta in his second year, all right, hit historic numbers as a rookie tight end, set records as a rookie tight end, but could still find a way to have a breakout season by having a Travis Kelce-like impact on this offense.
Texter says, I'd like to see J-Mo, Waymo as they're calling him, a breakout player, but I think James Houston is the player who they need to break out. 8 games in 2022. If he mirrored it for a whole season, he could be nasty. Austin in Lake Orion. John, don't tell me to temper anything. I've been a Lions fan since 88. I ain't tempering bleep. Take that somewhere else. J-Mo breakout coming. Don't tell me about shorts and skirts, John. Tell me about touchdowns.
Yeah, let's just,
we haven't even gone out to practice yet. This is going to be bananas. I love how over the top this is going to be. There's the running joke, Lions fans drinking the Kool-Aid, and it stems from this weird cult-like behavior because the team never really backed it up. The team's backing it up now. This is real.
And when we talk about a guy like Paschal, the ticket texter said, hey, 8 to 10 sacks. There's individual pressure on some of these guys, but the conversation up front is going to revolve around Aleem McNeil, Aiden Hutchinson, and DJ Reader. Anything Marcus Davenport provides is a bonus. Anything John Kaminsky, Josh Paschal, Levi Onwuzurike, those are all bonuses. And we're just waiting to see who's that bonus guy going to be. And maybe that's the better way to put it. Who do you want to be the bonus guy that actually wins up front and gets home to the quarterback, that applies more pressure, that makes Hutch better, that makes Reader better, McNeil better?
Do you see a breakout coming for J-Mo? He was the story yesterday, day one of training camp. Do you see it for J-Mo and see the player you most want to break out? Maybe it's somebody else. We have one guy on hold who wants to play the role of, what did you say, a cold blanket?
Yeah.
We'll get to that, plus more of your phone calls next, 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Another one-run loss for the Tigers. They're third in the last 4 games. They fell in Cleveland 2-1 after only putting up 2 total hits against the Guardians. The go-ahead run was scratched across in the 8th inning as Detroit fell to 50 and 53. Now, Jack Flaherty, a hot target in trade talks, put up another solid outing. 6 innings, no runs, 6 strikeouts. Bo Brisky charged with the loss. Matt Vierling logged his 13th homer of the season for the team's only run. It'll be an afternoon finale in Cleveland as the Tigers try to split the road series. Michigan State football took their turn at Big Ten Media Day. Head coach Jonathan Smith talked about how they'll try to improve in his first year. One day of camp down for the Lions. Day 2 coming. They'll continue again today in shorts and T-shirts. Head coach Dan Campbell says they won't put on pads until Monday following some rest. Also, left tackle Taylor Decker says he's hopeful that he and the team can come to terms on a new contract soon. This is the last year of his current deal. Also, head coach Dan Campbell should be speaking about right now at camp. We'll see what his updates are for the day. Olympics, U.S. men's soccer lost to France 3-0 in the first game of group play. The American rugby team also suffering a loss in their pool, falling to Fiji 38-12, though they did split the doubleheader by, I guess, tying France 12-12. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Camp is here. We're talking breakouts. Is it JMO? Is it someone else? Who's the player you want to see break out most? AC in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Good morning.
Good morning. So I just want to say you guys are delusional right now. Like, from yesterday's show to today's show, everything is about blue skies and rainbows. And I recognize that the Lions are a really, really good team. But if this is not realistic, what you guys are selling right now. Everybody's not going to step up. Everybody's not going to have a breakout season. Everybody's not going to improve. Somebody, like, as many people that are going to improve, you're going to have some people that are going to have a setback or a slip. What if Decker's starting to get towards the end of his career? What if he starts to show that age? What if and that's your left tackle. What happens to your line when your left tackle is no longer as reliable as he has been? Or even Goff. What if Goff turns into the quarterback that the Rams got rid of? What happens to your historic offense then? What do you do then?
Yeah, I mean, there's always that possibility that individuals could take a step back. But I believe that this team is built in such a manner that if somebody does, there's another guy that is ready to fill that void, take some of that production and fill what they need to be a successful offense and defense.
So, AC, let's talk through this, right? Like, in the NFL, you're either getting better or you're getting worse. Nobody's staying the same. I get that. Exactly. I think the Lions are a roster full of young dudes whose best football is ahead of them. You've singled out a couple guys who may take a step back. I think there are twice as many guys who are young and ready to take the step forward. So I think more guys will get better than will get worse. That'd be my response to you. I don't think it's sunshine and rainbows. They went to the NFC title last year with a super young team. They've got 6-7 studs on this group that are going to get better.
But that's still fantasy. They're not all going to get better. Like, the percentage might be the percentage that most of them will get better, but some of them not. Like, I don't expect Laporta to repeat what he did last year.
Really?
He kind of took people by surprise last year. I'm not saying he's not talented. I'm not saying he's not one of the top tight ends in the league, but now when it happens when they're starting to game plan, we have to game plan for Laporta. How does he respond to that in his second year? There's a whole thing called a sophomore slump. That's not something new. That happens. It's legitimate. So, like, he may not have the same type of impact that he had last year. He might not. I'm just saying, and I hope that he does. But I'm just saying that you're going to be setting a lot of people up for a lot of heartbreak and disappointment if all of this, what did you just say, like the most historic offense in the NFL history, if that doesn't happen, people are going to be blue tears all over Detroit.
AC, I agree with you. Listen, are we setting them up for failure? I don't think so. I think they've earned this conversation. Will people be heartbroken, upset, saddened if they don't win the Super Bowl? Yes, but I don't view that as like a bad thing?
Well,
I've been waiting my entire life for the Lions to be in this conversation, and I am dead set on having this conversation about them being one of the great teams in the NFL.
But I also think, I mean, you're basically calling all of the coaches morons in the NFL, because if it's going to take until this year to find out, oh, Laporta's a good target. Like, you figured that out by week 8, but week 9, and you're starting to game plan for Laporta. What does that mean? Well, all right, hey, we could go to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Last year it was Josh Reynolds.
Yeah.
Gibbs,
John,
Montgomery.
How about the playoff game where Laporta's hobbled, it's 4th down, it's red zone.
Where are they going with the ball?
They went to him, and he finished it. You don't think the other team knew Laporta was a red zone threat? I mean, come on, guys. They played a whole season at that point.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that they've been able to hey, correct me if I'm wrong, Travis Kelce's a good player. Have other coaches, defensive coaches, not figured that out yet and game planned for him? And in a season where he was, and number of seasons where he has been their number one target. Like, they didn't have a slew of receivers last year where you'd go, okay, that guy is a threat. We've got to account for him. It was Travis Kelce. Patrick Mahomes still finds a way to get him the ball. Travis Kelce still finds a way to get open and gain yards.
And we haven't even said Laporta, but we've talked about a ton of guys that could break out this season. It's because the Lions have drafted so well, because the upside is there for so many of these young players. Okay, is it realistic that all of them take a step? Maybe not, right? Someone will take a step back. But his call is they're more likely to step back than step forward. I don't see it that way. And a lot of you guys want to call in and talk about breakout candidates. Let's get back to the phones. We've got Jay in Walled Lake. Jay, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good.
So, good. So, the player I want to see break out most is Jamison Williams. And the reason being is because the story of his, tearing his ACL, in the championship game against Georgia, getting drafted by the Lions when they traded up to 12 to get him. He's gotten off to a slow start, but if he can come around and just be that guy that can get 600-700 yards and maybe 5-6 touchdowns, I think that'll do wonders for this offense. Like you said earlier, Costa, I think that'll open up the lane for safeties to come up, if they're scared of the run and, get burnt in the passing game, that opens up the lane for Sam Laporta, Peoples-Jones, Phil St. Brown. I think that opens up the offense a lot more. And, Williams has been battered by this city. I'm just going to be honest. A lot of people bashed him, was pointing out a lot of flaws. To see him succeed and to see him mature and come around being that receiver we needed him to be, I think that'll just be one of the greatest stories in, Detroit sports history. That's just my opinion, though. It has to be J-Mo.
The city has really adopted him. They looked early on in his tenure the way that he got off to the slow start and the way that people were being critical, and they said, no, we're going to stick up for this guy. And to the point, he hadn't earned the support of the city, but the city, John, I saw this, you saw this, people rallied around this guy, and now that there's a chance he could actually deliver, people are very excited about Jamison Williams.
Sure, and because the potential is there, the potential for electric plays, and that's what he brings. He has a skill that very few are born with, that very few in the NFL have, and that is exceptional speed. And that's where this team has not had that electric, game-breaking, home run hitter mentality or possibility in a long time. J-Mo brings that. We've been wanting that home run hitter for some time. And we saw glimpses of it last year with J-Mo, the Tampa game I mentioned. And there are other examples, but in the NFC Championship game, you saw that potential. Now he is being asked and given that opportunity. He's earned it. I don't want to. I want to be careful with the words I use, but he has earned that opportunity, and we are just hoping that being not necessarily the second target, but wide receiver 2 increases that opportunity for a home run style player.
It's the missing piece in this offense. Don't take my word for it. Jared Goff was asked yesterday about how the offense can get better, an already elite offense. How does it get better? He said, quote, personally, the deep ball. Well, who's the biggest deep threat? It's J-Mo. Let's get to JB in Detroit. JB, you're on 97.1.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
And
good.
I just want to say, 2 callers ago, you can't game plan for everybody.
Right.
Brad Holmes has did an exceptional job of getting his team a lot of talent. So I want to go back and say my breakout. Well, I have a few. Stay there with me. So J-Mo, 1,100 yards this season.
Okay.
1,100 yards. I think he's going to be the game breaker on offense, especially with the chemistry he's building with Goff. We have to keep it real. A lot of times, a lot of the balls, a lot of the targets were behind him. You know what I mean? The ball wasn't able to get to him, and he's not just a deep threat. We can't just talk about this guy just as a deep threat. This is the same guy that killed Patrick Surtain on a comeback, stopping on a dime. Jamal Dean, another Tampa Bay corner that's pretty good. That he killed. Like he can't just run go routes, bro. He can go. You can use his speed to go horizontal as well. Not just
crossing
vertical.
routes, get him going with the ball.
So,
exactly.
Easily. And that's the same thing that Herman Moore said last year. Like, yo, we have to build up his confidence, give him the ball, give him a rhythm. You know what I mean? Just let him touch the ball. End the rounds, it doesn't matter. Like, he's just not a gadget guy. He's a guy with exceptional speed, like you guys said, and you can use in multiple ways. Okay? 2, the addition of T. Will, bringing him in for our defensive line, arguably one of the best defensive line coaches. Our D-line is going to take a step. That like that. I feel like nobody mentions his name, and that's an underrated signing that we brought in from free agency. He's arguably one of the best D-line coaches in the league. He's highly regarded. That's the next step. And the last person, Brian Branch. I've been a Brian Branch trooper. I think this is going to be an all-pro year for Brian Branch. I knew when Deshaun Elliott left his team that Brian Branch was going to be a Lion. So
I think he's been a fan favorite from the beginning just because people didn't even think they would have a chance to draft him in the second round. They did. It was immediate in preseason, in game action, the first game of the season. His instincts, get the ball, take the ball away. He's got it. Whatever that it factor is for a defensive back to be where the ball is, he has it.
Now, the question is, when will he be available?
Right. And the anticipation is he's
Week
not
1.
going to miss any games.
Yeah.
Who's the guy for you? J-Mo's popular. He was the story day one. Is he the big breakout guy? You can have more than one. Who's the player you want to break out most? It's 97.1.
Put a new lid on the house this past fall, and we used Rapid Roofing. Mike Beatty and his company came out, gave us a great estimate. The whole process was professional from start to finish. Why wouldn't you want the best to protect one of the biggest investments that you have? That's your home. It's your family. And I tell you, Rapid Roofing did a great job. They showed up in one day, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put a new one on, and cleaned everything up, and we're gone. You want that same professional job? Give Rapid Roofing a call at 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF. Or you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Apologies in advance. We want to be timely here. Make your pitch, and we'll get to the next person. Lions breakout candidates, J-Mo, day one, big headline. To me, the guy I want to break out most, Aleem McNeil. Interior pressure is game-changing. He's in a contract year. He's got DJ Reader next to him. They got a new D-line coach. I expect big things out of Aleem McNeil. John, your guy.
For me, it's Jack Campbell. I thought he had a solid rookie season. They used him more and more in different situations as the season went on. Now behind this improved defensive line, plus they're going to ask him to do more, which he will be able to do. I think Jack Campbell has a great football season and very productive.
Chuck in Farmington, you're on 97.1.
I was going to talk D-tackle too, but Ritter's the key to this. I mean, if he plays like he did before, two dominant defensive tackles change everything, even more than an end. All of a sudden, they got to commit to so much line play against them, and I do think Jack Campbell will play better because he won't be swimming. It seems like everybody's talked this offseason that he's picked up the calling and Mike. So those are the two importance. And that one guy that was talking so negative, he scared me. I thought Tom Goris bought the Lions after listening to him. So.
AC, yeah, he started us out this hour with more of these guys are going to have sophomore slumps and take steps back. You guys are out of your mind. He said some other mean stuff too. Keith in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, listen, it got to be James Houston to me, man, because they didn't what they did in the free agent, what they didn't do in the draft. So everything they like the guy. So to me, that's the guy that's got to have a breakout season.
I would love it if he's the player he was at the end of 2022. Hutch has got his running mate. He's got his buddy. He's got someone who delivers consistent pressure on the other side. And now instead of Hutch pushing the pocket and getting credit for a pressure, it's a sack. They'll help each other. Complementary football. Evan in Plymouth, you're on 97.1.
Hey there. I'm looking at Jameson Williams. I think to have a guy who operates in a different kind of receiving space than our other guys do is super important. We're a little light in the wide receiver area. And to that same point, Jameson Williams has so much speed, and that is special, but I'm willing to trade some of that for some strength and durability. If you were to add some weight, I want him comfortable operating over the middle and to play the whole season.
Yeah, I think durability, availability are all going to be things that we want to see from everybody, but especially for Jameson Williams. It's a guy that can be a game breaker, and you want to be able to use him deep, but that you don't want him to be a one-trick pony. You want him to be a guy that can go across the middle. He can be a target that can go up and get balls across the middle, but you want him to have that availability or that durability because he's going to take some hits if that's going to be the case.
Got Dear John coming up at 8:35. I always give you just a little heads up, John. The topics.
What do we got?
Mom living a fake life.
Oh, double life mom. Secret agent.
Boyfriend starving himself. So some advice with dieting. You've gone through a weight loss journey of your own, so maybe you can help this person out. Mm-hmm. Didn't like my wife's wedding dress.
Best to keep that one to yourself.
Wait till you hear the story. And company picnic. Gee, I wonder what that's about. That's all coming up. 8:35. First Tether with the news.
Maybe we can get Lori in here.
Yeah, exactly. She should come in. You guys can just,
Duke
it out.
Mm-hmm.
Opening ceremonies for the Olympics take place tomorrow, and then things basically just kick off from there. I'm super pumped. And what's really cool is that we do have multiple Michiganders that are competing in the Paris Olympics. Athletes from both Michigan and Michigan State, athletes competing in everything from track and field, lots of track and field athletes, to para powerlifting, to sports climbing, rugby, pretty cool, rowing, everything. I mean, I've got a whole list of 17 Michiganders. I'm not going to go through them all because that could take up my whole segment, but it's really cool. It kind of gives a little bit more excitement, I think, to the sports that I'm not exactly into to watch, that, maybe I will check out this wrestling, which is one of my least favorite sports, just because there's somebody local who wrestled at the University of Michigan right there competing in the Olympics. So,
couple of guys.
Yeah, a lot to go check out, which is pretty neat. This is also neat. A shipwreck. Some shipwreck hunters have discovered a long-lost ship 131 years after it sank in Lake Michigan.
I love these stories.
So do I. And when you hear shipwreck hunter, maybe after, we retire, I want to be a shipwreck hunter. How cool would that be? They went down and found this historic ship that sank back in the morning of September 30th of 1893. It was headed from Bay City to Chicago. It had a crew of 6 men. They had cargo salt. They also had the mascot of the ship.
The dog.
The dog was on board. And unfortunately, the only one that didn't make it off the ship was the dog before it sank. I don't know. Pretty cool, though. They're using these like historical records and high resolution sonar to go off the coast of Wisconsin. They discovered it.
The technology that they have
incredible.
now to be able to see things on the floor of any body of water is really cool.
Yep.
Would you go deep sea diving? Because that's what you'd have to do. Like scuba diving?
Yeah,
I don't
that's
wanna...
like my one fear. Like I'm kind of fearless in a lot of things. I've done a lot of kind of scary things. I like adrenaline. I'm a little scared of diving, and that's the one thing we haven't done on vacation because Colin really wants to. I have a really big issue with my breathing, and it sparks panic and panic attacks when I feel like I can't breathe properly. So I'm
So you might have
scared.
to not be a shipwreck diver.
Well, can I go in like a sub?
Like
I'll go down to a submarine.
Yeah.
Although then that might, I don't know,
implode?
Claustrophobia. Well, I'm not going down to the Titanic.
submersible?
I'm not doing that. Okay, I'll pass on that. But like a little ways down,
Sure.
Well, the ships aren't a little ways down; they're all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, but
but they're in
there's
some
a
that are in
difference
depth of
between
100 feet.
Titanic level and
Okay. All right.
just a long lost ship. I don't know.
Edmund Fitzgerald level.
We gotta I don't know. Would you?
No, I've tried scuba diving. I didn't like it for the same reason you said.
Yeah.
You start thinking about breathing, and you're toast.
Yeah, I don't want that. Cops are now involved in an investigation after a youth basketball player stomped on his opponent's head in the middle of a game. Did you see this video trending?
No.
His head was in the way. He didn't really mean. No, I'm just kidding.
It all went down during
what?
this matchup between two teams in California on Sunday, and it happened while the players were battling for possession of the ball. And it was a 13-year-old. So during the action, this 13-year-old fell to the ground, and then basically out of nowhere, an opposing player forcefully used his foot and slammed the kid's head down onto the hardwood. A ref and a coach quickly jumped in and took the kid that was stomping out of the game, took him to the sidelines. Now, the mother of the player whose head was stomped on said that her son suffered a concussion as a result, and they have since filed a police report, and now there is an investigation underway. I mean, you got to look out for your kids, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't blame him for that. Pat McAfee announced on social media Wednesday that he'll be returning to ESPN's College Game Day this season. So he opened the Pat McAfee show with a video montage confirming that after months of speculation that he might not return, he actually is indeed.
John, what do you think? Do you like him on game day?
Been different. I don't really care. What I do like is when they pick an average student out of the crowd to kick the field goal,
and he razzes them.
Those are very entertaining. They're willing to give away. I mean, it builds every week, right? It's 25,000 this week. It's 50 until somebody makes the field goal, and like some of the kicks. You're like, it's just outside the uprights. Other ones, you're like, you don't want to be standing anywhere near them because it's going to shank and hit you in the face.
It's like a tunnel of fans. It's actually really good TV. And listen, I know he can be obnoxious. He can be obnoxious even to me, but I like that he always brings energy and passion because that's what college football is all about. And it's a balance, right? You have one of him on the desk and you have Herb Street, who's more measured. It's about having everybody on that desk. I like that he's back. That's Heather with the news. Coming up next, life advice from John Jansen. Dear John, it's 97.1. scenarios, questions, advice for John Jansen. You can send in yours, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. That's JON, johnjansen@gmail.com. Let's get to Dear John. Thanks, John. We didn't need to know that. The first one says, Mom living a fake life. Dear John, a little while ago, my siblings and I discovered my mom has a secret TikTok account where she posts incredibly questionable content, ranging from cringeworthy but ultimately harmless to sometimes borderline delusional. On the mild end, she does like girl boss type posts about not letting people grind you down. My mom has a history of doing stuff like this. There's a lot to unpack. There's always an underlying insecurity in her captions, especially when they mention other men ghosting her, despite the fact she's married to my father and still living with us. She does things like taking photos of other people's homes, saying there's properties she's considered buying. She calls her family vacations business trips, sometimes mentions imaginary employees. She'll vent about men who ghost her. She has 300 plus followers, and she's told them she's losing a battle with cancer, which is coincidentally the same situation one of her friends is in. Anyway, this is bizarre. Any help would be helpful. Thank you.
Well, the whole, I'm assuming because they put that in there, lying about cancer.
It's pretty serious.
There's delusion in that. In regards to, there's always this realization that kids come to at some point that your parents are real people. Like they have things that they, before you were born, wanted to do, wanted to accomplish, and they put a lot of their own desires, especially moms, on hold so that they could raise the kids. And so cut your mom a little bit of slack. Have a discussion about lying on there in regards to health situations, but have an open mind.
I don't think you need to have an open mind.
Open mind. Yeah, your mom and dad can be other people than you think they are.
Yeah, but they shouldn't be play pretend.
Most people are somebody other than they actually are on social media. They highlight the good things and don't post everything about themselves.
It's
That's
fantasy
fine,
land.
right? But yeah, when you're fantasizing about illnesses and wanting sympathy and pretending you're going to buy these houses that you don't actually want to buy and
but there's
creating a fake scenario about where you work and what you do. That's weird.
About the house that we live in and things aren't as good as you want them to be, and fantasizing living in other homes and
that's
talking
fine.
about those things. Yeah, but doing it in a public manner.
But, or post this house and be like, look at this house. Can you imagine being able to live here? That would be awesome. That's one thing. But to say like, I'm thinking about buying this house when in fact,
sure, yeah. Well,
that's
first of all,
weird.
you can't, and it's not for sale.
But fantasizing about it, sure, we all do that.
Yeah.
Like, well, wouldn't it be nice if we won the lottery and bought this mansion? Fantasizing is different than pretending you're going to do it.
TikTok it's a weird world. It's a very weird world.
It is.
I'm guessing she's looking for something that she's not getting at home. Like she needs. Not like that. Well, maybe it is. I don't know what she's looking for, but it sounds
there
like...
was a thing in there about other dudes, right?
Yeah, that people are ghosting her.
Yeah, like she's playing like she's single, girl boss, out
That's
in the
weird.
world.
She's looking for some sort of attention that she's not getting at home.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, clearly. How do you confront her and you open that can of worms, or you just let it happen in the background and pretend it's not
Just have
happening?
a conversation with your mom.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Dear John, so my fiance and I are getting married in 9 months. She's been dress shopping with all her girls for months now, and she found the dress that she loved and bought it. And she was so excited she couldn't keep it a secret. I specifically asked her if she wants God's honest truth and wants me to critique the dress, or if she knows she loves it and just wants to show me. She said she wanted my opinion. She put the dress on and came out of the bathroom, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed. She's a beautiful woman and looks incredible in anything, of course, but the dress is completely different than what she said she wanted. It completely dwarfed her, and it didn't fit the wedding theme she worked hard for.
It dwarfed her?
Yes, she wanted a foresty, magical, and whimsical type theme, but she chose this super sparkly dress with a huge skirt, which looked nothing like the simple, body-hugging, sexy dresses she's been repeatedly showing me. She picked basically a huge Disney princess dress, and I didn't like how it looked at all. She got really quiet and stormed back upstairs and then stormed out of the house and went to her mom's. This is our first major fight, and I'm just so annoyed because I asked if she wanted my real opinion, and she said yes.
John?
Yeah. Use a little discretion when she says, I want your honest opinion. First of all right, this is a day for both of you. You want her to be comfortable, to be confident, to feel good about herself on that day. And if this is the dress that accomplishes all of those things, then you should be happy that she found her dress. It's hard. I mean, I obviously never went through the whole process, but Lisa went through the process of trying to find the perfect dress. And when she found it, you could see the joy on her face, that she was excited about it.
Yes. There's two mistakes here. She should never have showed him beforehand. And he should never have given his honest opinion. Two big mistakes. Did you guys do... I bet neither of you did, because you didn't really have much of a wedding, and the first look photos and the first look before you got married, that was a big thing. We did that. And I actually had two dresses because...
So describe the first look.
So it's like it's the bride and the groom before the ceremony. It's just the two of you, and it's like the first time you see each other on your big day. So it's instead of like seeing your bride as she's walking down the aisle, you see each other together before that moment. So we did that, and I had a major dress issue, and I ended up with two dresses. So I wore one dress for this first look with Colin, and then I wore a different dress for the ceremony.
Were they completely different?
They were pretty different. One was more of a ball gown. One was a tighter fitting. But kind of similar in like material. I don't even think he noticed. I don't even think he noticed. Or did he care?
Dresses.
Yes, he did not notice at all.
He just wanted to make sure it was still you in the dress.
Yes, it was.
All right, this next one. It says, Dear John, my boyfriend has struggled with weight most of his life. His parents are very health conscious, and I think that's where this comes from. He's expressed desire to lose weight, but has struggled with execution. If he has a bad day, fast food, sweets, he'll just skip a meal, 2 or even 3. He'll fast for a day or more at a time. It worries me. I tell him he looks great the way he is. I need advice. How can I help him lose the weight in a healthy way and be supportive?
I mean, first of all, give Ideal You a call.
Free plug.
That's the easy way. It's what worked for me.
But like when people have a cheat day or they're bad, they beat themselves up about it.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to go about it. You can't be strict all the time. It takes the joy out of, a lot of people get joy out of food. A lot of people there's certain things that you like. So, and there's an old saying, hey, be good 90% of the time and 10% of the time. Enjoy some of the things that you love. Maybe that's a method that you could go. But if you're the one that prepares the food, then prepare healthy foods and there's a lot of way to create delicious recipes that cut out a lot of the bad things, and you're always providing this support without him even knowing it. My wife does that all the time. She makes great, healthy meals, and it's been a large part of what helped me transform a couple of years ago when I did sign up with Ideal You to be able to make it even possible.
Yeah, big thing. If you don't buy it, it's not in the house. You can't eat it. But we are human, and you're going to have cravings, and you're going to eat something bad. The point is, weight loss isn't about one day. Look at it as a week's worth of calories in, calories out, right?
Always, it's like investing. It's a delayed reward. You don't see that until a year's time has passed, 5 years' time, 10 years' time. And weight is the same thing. It's not just one day I'm not going to eat and then all of a sudden tomorrow I'm down 20 pounds. It's that delayed result that requires patience and hard work.
Great advice, guys. Last, Dear John, every year my company hosts a picnic for the employees, games, foods, and drink, etc. And one of the events is the water balloon toss. Last year, I dumped a giant bucket of water over my boss, and it created quite the stir. Fast forward to this year, I had something come up and missed the event. Now everyone thinks I'm a coward and not facing the music or retribution. How do I handle this, John? Do I man up and volunteer a punishment, or should I lay low and let it blow over?
Well, first of all, you have to determine if you even care. And so if the answer is no, it's already blown over. And you can take whatever anybody wants to say about you not showing up, especially if you were working. And, I mean, you could turn this around in a number of different ways. Just let it go. Both sides.
It's convenient when you don't have to face the music that you just want to let it go.
I wonder what
Whoever
will
this
happen
person
next
is.
year.
Yeah, next year.
At the next company picnic.
From whoever sent this in.
Maybe schedule it at 10:05 versus noon. I mean, just an idea.
For people who missed it, rewind 7:02. John Jansen called out in a company email. It's 97.1. member of the show had a wild animal in the house. We'll get to it at 9:02. Some of your stories as well. Some ticket text on Dear John. We've got some NFL camp headlines to get to. Texter says, I loved the Dear John segment, but I just don't know anymore. How could I take life advice from someone who's too cowardly to take his punishment from coworkers? If you ask me, John is more of a tiny man than Colin. Love the show. Douglas at work.
So why would it have been? I mean, I would have, had I been able to be there and not working, I would have been on the offensive yet again.
Oh. You wouldn't have just shown up.
Oh, yeah, nobody's going to show up and say, oh, hit me with the water. No. You show up and you go back on offensive.
You're ready for battle.
Of course.
Well, we also got not a ticket text, but a direct text.
Don't be sorry you lost the first time.
Well, Lori, if you're listening.
Oh wait, here comes Lori.
Oh, there she is. Well, here's a text she sent earlier. I'm listening.
She's pretending not to see you.
I know, yes.
She's waving you off.
Uh-huh. Oh, I'm getting the... Yeah, I just wondered, I mean, she doesn't have to be on air. She just has to listen.
She said she's been working since 7:30.
Yeah, you don't have to be on air, Lori. Lori has entered the studio with us. But I think this is relevant. You might want to hear some of this. Okay. Okay, see, you can hear her, so you know she's a live person. She actually is here.
Let's settle this in face-to-face. We don't need to do this battle over text message. What's going on?
Lori hung up on me.
Because you're a bully.
Oh, you're a bully, she says.
Harbor some resentment, do you?
He's not a real bully, but just a fake bully.
Fake bully, which was the implication that you're like this facade tough guy who didn't show up.
Yes.
To see round two.
So read the text. What,
I don't know. I'm not going to read everything she texted me. That's not. She says.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Lori texted you. Okay.
Yeah, this is Lori. She says, Jim, you and Heather are great. John is a clown. John better slow his roll. Homie better slow that roll. Yeah, she was listening earlier.
Oh, wow.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know I sent her the time. She went back on the Odyssey app to listen to it. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you got entertainment out of it. I did as well.
I feel like I can cut the tension here. Like I feel tension.
I know.
There's a stare down going.
There is.
The temperature did lower a little bit. It got kind of cold in here.
You said she doesn't work. I think that's where you really crossed over.
I didn't say she doesn't work. I just said it would be nice to be able to take an afternoon to just play games.
Yeah, that's what did it. Lori, thank you so much. We appreciate you stopping by.
Thank you, even though I wasn't there, for all the hard work that you put in. Oh, trust me, I watch my six all day.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
Other ticket texts. Heather, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah.
It's tense.
She's more worried about me, I think. Yeah.
Dear John, how do I continue to love my football program who was caught cheating? Do I disown them even though they won the national title? So, if you want to send these in, you got to do them via email, and we'll get to them next Thursday. Sure. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. Lori needs to let it play out, reads the ticket text.
Sure.
See where this goes.
I mean, this is not the last company picnic, is it?
I wouldn't think so. What else we got in the ticket text? This one says that first woman has mental illness, John. Do not defend that mom who's created a second life for herself.
It's weird. It certainly is weird.
It's very
but
weird.
My only point was there does come a realization, and I had this realization with coaches as well, because they become like father figures to you while you're playing for them, especially in college, that they do have they're real people. Like they have lives. And when you come to that realization, I think it's a great realization that you come to for your parents, because eventually you become a parent and your kids, to a certain extent, to a certain age, hold you on a certain pedestal. And then all of a sudden, if they find out that you are human, that there are things that you can have fun with, or that you have your faults, that's kind of the biggest realization. You're like, oh man,
your parents aren't perfect. But this is another level of delusion, which is maybe why it ended up in Dear John. You need help, you need advice, DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. All right, we got some NFL headlines to hit. And we begin with the holdouts in the Bay Area, holdouts plural. The latest, it's Trent Williams.
Boy, nobody saw this one coming either.
Nope.
He is
36 years old. He has no guarantees left in his contract.
But 3 years left on it.
Kyle Shanahan said, I knew this could be a possibility. John, your thoughts?
Well, love the fact that Ayuk is not practicing. Any type of drama, let's just call it drama, at contenders for what the Lions want to accomplish is enjoyable to watch. And Ayuk is there, but not practicing. He wants a contract extension past this year. We saw it with Deebo Samuel a couple years ago. And to complicate matters, while he is asking for a new contract, they went and gave Christian McCaffrey a nice little bump, a couple extra years. Now Trent Williams, who nobody really saw this coming, he's not even there. Not that he's not practicing. He's not even there. He's going to get more money, some guarantees, some things pushed forward because he is the second best tackle in the NFL.
I love hearing you say that.
He should be paid, for what his value is. And so when he gets that done, and Ayuk is still sitting there with no extension and no more money, it just creates more drama.
Say that a little louder for Rico Beard in the back. The second best tackle.
Second best tackle, yeah. And okay, go ahead and ask me who the best one is.
John, who's the best tackle?
That would be Penei Sewell here in Detroit.
Another storyline, CeeDee Lamb did not travel with the team out to California, officially holding out per Tom Pelissero.
This is no surprise. The drama here is that Dak Prescott, who has handled every single year that he's been in the last year of his contract perfectly, because he is not one of the top 5, I don't even think top 10 quarterback, but always finds a way to get paid. He's a great dude. And I think he's a really good leader for the team, but he just hasn't been able to come through when it matters most. That on top of CeeDee Lamb, his number one target, and there was a stat on SportsCenter this morning about Dak Prescott's QBR when CeeDee Lamb is on the field, which he's been on the field for like 95% of the pass attempts for Dak Prescott. It's 3 times higher when CeeDee Lamb's on the field versus when he's not.
They do not have a number 2. Right. It's a one-man show in the passing game. Steelers quarterback room. Everybody's wanting to know how the reps will be split between Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. Mike Tomlin said very carefully with a sly smile. So no answer.
Yeah, and we kind of all have somewhat enjoyed the train wreck the last few years that has been Russell Wilson. We saw it in Denver, and he's got some weird traits, interesting traits. I'm curious as to how this is going to work itself out throughout the course of training camp, because Justin Fields, you're going to have some of the team that wants him to be their starting quarterback. You're going to have some of the team that wants Russell Wilson because of his, track record. Let's see what happens. Drama.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Oh.
Burrow's back, sporting an Eminem-like haircut. Bleached blonde buzz cut. Back again, Slim Burrow.
Yeah, and he said he did it because he was bored. Boredom, bleach your hair. That's the first thing you go to.
He's back at practice.
Yeah, it looks weird.
And he's back again.
Looks weird.
All right, there are some NFL headlines. We'll mix these in now that football is back throughout the show. 9 o'clock hour. Wild animal in the house. We'll get to it after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Dan Campbell asked about Jameson Williams losing his lunch during the first day of training camp following a pretty electric touchdown in practice. The theme of training camp day 1 for the Lions was putting in work. Campbell and the players all reiterated they know they can't slow down if they want to get back to where they were last season. Kirby Joseph says that he can already see a sense of urgency and work ethic in the team's defense. And backup quarterback Hendon Hooker getting some good reviews as he and Nate Sudfeld rotate as the number 2 behind Jared Goff to begin camp. Although the Tigers' bats went MIA, starter Jack Flaherty certainly didn't hurt his trade value as he went 6 scoreless innings against Cleveland in a 2-1 loss for Detroit, who dropped back to 3 games under 500. Manager A.J. Hinch thought Jack looked pretty great out there, obviously. Flaherty should be a top rental target with the trade deadline coming up on Tuesday. Meanwhile, Niners head coach Kyle Shanahan claims that he did offer Bill Belichick a spot on his staff for the 2024 season, but the legendary coach turned it down. Shanahan said he was just shooting his shot. And the Wolverines will take their turn at Big Ten Media Day. They'll actually be the final team to take the podium in the conference at 12:45 this afternoon with Sharon Moore and 3 players in Indy. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We'll talk Jameson Williams' vomit-inducing play coming up at 9:35 this morning. 97.1, Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Greg behind the glass. And we just learned from Villar that the newsroom ladies love Joe Burrow, but they hate this haircut.
Oh, they love Joe Burrow. Maybe not as much anymore, though.
But it's just hair, you guys.
It looks like a Q-tip.
I'm not saying it's like a great look. I'm just saying, but it is, especially men's hair.
I've
Like,
asked my
it's
wife
gonna
before
grow.
if I could try shaving my head just to, see how it went, and she refuses to let me.
But it would
She
grow
won't
back
allow me to do
pretty
it.
quickly.
But no, I can't even try.
I mean, you could.
What would you do?
don't
What would
have
she
to
do if
listen
you
to
just
her.
showed up one morning?
Apparently divorce or murder. I don't know. It's pretty serious.
Yeah, not even given the chance to let it grow
My
back.
hair's pretty stupid anyway, so I don't know why she won't let me just try it.
You do have
It's like this weird curly thick
Yeah.
mess Brillo pad llama thing I got going on.
It's like Justin Timberlake. Just think of that.
Aw.
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
less,
Like he's
maybe
got,
less drinking and driving, but
well, I didn't say you
Yeah.
had to do everything he does,
Yeah.
but he's got the curls.
then it begs the question: what do you give for a Christmas present?
what do I get?
No, what do you give?
Oh,
Because
what do I
Justin
give?
Timberlake has that Saturday Night Live skit with
In a box?
The,
Yes.
in the box.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think she liked that either.
All right. Chris Villar.
All right, I got to go hose down the newsroom ladies at the
Okay.
about the Joe Burrow talk.
All right. We had a member of the show dealing with a wild animal in the house. All right, fess up. What happened?
So we like to share some life events that happen, on a daily basis. They're unique to us, but we find out as we ask our listeners, they become very common because people have had run-ins with wild animals and in different situations that we like to share. So I'll go back a few weeks. My wife has a really nice wreath that hangs on our front door. And it changes from season to season, and new ones pop up. But at this time of the year, especially in the spring, some of those, as people will, I'm sure, understand, birds like to make a nest in. We had a couple of weeks ago a nest that had been created in the front door wreath. I opened the door in the morning because I park on the street, driveway's full with the kids' cars. So a bird flies off. It kind of startles you. Obviously, I'm not expecting that. So when I get home from work that day, no bird there, so I remove the nest. There's no eggs in it. I just remove the nest so that the bird doesn't come back to the front door.
Sure.
I thought I took care of the problem. Yesterday, as I'm leaving with coffee and a bottle of water in one hand, my backpack, and, an extra set of shoes because, a different wardrobe too because I had to go to a second job afterwards, which
to
we
look
already
good for
talked
Charles
about
Woodson, we know.
with Lori. My hands were full. I opened the door, and I'm stunned again by a bird that leaps from the wreath, and this time it hits me in the side of the head. and you hear the flutter, so I know what it is. A bird hits me in the side of the head. I make a move to avoid the bird, and I thought the bird flew out. But then I got a text message yesterday during the show from Grand Slam Ellie. No, the bird was in the house. It had made its way up to it was thankfully our guest room instead of one of the kids' rooms. And so I said, okay, I'll tell you what, close the door, and there's a bathroom door, there's a room door, close it, bar it so that it stays in there. And the story that she had was she saw like the bird's feet underneath the door, and she thought at first, she's like, well, Dad, there's a mouse in the house. I said, I don't think so. We just had the exterminators come out, all this stuff. And so I said, it must be the bird that hit me in the head. And so their initial reaction was, well, let's go to the Ring doorbell. We want to see this.
Is there footage of this?
There's not, because I was still in
You were in the house. You were in the door,
Yeah,
so
in the door.
Damn
Yeah.
it.
So there may be some words. And Lucy had said, yeah, Dad, I heard you swear. I'm like, yeah. So I was startled. And so this bird is in the guest room. And now I'm tasked with, when I get home, finding the bird and then getting the bird to either fly out one of the windows or capturing the bird and getting it outside. Doors are still closed. Bird's in there. I walk in, and the kids are all like, Dad, you can't kill the bird. I'm like, I'm not trying to kill the bird. I want it to fly out. I don't want to do anything other than make it fly out. So I go in, close the doors so it's still trapped. I take the screens out of the windows, and I leave the windows, like from the top, I leave a little bit of space in case it gets hit against the window and works its way up. It can find a way out. Or maybe it just hits the home run shot and it just goes straight through the bottom of the window. So there's room on both sides for it to get out. 2 windows, no screens, prepared, ready for it to go. But there's always this little bit of anxiety because I don't know where this bird is. And so I look under the bed, don't see anything. And I'm thinking as soon as I do, the bird is, going to shoot out, hit me in the head again, and hopefully fly out the window. Can't find it. I look for 20 minutes. Can't find the bird because the kids had then sent me a video of the bird was in the closet and it was kind of flying around behind the clothes. You could see the clothes moving. So I go over there and I'm poking at the clothes, waiting for the bird to fly out. Eventually I found out it was underneath the bed. I poke it a little bit and get it to, move out of the other side. So it's sitting on the floor and I could tell that it doesn't look like it's going to fly.
Yeah.
Didn't want to. Maybe it had gotten a wing hurt on something in
Or
there.
was enjoying a nice cozy day in your house.
It was terrified.
It was ill. Yes.
I bet.
And so by this time I had a bit of an audience. Lucy came in because she wanted to make sure that I was kind and gentle to this bird.
Dad, don't hurt the
job,
bird.
Lucy.
So I had a tennis racket with me.
Oh, God.
Just in case I was attacked by this little Tweety bird.
I was going to say, John, the bird's not going to... Come on now.
So this has happened to me before, not a bird, but another story. And we do invite. Have you had wild animals gain access to your house in any way, shape, or form? How did you handle it? How did you get them out? And so I gently set the tennis racket down on top of the bird. I was able to get a shoebox next to it and shuffle the bird into the shoebox, close it up. All right. Lucy, here you go. And I don't want it. Take it outside, open it up, see if it'll fly away.
I don't want it.
Yeah.
I wasn't giving it to you as a gift.
Right, yes. Take this out. Because I had to put the screens back in. I didn't want another bird to fly in the house.
Been just your luck.
Yeah, put the screens back on. We go outside, open up the box, and the bird wasn't going to fly. It eventually passed away.
Oh.
By its own natural means.
It was probably so scared. It just
had a heart attack.
Yeah.
That's what I told the kids. I'm like, it probably was scared. I don't know. So, yeah, then I had to, move a dead body.
Did you hold a funeral for it?
No.
Bury it?
No. It was off in the woods somewhere.
Okay. Heather?
We had almost the exact same situation happen to us right after I gave birth to Brooks. It was in December. I was on maternity leave, so it was cold. So it was a little different. Colin opened the door. We just put Emily down to bed. So it was in the evening. It was dark. And all of a sudden I hear the screaming and the dogs are going crazy. 2 birds flew into our house. They were on the wreath hanging on our door. Unfortunately, the dog got one of them, killed one bird. And then this other bird was just flying around our house. And it was a little different because it took us a long time to get it into one room. And here I am, I've got this newborn baby and I was like, do not let this bird come anywhere near me, right? So I just took Brooks to the basement. We hung out down there as I hear just this like banging around upstairs because it ended up going up onto like the chandelier above the front door, right? And it was like perch, and then it kept flying into the, so we've got like a window above the door and it kept flying into the window. So I kept hearing just this like, just it tried to get outside and it couldn't. And finally,
I can see freedom. It's so close.
Colin has like a broom because it was so up high. Like you needed something along to try to hit this bird
and
to
Colin's
get it out of.
He's vertically challenged.
Yeah, so
to
he
get all the
needed
way
like
up.
Extra extension.
Yeah. Anyway, we finally got it into one room and we did what you guys did. We opened the windows, took off the screens, but it was freezing outside. So then the house started to get really cold because we had these windows and we had the front door open forever trying to and we read about that at night, like they'd like to fly towards light. So we turned on the outdoor lights, kept all the lights off inside, and it was freezing. And I kept picturing images like the squirrel from Christmas Vacation. I pictured it was going to be complete chaos. I was like, pictures are going to be off the wall. Like this bird's going to fly all over and poop all over the place. And it was just terrified. And it eventually got outside. And I hope that one didn't die since the dog got a hold of one of them.
So you got birds. People have had bats, I'm sure. We
Oh,
watched
yeah.
stories on the ticket text.
When I lived up north, I had a bat. That ended in a tennis racket.
Texture says, one time both my toddlers woke up at the same time. Talk about wild animals. Josh in Brighton.
Yeah.
The
wildest.
The closest call that I've had. So famously, we have a catio because we don't want our cat to just roam around outside, get hit by a car, get lost, whatever. So he still gets his outside space in this luxurious catio. But before we purchased the catio, there was an incident where the door was left open and he got outside. We came back and there was blood on our hardwood floor because he had captured and killed
Thank goodness
something.
it wasn't on your couch.
A mouse, a chipmunk.
And we were looking, we want to find like the carcass, right? Like where is this? Did he hide it somewhere?
It's been disemboweled.
It's in a litter box.
Right. Well, we looked everywhere and couldn't find it. So I wonder if he was toying with it.
Did he just eat it whole?
I don't know. He has this he's got he's a cat. He's got a hunting, prey drive. He must have caught something or damaged or injured something. Maybe it scurried out bloodied from our house and you had a trail going from the door. Yeah. So that's the closest call we've had.
Yeah. On Twitch, there's one of the individuals. I deal with birds constantly at his shop. I have a hole with open access to my boiler room, so they're always nesting there. Can't bring myself to get rid of it or remove it. Nice.
If there's no eggs, I think you can remove it.
Yeah.
If there's no babies.
Right. Oh, yeah. I mean, so that's what I did originally when I thought I solved the problem. There's no eggs in it. I'm like, okay, I'll just remove this. Won't come back. And there it was. Here's another one. Our 17-pound dog used to catch birds out of the air, bring them into the house dead. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, our cat would love if a bird got in the house. It'd be like the Super Bowl. I mean, he'd be dialed in, tracking it. He'd wait for it to settle and those reflexes.
Here's one from Wrigley's mom.
Yeah.
Does Costa think he's cool having a catio?
Oh, I think it's very cool. Heather's nodding.
He does. Yes, he thinks
that was
it's cool.
you nodding that it's
yes, that was me nodding it. Yes, he thinks it's cool.
That
yes,
wasn't you
yes,
saying
he
it
does.
is cool,
No.
that I think it's cool.
Yes, that you think it is
They're
cool.
going to catch on one of these
Heather.
decades. 248-539-9797. Wild animals in the home. We'll get to JMO's vomit-inducing play, the headliner from day one at Lions training camp. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Birds, bats, wild animals in the house. Your stories, we get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Couple quick ticket texts. My dog brought a live possum into the house. It did not play dead.
Oh.
We had to throw a bath towel over it, scoop it up. It was a whole ordeal.
Yeah. Possums can look mean, too.
Oh, they're ugly little suckers.
Well, that goes along with it, yeah.
A lot of this is dog related. My dog brought a dead bunny carcass into my girlfriend who was waking up out of a slumber. She was half awake, didn't see the bunny's legs hanging out of the mouth, went to pet him, let out a blood-curdling scream, made me take the dogs back outside and clean up the scene.
What's so crazy though is the dogs are so excited. Like they think they
I
like
brought
look
you
at
a prize.
look what I got. Look at what I got. Look what I did. Look at this, Mom. Look at this. And then it's like, oh gosh.
The other way to look at that is you might be lucky. You got 2 rabbit's feet.
I'm sure she thought she was real lucky. Let's get to Gary and Wixom. You're on 97.1.
Hi, how are you?
Good morning.
Good morning. So, my family has a place up north, and my wife and I went up to get away for a weekend for our anniversary, and we're in bed. I'm in bed sleeping, and my wife got up and to go to the bathroom, and as she's doing her business, a bat starts crotch diving at her while she's doing her business. And all of a sudden, I just hear a big scream, and what's going on? So I jump out of bed, and she's still screaming as the bat is doing multiple crotch dives while she's doing her business.
Gary, I know this is a traumatic moment, but John can't stop laughing. He just can't. We've lost John. So how did this get resolved?
So she goes. So I go running in, see I don't know if there's a bear in the place or what. So she comes running out, closes the door, and she says, "There's a bat in there, and he keeps coming at me while I'm trying to go to the bathroom." So I'm going, wow, this is crazy. So how it got resolved is I put some camo gear on, and I go in there and I find a way to, I got a net, and I trap it against the wall, and then I get it out the bathroom window. But now this is 8 years later, and she has PSTD about going up there because all she can think of is the bat attacking her.
Gary, why did you need the camo?
It just seemed like the right thing to do to put some additional gear on.
Is your bathroom
'Cause
like
I wanted
camouflage themed? Like what's the color scheme in this bathroom? I just love the detail of you like preparing to go to battle to get this bat out of the bathroom. Which was, what was he doing
again? I didn't want to
again?
go in there in my shorts and a T-shirt, so I put grabbed some camo that's there and just put it on so it didn't start attacking me.
Right, you need
Plus,
to
I
protect.
needed to hide.
Yes.
I wanted to be part of nature.
But you weren't in nature, you were in the bathroom. But it was the element of surprise, and you don't want it to crotch dive at him either.
And you need to wear protection.
The amount of times he said crotch dive.
But couldn't quite say it, which made it even better.
Funnier. Then he's talking about his wife, and he mixes up the letters and this PSTD.
Well, I hope she didn't get that.
Is that serious?
That's a new one.
I don't know how we move on to another caller, but we have more to get to.
That's the caller of the year. P.S. My wife has a PSTD.
Because of a bat.
What was going on in that bathroom?
Goodness gracious.
Hope you can't catch it from a toilet seat.
All right, John. Dave in Grass Lake. Dave, good morning.
Good morning. My sister-in-law lives in Montague, Michigan, in town. She had a deer jump through her window and into the house.
Ooh.
She's in her sewing room sewing, and she hears a crash, and she stops and listens, doesn't hear anything more, so then she hears some more noise and opens the door and hears the deer coming down the hall at her. slams the door, calls 911, and the 911 operator says, well, we would think this is a prank call, except the workers on the house across the street from you have already called it in. The police are on the way. So she waits till the police get there, and they get in the house. She comes out, and in the back of the house, there's a window broken. They jumped out the back of the house. So
that's a lot of damage.
2 broken windows. And in the back of the house is like a 20-foot drop down to because the house is built on a cliff.
Uh-huh.
So I said, well, we'll see the deer at the bottom of the cliff. They didn't.
It got away.
Jumped out the window, went all the way down, and took off.
Or flew.
Oh, man.
She was 91 when that happened.
What time of year was
my
this?
Oh, my
gosh.
goodness.
Wow.
Whoa. Heather implied this was Rudolph. What time of year was this?
I'm just saying. If it wasn't
was
at
in
the
the
bottom.
spring.
Okay.
when
Well,
Christmas
it was
time.
lost. Still makes sense. Hey, good stuff, Dave. Appreciate it.
Oh, my goodness. I can't get over the guy putting on camo to go in the bathroom. That is so classic.
Quote, I wanted to be part of nature. So good.
Oh.
Ticket Texter says, did the bat smoke a cigarette after? Signed, Freddie. There's plenty of that I'm not going to read, but you guys are having fun on the Ticket Text. Do you want to take more of these? We can push news back a few minutes.
Yes.
I'm sure we got some stories. Kevin in Marysville, you're on 97.1.
Hi, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Good.
Hey, so my wife and I come home from a wedding. We got to pick our kids up. So I have to basically take an emergency bowel movement. So I go in and sit down, and I can hear something moving around in the shower, and I don't think anything of it. Next thing you know, the bat comes flying out of there, and he buzzes me while I'm on the toilet. Well, it shocked the heck out of me, so I've been running out of the bathroom with my pants down to my knees, and my wife and kid are looking at me like, what in the heck is going on? I'm like, there's a friggin' bat in the bathroom. So I gather myself, and I go back in there to look for him, and the poor little bugger, I must have scared the hell out of him because he's wrapped around the soap just shaking. Anything like that before. So, yeah,
It's an experience.
Unbelievable.
Hope you don't have PSTD following that one. PSTD.
I scared the crap out of the bat. Yeah, right. So, yeah, can't make that up.
No, you
guys.
certainly can. Thank you for calling.
What are the odds? We get 2 crotch-related bat stories in 10 minutes? This is not where you thought this was going to go. But I'm thrilled that this is where we are.
And on Twitch, I got to find it here. Our weather predictor, cyclonic vortex, who had crotch dived and PSTD on the animal story bingo card. Not me at all. Not me at all. But I
wrote down
am
PSTD
so
when he said it because I was like, wait,
yeah.
what did he?
Did I hear that right?
Or
Yes.
have I been saying it
Yeah.
wrong? Am I wrong? Wait, what is this?
Oh, man.
That was glorious.
That's
Might
a
have to replay
great
that one later.
descriptor. Yes. Yeah.
I don't know, Greg, if we want to play that at the end of the show here for
Yeah.
people. We do need to get to J-Mo, his vomit-inducing play, Lions training camp storylines. We took a little pit stop here, and John's going to wrap up our conversation. John on a cell, you're on 97.1.
Hey, well, first of all, my story, I wasn't on the toilet. Okay, so it's a nut story. Laying in the bed, my fiance, this is like 10 years ago. I'm in an apartment in Southfield. Something's flying around, and like it's a mosquito or something. I'm thinking it's a mosquito flying around. I'm like, wow, it's flying around. I reach over, I have one of those touch lights. You need to touch the light and it comes on. I reach over, touch the light. It's a big bat flying around in my bedroom, in the apartment.
Oh.
Big, gigantic bat. So my fiance, of course, she's brave. She gets under the bed. So I get up, open the door up to the bedroom to put it out in the living room. It flies around. This thing is so big, it's knocking over trophies. It's knocking pictures off my wall. It's knocking stuff down everywhere. So I said, okay, I'm going to go to the balcony. I'm in a high-rise apartment. I'm going to go to the balcony, open it up, let him fly out of here. He wouldn't go out. He kept flying toward my front door, to the hallway. So guess what I did? I let him in the hallway. Let him out the hallway, and there he went. My problems are over. So I thought. 3 days later, during the day, come home from work, what's on my door? The bat's just sitting there like waiting on me.
Oh, he had your
oh
number.
Oh, my God. He had my number. Well, he didn't get in, though. He flew around. I went back in my apartment. Hey, it's not my apartment anymore, so whatever.
Oh, man, a big one. We're flying around, too. Bats are...
Gigantic.
They're
so
nasty.
Well, but they're so quick as well. They
They're
dart
gross.
around. They fly different than birds, normal birds.
Heather, you had some Olympic stuff in your news.
I did.
Hunter in Clarkston wants to know, is crotch diving an Olympic sport?
It might be. Must wear camo.
We had a lot of bats in the bathroom.
Wow. We will replay that call before the show is over. Greg has given me the thumbs up. We're going to talk
What
about
was his name?
Gary.
Gary.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Gary.
We're going to talk a little football next. Jameson Williams, breakout candidates. What was that? 97-1. Quote, Camo just seemed like the right thing to do is a highlight-worthy soundbite, Gilly, at work. I wonder how long it took Gary to get that bat out of there, given how long it took him to tell the story. Texter says he should have let the Bat and the Beaver go at it. The Bat story is proof. Blank is undefeated, never lost. Bat was looking for the Bat Cave. You guys are great. We will replay the call if you missed it. We're going to play it for Doug and Gator at the end of the show. Let's talk a little football. Lions training camp. We're excited. We're going to be out there all next week. The headline from yesterday, Jameson Williams highlight. Deep play, touchdown. Then he threw up after it. He said it was something he ate. But he is a guy poised for a breakout season. His teammates say he looks faster, more comfortable. All the local papers are writing about Jameson Williams. And John, I know you said this. We don't even have the pads on yet, but there is a real belief that J-Mo could break out, right? He finally has some runway. There's no setbacks before they begin the season, no suspensions, no injuries. He's ready to go.
Sorry, I had a hiccup.
What was that? You good?
Oh.
Yes. I must have been laughing. I must have swallowed too much air while I was laughing. But
you want one more? It says crotch diving is not an Olympic sport, but certainly happens in the Olympic Village. Anyway, none of this makes sense unless you heard Gary will play it again.
Yeah.
J-Mo as a breakout candidate, John. Let me just ask you, do you expect a breakout, and who is the player you most want to break out for the Lions?
So I do expect a breakout for J-Mo. And I think we've heard from Dan Campbell, we've always asked about these different players in regards to, all right, when are we going to see more Jahmyr Gibbs? Doesn't he deserve more touches? We heard Ben Johnson in the offseason. We're going to be able to use him in such creative ways. And they brought him along at a measured pace. The same thing with J-Mo in regards to, okay, he was injured. We got a chance to see him at the very end of his rookie year, but they weren't going to rush, and nor should they have, the recovery of the ACL. It was going to heal, and he was going to get strength. He was going to be ready to go whenever he was medically cleared. But even when he was, right, it was one catch that he had. And so there's just always been this expectation and hope for more from J-Mo. And then last year, the suspension at the beginning of the season, and he even went into it with a hamstring issue. So who knows if he would have been able to play in those first few games anyway. But it was the drops that we heard about in training camp. Then when he was back, we heard from Dan Campbell, hey, we're going to bring him along at a measured pace. We're not going to put too much on him. There's no pressure. He'll get there when he gets there. And all of us are sitting there going, he was the number 12 overall pick. We want more.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the guardrails are gone. He is wide receiver 2, has to be wide receiver 2 behind Amon-Ra St. Brown. And I'm not talking about targets. I'm not talking about Laporta or Gibbs or anybody else. It is wide receiver 1, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Wide receiver 2 is J-Mo. And he's playing with more confidence, which is going to give the appearance that he's faster. He is where he's supposed to be, when he's supposed to be there. He's making catches. That comes with confidence as well. So he's playing with more confidence. But this is this is a monster season. As fans, we want to see more from J-Mo. We want to see what it was that they saw in him, which we all saw in college, that justified the number 12 overall pick, but it's production. For him, it's even bigger because next offseason, they're going to either pick up or decline his fifth-year option going into your fourth year. It's what happens. So for him, if he wants to be here, if he wants them to pick up that fifth-year option, then he goes out, has a monster year, performs as we all want him to do. He adds another element to the offense. He makes things easier for Amon-Ra St. Brown, for Laporta, for Gibbs. He makes things better for the offense. And yes, I do think he is a candidate to have the breakout season. The guy that I want to see have a breakout season is Jack Campbell. I was more bullish on him last year than most. Watching him play, I thought he did everything that was expected of him. And just like J-Mo, just like Gibbs, they brought him along at a pace. They didn't expect too much out of him early. They were very cautious in how they used him. They let him, figure things out. And by the end of the year, I thought he was playing really good football. Didn't get the headlines. But I think this year, all eyeballs should be on Jack Campbell because he is going to be used, much like Gibbs on offense, in creative ways because of his athletic ability, because of his explosiveness, because of the talent that he brings to this defense and this team. Plus, he's going to be given so many more opportunities.
With J-Mo, I think there was this narrative that the media was trying to run him out of town. Let me be very clear. I think he's poised for a massive season. He's the missing piece of this offense. He's the guy that takes the top off the defense, puts the safeties in conflict. You can't cheat down in the box, and if you do back off, the Lions can run it on you. He is poised for a breakout season. And I don't know what the numbers are going to look like because there's a lot of mouths to feed and they want to run the ball, but I think you could conservatively double his yardage from a year ago. That put him in the right around 750. If you think he could have 1,000 yards, I won't rule it out. This offense could go from top 5 to 1, period. The best in football, the most dominant in football, with J-Mo taking a leap. So you could say that's what I want to see more than anything else, and I want to see it. But to me, it's about defense. They're bad in the red zone, 30th in the red zone, 25th in points allowed last season. Lions defense got to get a lot better, and they were better at the end of the season last year. The guy I want to break out the most is Aleem McNeil. And I think he's poised for it too, just like J-Mo. Contract year, you talk about the importance of having a big year financially for these guys. That's added incentive. And I think with DJ Reader playing in the middle, occupying double teams, bigger dude, it puts McNeil in positions where he's going to get one-on-ones. And his 5 sacks last year could turn into 10 sacks. And we talk about interior pressure. Quickest way to the quarterback. Game changer. You can't step up in the pocket, and you don't even get a chance to roll out of the pocket because the play's dead. And we've seen it with Donald. We've seen it with Chris Jones, Quinnen Williams, what a dominant player in the middle means. And I don't think McNeil's those guys, but given the way the defense is set up, could he have a season
could have an impact
where
like
he
that.
has that kind of impact? Yeah, I think that's what's on the table for him. We're going to have some of your thoughts on the Ticket Text phone calls, 248-539-9797. First, Heather's News.
So tomorrow, supposed to be a nice sunny day. Go and get your car washed. Westbourne Car Washes in Dearborn Heights will be donating 50% of their proceeds at both locations to the family of the fallen Melvindale officer, Mohammed Saeed. So this is a really great cause. And the owner of the car wash says that the tragedy hit really close to home because he comes from a law enforcement family. And he said every time his brother would leave the house, he knew that there was a chance he may never see him again. So they just wanted to do something to give back to that family to help alleviate the burden that comes from burying a child. So if you need a car wash, you're in that area, head on down, go get your car washed, or, make a donation to the car wash, whatever is easier, but might as well just get your car washed at the same time. Yeah, it's a really great cause for sure. This story, man, listen to this. A Michigan teen who's been missing since May has been found. Now the teen,
wild.
It's wild. Also, I'm not trying to make a joke of this, but her name is literally Pennywise.
Yep.
Oh, the
Penny
clown?
first.
Penelope,
Right.
but she
Okay.
goes
Yeah.
by Penny.
Penny's first name.
Wise.
Last name.
Which is what shouldn't have stuck out to me the most, but that's what stuck
yeah.
out to me the most when I read
It's
this
the
article. I was
creepy
like, her
clown.
name
Yeah.
is Pennywise?
Yeah.
Anyway, her name is Pennywise. She's from Kent County. And she was found living and actually engaged to a 44-year-old man from Rockford. She is 17 years old. The family says, obviously, they are ecstatic that she has been found. Haven't been able to see her yet because she's been in police custody. There's an investigation going on, so she's been working with police. Anyway, hopefully they'll be reunited with her as well. They said she voluntarily left home on May 31st, and he was a complete stranger when she
At that
met
time?
him. Yeah, and it sounds like they got engaged pretty quickly after that. She's been living with him ever since. And they say what's the worst part of all of this is that despite the fact that investigators believe this guy was helping her, evade authorities and her family, he's most likely not going to face any criminal charges because they say there's nothing
She's
that
over
fits
16.
the bill.
Yeah.
Yes, and these charges that he could face are only applied to the victim if they're 16 years old or younger. And because she was 17, there's not these charges that are fitting the bill, which is, it seems
Concerning.
wild,
Yeah.
right?
And super creepy.
Very much so. Jim, you planned your last vacation around food,
Yeah.
right? You went to go eat pizza. Well, now maybe next time you can plan your vacation around friendly people. So there's a Newsweek just put together a ranking of all 50 states based on how friendly the people are there to tourists who visit.
Okay.
Sitting in at the top spot of the friendliest people, or the state with the friendliest people, Minnesota.
Oh, I buy that.
Have you been there before?
I have been. Very nice people.
I have too. Very nice.
Midwest nice.
Yep, exactly. That's followed by Tennessee, South Carolina, Texas, and Wyoming. Round
So I
out
was
the
in
top
Tennessee
five.
this summer, and I would agree they're very nice down there.
I've never been to Tennessee.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, there's a lot to do, right? If you want to go to
Yeah.
the city, there's Nashville. You could do Gatlinburg if you want to get out
Yeah.
in the wilderness more.
I want to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put
Just
your
haven't been
camo
yet.
on.
The question, put your camo on. Where is Michigan?
We're kind of right in the middle, a little below average, 28. We're ranked at.
Okay.
Are we rude?
No, I don't think.
I don't think we're rude. No.
But if we're in the
Sometimes
bottom
I think
half,
we
that's
could
what
be
that's saying.
friendlier. Like
I think maybe
if I'm going for walks in the neighborhood or on a trail, like the amount of people that either just put their head down and walk right by, they don't wave, they don't smile. It's kind of disturbing. Or they drive by in a car and always wave and they just act like they don't see you.
Yeah. Root State,
Yes.
New York, followed by Arkansas,
Shocker.
Delaware, Massachusetts, and New Jersey.
Heather with the news. It's 97.1. The most popular names on the ticket text for your breakout Lion. Who do you want it to be? J-Mo's grabbing the early headlines, and he's getting a lot of love on the text. He's the guy that makes this offense elite, number one, unstoppable, whatever word you want to use. We've also gotten votes for James Houston. This desire to have a buddy for Aiden Hutchinson. If he can be what he was at the end of 2022, would that not transform this defense? Some love for the rookies. Could you imagine if Terrion Arnold hits the ground running immediately in his first season? Or Ennis Rakestraw. Brian Branch is getting love. I know he's hurt right now, but the instincts, he's going to be ready when the season begins. He could take a leap this season and be a borderline all-pro guy on defense. Wouldn't that make a big difference for this team?
Oh, sure. And we always talk about McNeil, Reed, or Hutch up front. And the question is always, who's going to be opposite Aiden Hutchinson? And, James Houston in passing downs should be that guy. And I hope he is. Hope he gets back to what we saw in the 8 games of his rookie season. But there are a number of other players. Josh Paschal. We keep waiting for him to take that step forward. Maybe this is the year where he has a breakout season. John Kaminsky is kind of the workhorse. I don't expect his production to go way up, but he's been consistent and he's been present. But then you've got Marcus Davenport, where I think the risk is low because going in that he's had a history of injuries. He's also had a history of, when he's healthy, playing very well. The reward, the payoff on that minor gamble, I think could pay huge dividends.
Broderick Martin, another name on the ticket text. Yeah. There's a few defensive linemen that they've stockpiled that have not had that breakout yet, and they might not, to be fair. I mean, Onwuzurike, I'm skeptical about. Broderick Martin, still very much a project, not counting on much from him. Even Josh Paschal, I mean, it's a second-round pick that has not popped the way, and maybe this is unfair, the other Brad Holmes second-round picks have, the Laportas and the Branches.
Other than Onwuzurike.
Right. So Paschal is in that Onwuzurike category more than he is the Branch and Laporta category. This is a big year for him to either be part of this or, hey, dude, you're not part of this.
Yeah. And we mention a lot of guys on defense because I think that's where we can see the biggest impact by individuals making this defense better. Offensively, there are plenty of guys that could have improved seasons. And I'm not going to sit there and say, hey, Laporta, that's the best we're going to get. No, I think he continues to improve. And you could say, if he gets over 1,000 yards, if he gets, 1,200 yards, 1,300 yards, is that a breakout season?
100 catches? I mean,
sure.
I don't know.
I mean, I expect him to continue to. The only one that I would take out of the category of a breakout season would be Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Him and Penei Sewell were all pros. They already broke out.
Yeah.
Now, I think you could say Gibbs. I mean, it'd be harder because he's splitting the workload.
Well, and he ended up having a really good rookie season. So there's certain expectations, and I don't know how far above those you have to go to be a breakout player.
So he was much better even in the second half than the first half, which makes sense, right? You adjust to the flow and you get more opportunities. If Montgomery were to miss a stretch of games and Gibbs got a full workload, could he challenge to be
CMC?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he's better than CMC, but I think CMC was the only guy who averaged more yards per carry. If the workload's there for Gibbs, I think there's breakout potential even as good as he was a year ago. There's more there for him.
Well, and for him, it comes down to more than just carries. You've got to include touches because he is so good at catching the ball out of the backfield. And here's where I think we're going to see more of Montgomery and Gibbs on the field at the same time.
Yeah.
Because then, first of all, who's getting the ball? How are they getting the ball? And the different, creative ways that Ben Johnson can make that, and the deception of trying to find out, okay, you could go up to the line of scrimmage with 2 or 3 plays, and this is the beauty of having a calm, collected, smart quarterback. He's going to put you in the best play possible for the defense that's presenting itself, and even after it's snapped, you're going to have 2 or 3 options. So do they cover Gibbs out of the backfield? Well, if they do, maybe you hand the ball off to Montgomery. If they do that, you throw a quick pass to Laporta or Amon-Ra St. Brown, or you say, hey, you know what? They've got everything covered short. Let's chuck it deep to J-Mo. That's the beauty of all of the weapons that this offense has been able to accumulate.
Guy we didn't mention today, not a breakout candidate, kind of at the other end of his career. Taylor Decker spoke about wanting to get a contract extension done.
Understand that, yeah.
What's your feel? I mean, you played the position. You know what he's going through. What do you think happens?
He's still
here?
a good player. And as long as and I don't think they will. Brad Holmes has been very measured and very honest about the contracts he's signed with players. This is a guy that can still provide value for this team, but you're not going to overpay him. You're not going to overextend him. It's not going to be a 5-year extension. It might be a 2-year deal, might be a 3-year deal, but the numbers will be commensurate with what they feel about him.
We have a couple pieces of audio we're going to play before we wrap the show up. The first is Doug Karsh comes into the studio. Let's just play the one good one. I was going to replay the UCLA football coach.
Yeah.
Doug knows that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll probably play it, and we played it earlier. Very awkward. In case you didn't know, UCLA is in Los Angeles and other things.
Like, did he think that the Midwest college football media needed to be taught where the University of California at Los Angeles were?
Or USC. I mean, because he threw them in there as well. Hey, we're both in L.A.
And we're excited.
Yeah, and we're stalling a little bit, too, because I want Gator to be able to hear maybe the best caller that I've had since I have been on the morning show.
So the backstory, just so you guys understand, John was telling a story about a bird that got in the house, and we were asking people about times that wild animals got in the house. And this guy called in, Gary was his name, and Gary had the doozy of a story. Keep in mind, there are several moments. I want to know your favorite moment from this phone call.
All right, let's go. Whoa.
Excellent. You gotta blend in.
Not a spectacular.
What's your favorite moment of that call?
PSTD.
Yeah, I know. Got the letters all mixed up, and now my follow-up question would have been, is that contagious? Can you get that from a toilet seat?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
But you were in the bathroom. That was a great line by Jim.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wanted to blend it with nature.
What are you trying to disguise yourself for?
Sometimes, you guys know this, you have one, in the moment it's funny. And you think if we replay it, is it going to be as good as you remember?
That's good.
That one was even better.
That's an all-timer. I like that she knew the gender of the bat.
Right.
I missed that.
She goes, well, he's coming after me. How do you know it's a he?
The target was obvious.
Right. Did you try closing your legs? I don't. Wait, you say it was crotch
I
diving?
I thought the same thing. It's just solution. Close your
right?
leg.
And the Pat's like, oh, come on, man. Really? There's a cave joke there somewhere, but nobody's going to make it.
I
they
know.
did.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The ticket texters were all over it.
Yes.
All over it.
What are you guys going to talk about today?
Oh.
It's hard not to talk about that, but we will move on. We'll focus, and we will get to now.
That's
you
not
know
a
what?
belfry. Things like that.
We've gotten to the point of the baseball season where it's not just trade rumors; it's proposed trades. Everybody's got a proposed trade now, and we got a bunch of them to look at, including one I absolutely love.
It's Carson Anderson. They're next. 97.1.
That was quite a story. Welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket.
The second bat story this week.
Yeah, that's right. Gator had a bad story. A concussed bat at the Las Vegas McCarran National Airport.
Poor bat.
Yeah, it was trying to make its way into Gator's travel companion, dropped a suitcase on a bat.
That bat will never crotch dive again?
No, probably not. How are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah? Anything exciting last night?
I mean, just, watching a baseball game, watched professional wrestling last night, a little blood and guts, the double cage match. It was crazy.
Did meeting Hulk Hogan yesterday put you in the mood?
Well, I mean, it's Wednesday night, so I always watch AEW. So that's the All Elite Wrestling. And last night was their annual blood and guts. That's what they call it. And it's so,
of course they do,
ridiculously over the top violent that even last night I was like, that's too much. That's too far. Some of the things you're doing here is too much.
Even you?
Even I was saying that. Because I mean, next thing they're going to do is they're going to come out with a gun. I mean, it's some of the stuff they set themselves up with is just a little bit ridiculous. But that's what I did. I was watching that. It was my dad's birthday yesterday, so I talked to him for a little bit.
Happy birthday to Hugh.
And then watched President Biden speak and some of the coverage after that. So that's what I did last night.
My favorite thing about Hugh is that you do an impression of Hugh and nobody in the audience knows Hugh. And I think the audience actually likes the impression. It's hard to do an impression of somebody that nobody knows, and they like the impression.
I did the voice on their message, their telephone,
Their
answering
outgoing?
machine, their answering machine. So
Yeah.
when you call and leave a message, as my dad.
So they're
All
outgoing.
right, you've reached the Anderson.
You start with all right.
Yeah. So I every time I call and I get that and I hear that message, I just start to laugh.
Of course you do.
Because I think it's funny because I'm not sure that I actually it's a good impression or not. It's just a voice that I do. With sometimes I try to match the voice 100%. That was not one where I'm trying to. It was just all right.
Does anybody
Dude.
ever question it or?
No, I don't think so. I think people enjoy it. You know, people in the family, friends.
But do others? What I mean by that is, does anybody ever say that's not Hugh?
No.
Okay.
No, nobody's ever really said that.
Gotcha. All right, so Tigers lose last night, and I mean, any shred of hope of them pulling off the miracle midseason run to get themselves back into baseball relevance, I mean, it probably is taking a hit the last couple of days with a couple of one-run losses to the Gribe in Cleveland. And now everybody's proposing trades all over the place. And Evan Petzel did it, the Free Press. Keith Law did it. He's with Stadium now. Jim Bowden of The Athletic did it. Actual trade proposals that involve our guys, Tarek Skubal and Flaherty. But let's start with Flaherty's outing last night, because Flaherty continues to reestablish his trade value with 3 consecutive great starts. And unless he wakes up today with some sort of significant stiffness in his back, he's alleviating the concerns that he could be a health issue, at least for 2.5 months. It seems like it is moving more and more towards a risk that is worth taking. And so that's awesome. Jack Flaherty is doing the Tigers organization a solid. He got the shot in the back, and he is absolutely been fantastic since he's come back, and there have been no health issues. And unlike Skubal, I don't know if he's going to get another start here. I mean, he could,
Right,
but
but-
even if they're in a weird spot where they're already short on starters, but they might want to skip his start if they're in the middle of trade negotiations come next Monday. But bottom line here is they're likely to get a decent enough offer to move Jack Flaherty.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack Flaherty, when he signed with Detroit, I was super unenthusiastic.
You and I both. I thought, okay, the 2 signings they made, Maeda and Flaherty, I get it. They think Maeda's a little bit of a reclamation project coming off of injury. And all right, I can see that. I understand it. But Flaherty, come on, he was terrible last year. What are we doing? What is this? Well, thank God it's only a 1-year deal. And, he had spring training and he looked pretty good in spring training. And then comes out of spring training and pitches extraordinarily well out of spring training. His strikeout to walk ratio is insane.
Mm-hmm.
And after 6 or 7 starts, you and I were like, okay, do we have to, I think it's time we owe Jack Flaherty an apology.
Yep.
I think it's time. And as time has gone on and he's made
Take the L. Take the L, Carson Anderson. Take the L.
It's okay. I'll gladly take the L. I was wrong. I don't have to do the Fonzie thing. No, I was flat out wrong. And
That's right, people. Gator was wrong.
I was
I was wrong too.
I mean, 18 starts and he's been really good in probably 14 of those 18 starts. It's great. You couldn't ask for anything more other than the team being better so that you wouldn't have to sell him. But the team's not. And this is a situation now that you hold a really good bargaining chip for a team that is just looking for a quick fix. And those teams will pay as well. And as Flaherty, with that start he had last night, every strikeout he had, every other inning where there's another 0 on the board, I mean, they gave up a run, but it was an unearned run. So 6 unearned runs last night for him. Every time he stepped back out in the hill and threw more pitches and more zeros, his stock is going up and up and up. And when you see teams that are struggling right now, teams like the Yankees that are like, what's going on? And they have players-only meetings, and then the manager's swearing in front of the media and all this. Like, oh, that's just too bad to see it happen to you guys. Do you need a pitcher? We might be able to help you out. Baltimore's record is just slightly above 500 in their last 45, 50 games.
They can't possibly, can they?
I don't know.
They can't.
But the thing is, here's the thing. Baltimore has to do something, right?
One would think.
So they're either going to pony up and give up, the house to get Skubal. And by giving up the house, it's not giving up anybody that's on your roster. I mean, it's a no-brainer if you're Baltimore. Either they do that or they try to do the quick fix and, okay, let's get Flaherty and, duck for cover when you hear people talk about it. But those are just two teams, let alone now you've got all these other teams like Philadelphia is in the mix apparently. And, they're the new odds-on favorite to win the World Series from the National League. And yet they're looking for starting pitching. The Dodgers are always looking for something. Everybody's looking for that extra piece, which is fantastic news for the Tigers because whether you want the long-term starting pitcher who's outstanding or you want the quick fix who's been phenomenal this year, Tigers have you covered. It's like one-stop shopping right here. Give Scott Harris a call.
Well, they play an afternoon game at Cleveland today. Tyler Holton is listed as the starting pitcher. And so we will have that game this afternoon here on 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get into some of these trade proposals.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a whole bunch of them out there. And there's one that I really, really like. And I'm the one that seems realistic-ish.
Okay.
And the return, I'd be happy with that. We'll get to that and start running down these things at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Can't find a car dealership that's open on Saturdays? Well, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is here for you. They are open every Saturday, not just for sales, but for service as well. So if you're servicing a car, they've got loaner vehicles available to keep you on the move. And their service technicians work in air-conditioned environments, so there's no more sweating in a hot box. I've seen their service department firsthand. It really helps the techs stay focused on your car. That's awesome. And if you're looking for a new Chevrolet, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has one of the largest selections of new vehicles in Southeast Michigan. With over 60 new demos available, you can purchase a new vehicle for thousands less than employee pricing. Not eligible for employee pricing? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. All new 2024 vehicles will be sold at employee pricing for everyone. Get the most bang for your buck at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield with one of the best selections of used cars in the state while getting the most for your trade-in. Go see the team at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at Telegraph and 696. They've helped me with my cars, and I know that they're going to take great care of you as well. Go see the Sarah Chevrolet Southfield team today. They're going to make a deal that you just can't resist. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, where unbeatable service meets exceptional selection. Open every Saturday just for you.
All right, so less than a week to go to the trade deadline, and Jack Flaherty has reestablished some trade value, at least reassuring people that he can stay healthy the rest of the way and continues to be a dominant starter. So, look, he is a more likely trade candidate than Tarek Skubal, but that doesn't mean that Skubal trade rumors aren't floating out there. I think the pundits find it a lot more fun to project Skubal trade rumors than Flaherty trade rumors.
Yeah, because there's more bang for the buck.
Oh, there is a lot more bang for the buck. And as it stands right now, I mean...
But I would say this. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I was just going to say, as it stands right now, all the insiders are saying Skubal is unlikely to get traded.
Yes. But when you mention his name, the top prospect in baseball comes up. When you mention Flaherty's name, I feel like people were resigned a few weeks ago. Okay, they're going to get somebody, but it's not going to be anything special. I think that's changed. I think now it's gotten to the point where you're going to get somebody who's likely to be a top 100 prospect in baseball. Even if it's a rental that pushes you over the top.
So, it's kind of cool. Keith Law today happened to update his top 100 player rankings on The Athletic. Top 100. Prospect. He only did the top 60. But that includes a lot of guys at the Tigers.
This is post-draft.
Yes. And I'll start with the really good news. Max Clark is now the number 8 prospect in baseball. Jackson Jobe is the number 10 prospect in baseball. Kevin McGonigal is the number 48 prospect in baseball, according to Keith Law.
All right.
So
Chase Young not in the top 60?
I did not see him, no. But so the first trade proposal from Evan Petzold of the Detroit Free Press was Flaherty to the Dodgers for 2 prospects. The first one we're going to go over, catcher first baseman Dalton Rushing and shortstop second baseman Noah Miller. Noah Miller is a low-level middle infield prospect with the Dodgers. He is 21 years old. He's, according to the rankings I'm looking at, not expected to be the big leagues till 2026, 5'11", 190. He is the Dodgers' number 26 prospect. The catch here would be Dalton Rushing, who is a catcher first baseman and kind of blocked in the Dodgers organization. In let me see.
He's a 47 prospect in MLB.com.
He's the 31st prospect in Keith Law's updated. I mean, basically, you're talking about getting a top 50 guy for a rental, and that feels like quite a score if they could pull it off.
He's had 11 home runs, 47 RBI this year, hitting .257 with an .821 OPS at Double-A.
Yep, and the Dodgers have an abundance of catching prospects. Dalton Rushing to Detroit, left-handed hitting catcher, would be, I would say, a decent return. I would be happy with this trade if they pulled it off.
I mean, look, top 50 prospect. I'm not mad at it. I don't love the position.
You don't love trading for a catcher?
No, because I think that their answer might be here next week.
Well, I mean, look,
Dylan Dingler.
Yeah, if you, I mean, it might be. It might not be. Yeah, I mean, at this point, is Dylan Dingler considered a better prospect anywhere than Dalton Rushing?
Well, obviously, he's not even a top 100, but Dingler's having a heck of a season so far. Yeah. He's hitting, I believe, 306 with a 924 on base OPS. I'm sorry, not on base percentage, but OPS. And he hit his 16th home run last night. You watched the highlight of it coming into the show.
It was a deep home run.
It was a bomb to right center field, opposite way.
Rushing, it also plays first base. Now, you can only accumulate so many guys that are playing first base. Cole Keith might be a first baseman. Torque's still in the organization. I mean, Rushing does have some position versatility. If Dingler, if they turn out to both be so good that you have to play them both, move Rushing to first base, right?
Yeah, look, I don't hate it. I'm just saying that, okay, that's there. They may already have the solution. But
all right, so Flaherty to the Orioles. Flaherty to the Orioles, according to Petzold, would get the Tigers, his trade proposal, second baseman outfielder Connor Norby and outfielder Enrique Bradfield. Norby is the Orioles' number 5 prospects. Bradfield is their number 4 prospect. Bradfield's at a lower level. He is an absolute speed demon. He has the fastest time in minor league baseball. I think it was the fastest time in minor league baseball from home to first base this year. And a center fielder. And Norby would probably start for the Tigers immediately. And I don't know if it'd be second base. They could move him to third base. I saw that he had some position versatility there. He had 16 homers and hit 300 before the All-Star break at the minor league level. He had a 908 OPS.
Yeah.
This is the deal that I would love.
I would agree with you. This is one. I mean, Norby is a guy that you kind of look at and you see the numbers pop out at you what he's done in the minor leagues. He's gotten a little taste of the majors. I think just a handful of at bats, but you got to love position versatility, and I think that really intrigues me. And obviously Bradfield. I mean, the speed that's incredible. He's also a hell of a fielder. When you look at the scouting report on him from MLB.com,
yep,
they do these up to 80 grades. Everything is always pretty even. You know, they might go on the fives, but typically it's 50, 60, 70, 80. And 80 is unheard of. His run is 80.
So it's as high as it can get.
His field is 70. That's outstanding.
On the low side, this is the next Derek Hill, right? On the low side. And we love Derek Hill.
Well, you and I love Derek Hill, yeah. But this isn't the guy who's going to hit for power. Derek Hill had a little bit of power, but this guy doesn't.
Yep.
But a 280 batting average, high A ball. He's a project still. He's a ways away. His OPS is only 729, but 48 steals. I think it's 65 games or 66 games.
Yep,
that's awfully impressive. But this is a 2-player deal for one. So this guy you can let marinate for a while. Norby can come up and play. And is that enough for Jack Flaherty? I mean, I like it a lot. I would love to just get Kobe Mayo out of it, but if you can get both of these guys,
I would do it.
Norby and Bradfield, I'd probably do it. Yeah.
I would do this in an absolute heartbeat. And this is probably the best of all the trade proposals I saw today, because you're keeping Skubal, you're keeping your ace, you're getting what you think is going to be an everyday position player, and then another prospect with great speed and defensive skills in the outfield that has to bring along the hit part of his game. And if he does, you score big with that prospect. And given there's no guarantees. There's no guarantees that Norby or Bradfield make it. But it feels like a risk well worth taking if you're the Detroit Tigers and you got a rental player that you got to trade anyway. This is my favorite trade proposal that I saw today. There were a couple of trade. Actually, I found I think 3 or 4 for Skubal. Do any of these have a chance of happening? I mean, a couple of these look like some serious, the Baltimore would be willing to give the Godfather offer. We'll get to that coming up today at 10:35. We are less than a week to go. Trade deadline, Tigers in action this afternoon. Couple of trade proposals for Jack Flaherty there, 248-539-9797. There's an old saying in sports, I guess it's more than just sports. There's an old saying, go big or go home. These would be go big moves. If you're a go big or go home person, Skubal would be go big. We'll get to them coming up shortly here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls here on 97.1. Eddie, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eddie.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, Eddie. How are you?
Good. I got a question. What I'm disappointed is in the offseason, they didn't sign no free agents like a left-hander. Maybe we can trade the pitcher for a couple of left-handed hitters, maybe.
I mean, they could, yeah. It's certainly a
I don't know
possibility.
I don't know why Scotty Harris didn't go out and get some free agents. I mean, that's why we're in the situation we're in now. I'm a Tiger fan, but I think the season's over with, to be honest with you.
I think it's over with too, but in terms of them competing for a wild card, but what's not over with is watching the young guys develop, and you wanted left-handed guys, and Colt Keith was brought. He made the starting lineup from day one. He's left-handed. Wenzel Perez hits from both sides of the plate. That's a move that was made a month into the season, and that's paid off so far. But adding more left-handed bats, they've got some of those bats in the system. It's just a matter of time when they come up.
Yeah, Kerry Carpenter. Hopefully he comes back.
That's a big one, yeah.
You guys are doing a good job.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. They were expecting to have 3 left-handed bats in their lineup every day, and with. Well, I don't know if McKinstry's an everyday player, but Riley Green, Cole Keith, Kerry Carpenter.
Well, and some of the names have been brought up in with trades. Jackson Holliday is left-handed. If they were to get Samuel Basayo, the catcher, first baseman from Baltimore, the number 2 prospect, he's left-handed. Enrique Bradfield, the outfielder you mentioned, he's left-handed.
248-539-9797. All right, so the big trades, Evan Petzold had a couple of them, and first one's a doozy. Tarek Skubal to the Orioles. 4? You ready?
I am ready.
Shortstop Jackson Holliday, third base, first baseman Kobe Mayo, second baseman Connor Norby, shortstop, third baseman Elvin Garcia.
Bringing in more, huh?
Yeah, so that is the Orioles' top prospect, their third prospect, their number 5 prospect, and Elvin Garcia is a 17-year-old playing in the Dominican Summer League that the Orioles have the rights to. This is the kind of deal that would get it done.
Holiday, Mayo, Norby, and
some 17-year-old prospect.
And the King?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I don't think that they do it, but that's the kind of deal that you would be like, wow, that just happened.
I think you'd have Jackson Holliday starting by middle of next week at shortstop. You'd have Kobe Mayo starting at third base. You might have Connor Norby at second base and Cole Keith at first base. And that is a complete rehaul of the infield from a youth perspective. And not all these guys are going to make it, but you've got a chance here to really reset your organization.
Yeah, you do. And keep in mind that the trades the Tigers make are not just going to be talked about with Flaherty and with Skubal. I think Flaherty's like 99% likely to be traded. I don't know about Skubal, but if he is.
He makes up the 1%. He's a 1% chance of being traded. So 100% chance they make a trade when you add them together.
But it's not just those guys. It's guys like Mark Canha, who plays every day and plays in the outfield and plays at first base and will DH. So Mark Canha would free up an outfield spot for if you had to put Norby in the outfield. It's Gio Urshela, who plays third base, but or first base. That obviously you're talking about Norby, not Norby, but Mayo coming in and playing a corner infield spot. They have the spots to move along that will create the openings in the 40-man roster. And I know that's a concern for some people because you can't just bring somebody on the roster. You have a 40-man roster, and these players have to be on it. And if they're not, then someone has to be dropped from the 40-man to fit them on. They'll have some natural selection here because of the trades of guys that are free agents at the end of the season, like Urshela, like Canha.
And you mentioned,
and like Carson Kelly.
Yeah, Carson Kelly. You mentioned Dylan Dingler's surge at AAA. Carson Kelly is maybe the most likely Tiger to get traded at this point because I'm sure they'd like to get Dingler up there, and then catchers do have value. Dodger trade proposal from Evan Petzold. The Detroit Tigers send Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. 4. Okay, you ready for this one?
I am.
Outfielder Andy Paez. Second baseman, left fielder Miguel Vargas. Catcher, first baseman Dalton Rushing. Outfielder Joshua DePaula. Right-handed pitcher River Ryan. Alex Freeland, shortstop. Eduardo Quintera, outfielder. That is 7 players back for Skubal. Dalton Rushing's their number 1 prospect. Joshua DePaula, their number 2 prospect, although Keith Law, I think, flipped those and now has DePaula ahead of Rushing. Yeah, he's got, I think it's Jose DePaula, my bad. Jose DePaula is now the number 14 prospect in the game, according to Keith Law's most recent updated rankings. Dalton Rushing's 31. Andy Paez is a rookie with 8 home runs. He's hitting about 250 this year, but he's playing almost every day for the Dodgers. Miguel Vargas, 770 OPS and 74 plate appearances. He's a 24-year-old second baseman. I mean, he'd be an upgrade over some of what they've had in the lineup so far. I mean, this is not the high-end prospects, but a lot of useful tools coming back.
Yeah, and then you mentioned River Ryan, the pitcher, and he's pitched with AAA. He made 5 starts in AAA. He's made a start with the Dodgers, and he's pitched well. Pitched very well during that time. That's a lot. That's a lot there. But do Dalton Rushing and Jose DePaula, do they move the needle enough to say that's a better deal than what you can get from Baltimore? Or is it worth it doing? If Baltimore doesn't offer up what they want, what the Tigers want, is this good enough for the Tigers from the Dodgers? I mean, the Dodgers are a deep organization. You'd be getting 3 of their top 4 prospects plus a couple of major league ready players.
River Ryan made his first career start on Monday and went 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, no earned runs.
Right.
This could be a player, you know. I mean, the Dodgers don't have the high-end capital. When you start putting together, I mean, I think Paez, Vargas, Rushing, maybe DePaula, and River Ryan immediately report to Detroit.
Well, you're going to need a pitcher.
Yep.
For sure, and Ryan can be one of those can definitely step in. We'll see how he does long term with the Dodgers if he's not traded to the Tigers. But it's an interesting one. I mean, this is absolutely interesting. But what you're not getting with their top 2 prospects is a shortstop or third baseman.
Nope, you're not. And I mean, maybe that.
I know they're still trying Jace Young at third base, but it's not really working out from what I understand. So, you could be still looking there. I mean, does Jace Young go across the diamond and go to second base while Colt Keith goes to first?
I mean, you find a way, right? You just go get yourself some bats and you find a way and you try to piece together the best roster you can. 248-539-9797. Robert, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Okay.
Good. So I live in Baltimore, and I called up with a similar idea, and the morning show guys laughed me off the radio and said there's no way in heck. A non-starter deal usually starts with Holiday.
Wait, did you call up when you say the morning show? Do you mean on our station or a station in Baltimore?
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying the station in Baltimore.
Okay.
The station in Baltimore, and they're pretty tuned in. I would say. I think they're not just guys that do a funny show. You know what I mean? They follow it pretty closely. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, when I bring up Holiday as the key piece, they're like, I don't think Elias does that. You can't mortgage the future. And my rebuttal is, your guys' future is now.
Yeah.
If you think your rotation, if you think your rotation is good enough to win the World Series right now, no way. The Yankees are faltering. The Rangers are faltering. But then their counter is like, maybe Mayo or Norby, and then they start naming off guys like in the 10s and 15 prospects. And I'm like, I said, I don't think Harris will do that.
Yeah, it's not how it gets.
Won an ace under team control for 3 more years. And they're like, And I'm like, Burns is leaving at the end of the year. They're like, you're right. So that was the strongest argument, that Burns is leaving at the end of the year.
Yeah,
but
I think the salient point that you're making is it's a non-starter, I think, with Baltimore if Jackson Holiday isn't part of the trade.
Yeah, which I don't totally understand, because his natural position is shortstop. Henderson's not going anywhere. I don't know if you paid
he's outstanding
to baseball, right? I mean, he's a viable MVP candidate, and I don't know. I kind of think Holiday would, I don't know, call me crazy. I think he'd rather play his natural position than move over to second if he had his.
You know what? But if what you're called to the Baltimore radio station and you got laughed off the air, then the easiest thing in the world to say is fine, we'll keep Scooble.
Yeah.
And good luck to you, and that's just the way it is. 248-539-9797. That's why I really prefer the Flaherty trade options, because it includes keeping Scooble, and it looks like what's being proposed now by people that should know and know pretty well. What's being proposed now is looking awfully attractive for the return for Flaherty.
Well, that's why last night's start was huge. 6 innings, no earned runs, massive again, and it's piggybacking off another really good start he had. These are the starts he's had since he's gotten that second injection. When he's come back to the rotation, he's pitched awfully well now. So all of a sudden we can feel chesty about, all right, you guys took the chance and we're taking a chance, but our guy just got even better. So step it up, and we'll see what fleshes out. I think he's going to get traded. It's just a matter of what day is he going to get traded. Is he going to be traded now? Is he going to be traded by Monday? Are they going to wait till Tuesday at 6 o'clock to pull the trigger on this? But there should be a ton of interest in Jack Flaherty. You'd think there'd be a ton of interest in Tarek Skubal too, but it's the price you'd have to pay to get him. And I just don't think teams want to do that. When you've got the number one prospect in baseball, you're going to be a little hesitant to do that when you're Baltimore. If you're the Yankees or if you're the Dodgers, I don't know if you care as much because you're just an organization, go out and buy players anytime you wanted to. But when you're Baltimore and you're desperate to have the young talent, and they've done so well drafting lately and bringing these guys to the majors, and they've got this young team, you actually can do this.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. I saw a headline today in the Free Press. It kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting it. You ready for this?
Am I?
Headline today.
Okay.
Detroit Opera Artistic Director Yuval Sharon extends contract for 3 more years. Detroit Opera has locked up their artistic director.
Well, good for them.
Yep. I didn't know operas sign people to contracts.
Well, it's like any other business, right?
I didn't know. I mean, does every other business have contracts?
Yeah, kind of thought so.
I think the idea of a 3-year deal for an artistic director, does this mean he can be traded?
Probably not.
Can the Cincinnati Opera
Well, I suppose
trade for Yuval Sharon for future consideration?
I'm sure you could. I'm sure there could be talks behind the scenes. That,
Yep.
I don't think there's an official deadline to get that done.
There's no trade deadline.
No, there's no
in
trade
opera?
deadline in opera artistic
What about
directors.
a conductor? Can you lock up a conductor long term?
I think you can. To be honest, yeah, I think you can, and you probably do. Yeah.
A cellist to be named later.
Cellist to be named
yeah.
later. Sure, yeah.
Sure.
Paul, is there signing bonuses? Is there guarantees?
I mean, I suppose we can continue joking about it, but I genuinely think yes. I think that there with some of these people that there are actual long-term contracts because in their realm they're outstanding at what they do and there's worth to it, and that's why they get contracts.
I'm just getting started. Is
here we
there
go.
a salary cap
All
at
right.
opera?
All right.
Are people critical because the opera's owner won't spend?
Yeah. Why would you do Barbara Seville? Come on. Oh, great. We're going to do Carmen again. Here we go. Retread of Carmen.
Now you're playing along.
I don't want this guy to feel. I think I'm happy for this.
Oh,
for this
sure.
guy.
Yeah, no,
it's great.
I didn't know
great
that,
news.
I didn't know that you'd sign your artistic director to a contract.
Sure.
3-year deal.
3-year deal.
Do you think there's any fans of the opera going, that's too much?
Well, I don't. Too much term. Too much term.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That's a long time for Yuval Sharon.
Oh.
I wouldn't have extended him. Sorry, Yuval, man. We're just joking. I'm sure your work is fine.
But better than fine. You're getting a 3-year deal.
That's
man.
true.
Good job.
Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch says it was a restructure by the opera to make room for a new flautist under the cap. Got to make ends work, right?
Yeah, it's tough.
Yep.
Unfortunately, there's an oboe player who might get sacked.
All right, let's get back to your open line calls. 248-539-9797. Doug, you're next. Hi, Doug.
Hey, how are you?
We're good. Thank you.
Great show. Hey,
Appreciate it.
the point I wanted to make is I wonder why we don't see more statistics applied against these trades. Like, I think you guys mentioned that there's no way that Baltimore would trade the number one prospect, but what are the odds that the number one prospect is going to be as good as Skubal? I would think not very good, right? It's a huge leap to move from, the minors to the show. And then maybe you could translate that into wins against replacement and understand what are the odds that 4 prospects are going to do as much for you as Skubal or anybody else.
Well, that's what you're
Have you
hoping
seen
for,
anything
right?
like that?
You're almost never going to get a player for player swap when a contending team is trading with a non-contending team. There's rarely going to be a player for player swap where both sides are getting a major league player where they think they're getting equal value. It's about if we put together these 4 players, are we going to be better off long term than having this one player? You're playing those odds.
Yeah, and it seems like someone should be able to say, hey, a top 10 prospect has a 10% chance of, doing this for the club. And you don't hear about those stats much in it. I think that's why people don't like these prospect
Well,
trades,
here's
because
why.
they suspect
Every
they're no good, right?
every class is different. Every group of prospects that comes through, they're not all built the same. Sometimes the top 10 prospects in baseball are fantastic, and other times the top 10 prospects in baseball aren't. It's like a draft. You don't know. You can say, well, what percentage of first rounders work out? Well, I mean, it kind of depends on the draft. If you love guys that you can get back, it's up to your personal taste. I mean, at one point, You know, I keep going to this trade, but it was important for me. The Padres got Fernando Tatis Jr. for James Shields. Happy with that deal. They gave up a veteran pitcher in James Shields to a contending team, and then the package of players they got back included a young, athletic middle infielder named Fernando Tatis Jr., and it's worked out really well for the Padres. These are the kinds of deals you hope you make. On top of that, you know what? There also is a % chance that this is the best year of Skubal's career. It'll never be this good again. There's also a % chance that he might, and I'm not wishing for this, but pitchers can be fragile. Mm-hmm. So you just don't. It's a gamble all around. Without question, it's a gamble.
Well, that's it's absolutely a gamble, and it's one of the reasons I'm kind of warming up to the idea of trading Skubal, because I'm not sure he's going to stay healthy. But there are trades that work out. It's been a while since the Tigers have had a trade of significance that worked out in their favor, but they did manage to acquire Max Scherzer.
Right.
Did they have to trade something? Yeah, they had to trade something. But
what was that deal? Do you have it in front of you?
I do. Let's see. I want to make sure I got this. Curtis Granderson traded as part of a 3-team trade by the Tigers to the Yankees. The Tigers sent Edwin Jackson to the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Yankees sent Phil Koch and Austin Jackson to the Tigers. The Yankees then sent Ian Kennedy to the Diamondbacks, and the Diamondbacks sent Max Scherzer and Daniel Schlereth to the Tigers. So basically, the Tigers traded away Curtis Granderson and Edwin Jackson, and they got Phil Koch, Austin Jackson, Max Scherzer, and Daniel Schlereth.
I would say that's clearly an example of when it worked.
Yeah.
That's when it worked.
Austin Jackson was a very good center fielder. Now, Curtis Granderson ended up having some really good power years after that. But obviously, Max Scherzer is one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good trade. It was a very good trade. Now, did they win the World Series? No, but they got to one.
Yeah.
So close.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Ton of feedback coming in. Sell. Flaherty. Sell Skubal. Sell everyone for whatever you can.
No, not for whatever you can.
No, but you know what? This is a little bit. This is I feel like this text does not come in if they haven't lost 2 in a row. They lose 2 in a row, and then what your eyes showed you last. Trade everything.
I don't know.
For whatever you can't do, for whatever you can. You know who did it for whatever you can? Al Avila.
Right.
Al Avila. And we got Jake Rogers and Jamer Candelario. Those are the guys that impacted with a massive purge of elite talent, whatever they could get. I think Jose King is still in the organization.
I don't know if he is anymore, but that's a good call.
But honestly, there are that purge of elite talent got him almost nothing, and that was selling for whatever you can. The Tigers keep losing games because of their lame bullpen, which doesn't have a reliever with an ERA under 3. Cleveland has one reliever with an ERA under 2 and another with an ERA under 1. They should trade for Oakland's Mason Miller. Who are they going to trade to Oakland? What does Oakland want from Detroit? Does Oakland want? I mean, I guess Oakland would take Skubal, honestly, but they don't want a veteran pitcher on an expiring contract.
I mean,
I'm not even sure they'd want Skubal given where they are. I mean, they'd love to have him, but are they willing to?
Mason Miller's, he's not even a free agent until 2030.
Yeah,
he's arbitration eligible. He's signed through this season, but he's arbitration eligible in 2026.
That team's rebuilding.
There's a ton of team control. Now, if you wanted him, understand what you have to do. You have to be one of those teams that gives up all your prospects to get this guy. You don't just add him.
Yeah. I mean, it makes no sense for 2 rebuilding teams to get together and trade.
Yeah. Now, does it make sense for Oakland to make a trade of Mason Miller? You betcha. It would make sense because you'd get a haul of players in return.
Yes.
But
they get a haul of the Tigers prospects. Tigers are in the business of hoarding prospects.
Yes. The difference is Miller's unproven where Skubal is.
I need Holiday, Mayo, and then some. I envision Mayo at 3rd, Holiday at short, move Jace Young to 2nd where he belongs, and try Colt Keith at 1st. That's from Dave and Warren. And that's basically going to Baltimore and saying, we want your number 1 and number 3 prospect. And if they say no, you say, fine. We'll keep Tarek Skubal.
That's right.
Good luck to you. I hope it works out for you.
I wish you well in your future endeavors.
Mm-hmm. I've seen rushing when he was with the Great Lakes Loons would be a nice pickup at the Tigers trade Flaherty. Well, that is the proposal out there from Evan Petzel, that they get Dalton Rushing and is it Jose? Josue DePaula. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also next hour, a standout on day one of training camp, feeding into the narrative.
Already, huh?
That at 11:05 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Jim Bowden of The Athletic putting out a list of trades he'd like to see by the MLB deadline. One of them is the Tigers sending Tarek Skubal to the Orioles. Now, the return is listed as outfielder Heston Kjerstad, third baseman Kobe Mayo, and lefty pitcher Cade Povich, two everyday players. In an immediate rotation addition, he does not believe Baltimore would part with number one prospect in baseball Jackson Holliday. As for Jack Flaherty, after another 6 scoreless innings yesterday, he's used to being in the rumor mill, but thinks he's in a better place mentally this time around. Well, his next turn in the rotation would technically be Monday, a day before the deadline. Today's finale in Cleveland will be a day matchup, another bullpen day required as they try to split their series against the Guards. Tyler Holton will again be the opener. Dan Campbell doesn't mind his players talking Super Bowl already in Allen Park. Coach believes that as long as they're putting in the required work, it doesn't matter what comes out of their mouths at the moment. Hulk Hogan and Clarissa Shields are both making celebrity appearances at camp today, by the way. And Michigan gets its turn in Indy for Big Ten Media Day this afternoon. Makari Page, Donovan Edwards, and Max Bredson will be there to answer questions about the upcoming season with their camp less than a week away. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Tim's in Farmington Hills, and he's next. Hi, Tim.
How you doing?
Good, Tim.
You know, you're right about the draft classes being varied in talent. I understand that. But there's also another thing, and that is the minor league systems of all teams don't develop players the same. You look at the Dodgers and Oakland, and you look at Cleveland with pitching, and then you look at the Tigers, and from my experience over the years, the Tigers aren't really a very good development minor league system in comparison to the really good ones.
If you talk about over the years, you're right. If you talk about this incarnation, this the Scott Harris and the people he's employed, and AJ Hinch and Chris Fetter, it's probably too early to say what they're going to be in terms of developing talent under Scott Harris. Historically, no, but what happened 10, 15, 20 years ago doesn't really matter for this crew, does it?
Well, no, but if you look at history, right? I go back to the 50s.
Yeah, but why?
Don't.
But
why do that? Why go back to it? You don't have
what they
to.
did in the 50s doesn't have anything to do with what Scott Harris and his happens under his umbrella, right?
No, things can change, and hopefully, what Harris is doing is going to make the Tigers a better development team. No doubt about it. I hope it changes. Like the Lions, they were bad for so long, and now they seem to have turned a corner, and they could be one of the better teams in football for a long time. I hope that happens with the Tigers. I mean, I hope it happens with all our sports teams, but if you look long term,
you can't.
There's no point. There's no point
in going back to it.
There's no correlation.
Yeah, what happened in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, even the 2000s has nothing to do with what Scott Harris is trying to do. Every group that comes in is going to bring in their own coaches and managers and everything, even the minor league levels, which is what you've seen. Now,
time will tell. There's no doubt about it.
Right, but you can't. But don't go back to saying, "Well, I've seen this since the 50s." And they haven't done it. It doesn't matter what they did before. This is a new group that's getting their chance to do it. And so far, what we've seen, Riley Green has developed. Colt Keith got his chance this year. He's developed nicely. Wenzel Perez getting his chance. He looks good. The first move that Scott Harris made was to get Justin Henry Malloy. He doesn't look out of place in here. And these are all young players that are getting that opportunity. There's some on the other side.
Yeah,
Spencer Torkelson looks like a bust, but he just looks lost. It's like the swing's there, but he's lost.
It's a bit early to do a victory lap for Scott Harris, but I got to tell you, the guys that they have called up that have had spectacular Julys, which wasn't their first month. You're talking about second month in the case of Justin Henry Malloy, and third month in the case of Wenzel Perez, and fourth month in the case of Colt Keith. They are starting to blossom at the major league level. It might be really telling, though. It could be, like I said, too early to do a victory lap, but he's right in this regard. If your organization can't develop prospects, there's no point.
Right.
But you also don't operate with it didn't happen in the 50s. I'm not trading for prospects now. There's no logical correlation, is there?
No, there is not. There is not. And yes, we have to see how these guys do when they get to the majors, because there's obviously a monster difference between being a good AAA player, being a good AA player, and being a good major league player. There's just a world of difference.
All right, so the Detroit Lions on the practice field yesterday for the first time, and one of the highlights that came out of it was the third play in full team scrimmages. Jared Goff drops back to pass and floats a pass deep. A third play, first team versus first team defense. Floats a pass deep to Jamison Williams. Jamison got behind Terrion Arnold and safety Fatu Melifonwu, and it was considered a perfect pass, according to Tim Twentyman's description. And J-Mo pulled it in and took it to the house. Jared Goff asked yesterday in a story on 971theticket.com, written by the Birchie Kid, asked what he can do to improve. His response, off the top of my head, personally, the deep ball and hitting those shots more often. That's an easy one. Birchie's story goes on to say, and that's exactly how Goff made it look on one of his first throws in team drills, hitting Jamison Williams in stride 50-yard bomb. Quote, we got to do it when it matters in the game, but yeah, we're getting better at it. But that's the first one I can think of for me personally. So on Jared Goff's to-do list is to get better at the deep ball. And Jamison Williams seems like a weapon that the old sports cliche, the old football cliche, can take the top off a defense.
Right.
Which is a great one. I love that term. But.
Sure. Well, what I like to hear about that story is that that play, there's good and bad. I mean, the good is Jamison Williams, right? Mm-hmm. The bad is that not only did he beat the corner, but he beat the safety too.
Yep.
Safety coverage getting over a little late or whatever the case was. It's one play. It's a practice. It's encouraging one side and discouraging on the other. But
Yep.
that's what happens in training camp.
That's what happens in training camp. Now, if Goff, the first thing to know about getting better at something is to know what you need to get better at. And Goff acknowledging, for him, he thinks it's the deep ball. You know, in talking to coaches through the years and realizing how much goes into completing a deep ball, it can be doomed from the snap because a receiver and a quarterback read a defense differently. There was that pass that got cited on our show, and I don't know that this happened here. I mean, maybe we'll ask Goff specifically, but probably not because he wouldn't want to bury a teammate. He missed J-Mo on a deep ball to Baltimore, where J-Mo was looking over his left shoulder, was going to the end zone to the left, and the ball landed on the other side of him. Like he should have been looking over his right shoulder. And people said Goff was inaccurate with that ball, and it might have been that Goff threw it to where it should have been thrown, but J-Mo read the defense differently and looked over the wrong shoulder. Takes two to tango on the deep ball.
Yeah.
But you hope whatever it is, we do know in years of talking with Jared Goff how important it is to be on the same page with his receivers, and it's why he and Amon-Ra St. Brown are so effective together is because they've done rep after rep after rep. And I think the Rams game, the second down and 8 where they converted right at the 2-minute warning to basically finish the game because the Rams couldn't stop the clock. It was a choice route where Amon-Ra ran right at the defensive back. Goff and Amon-Ra have to read the coverage the same way. And Amon-Ra broke in instead of breaking out. And Goff had already started to deliver the football for him to break in. And that's years and years and years of working together. Well, a few years of working together. And
lots of practice.
And, rep, and hundreds of reps. And it's what makes those two very effective. J-Mo and Goff are early in building that trust, although it's not as early as it was. It's starting to get later, right? So,
yes.
That's an important part of their game to develop. They've acknowledged it, and it was at least on display for one play yesterday, for what it's worth.
Well, and it was on display back in the OTAs.
Yeah. Practice is one thing, and this is what this is. This is practice. When you hear the same thing over and over, J-Mo looks great, J-Mo looks great, J-Mo looks great, it gets beaten into your head, and you just start accepting that he is going to be great, and that's not always the case, but it's awfully encouraging.
Yeah, look, you don't want it to be propaganda, that all of a sudden it's, hey, who looks great, and then everybody starts talking about it. It's like, we'll see it for ourselves and figure it out, but I think we all have high expectations of Jamison Williams, and he and Jared Goff are not going to connect on 100% of their passes. But if you can up that percentage, particularly on the deep passes, just throw a number out there. Let's say they connected on 30% of the deep passes, but now that number jumps up to like 50%. That's huge. It's a big climb, And now you're looking at a 50-50 ball when you throw it deep to Jameson Williams.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback coming up. We'll continue talking NFL. Lions practice underway. Still got a bunch of response to the trade proposals out there from MLB, local MLB insider Evan Petzold on the Freep. Hey, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants to make this the summer that you save. You've been waiting to take a plunge on that EV, right? Well, now is the time. I love mine. You can lease a new 2024 Chevy Blazer EV for just $257 a month with $19.99 down. That's a 2-year lease on a Blazer EV RS front-wheel drive for just $257 a month. Plus, think of all the cash you'll save on gas. Unlock the savings with your GM employee discount, Costco Bolt EV or EUV, or other lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, with a guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. See dealer for details and get there fast. All offers end at the end of the month. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. By the way, happy belated birthday to the city of Detroit. Yesterday was our city's birthday. On July 24th of 1701, the city of Detroit was founded by French explorers. And happy birthday to Detroit, 323rd birthday.
Detroit.
Yep. All right, so the NFL's unveiling their top 100 players list. Have you seen this?
Parts of it, yeah.
It's voted on by the players. They unveil 10 every day. They have done 100 to 91, 90 to 81, 80 to 71, and now they've done 70 to 61. So far, one Lion has made the list. Sam Laporta at number 80, which is kind of awesome. I mean, if you have a rookie that makes the top 100 after his first year, that's a big win. And this is voted on by the players. So the players have a ton of respect there for Sam Laporta. But here's who we know is going to get mentioned at some point, because now we're down to the top 60. Amon-Ra is going to make the top 60. Penei Sewell is going to make the top 60. Hutch is going to make the top 60.
Yep.
Those are, would you call those for sure?
Amon-Ra, Sewell, and Hutch?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's another one.
You think there's another for sure?
Yeah. Jared Goff.
I was going to ask, is Goff make the top 60?
Yeah. I think so.
I think the players probably respect him more than a lot of the pundits do. And so I think you're probably right. And the question is, like, ESPN came out with a list where the scouts and the executives and they had scouts, executives, and coaches rank every position, and Goff ranked, I think it was either 8th or 9th. I can't remember what it was, but it was higher than any of the experts' lists. I think this is a classic example of our guys more respected in the game than the media respects players. I think the media, we are more stubborn, and there's probably parts of the game we don't appreciate the way the people in the game appreciate them. So you think Goff will for sure make the top 60?
I do. I think you'll see a run on quarterbacks. I mean, quarterback is the most important position in the game, and I haven't looked at the list too closely, but I imagine that the last quarterback that was taken, probably somebody that you can say is on par with Goff or a little worse. I don't know. I have to look at this list, but
you mean the last?
Yeah, this last group that they've shown, or who's the last quarterback we've seen?
So they've just unveiled 61 to 70, and working my way backwards, no quarterbacks in that grouping. Scrolling through the previous group, no quarterbacks 71 to 80. It might be Aaron Rodgers. I did see Aaron Rodgers has been mentioned on this list, but obviously he, after last year's injury, tumbled a little bit, but there's still respect. Kirk Cousins is number 81. Down 39 spots.
Careful.
Nothing to be careful of. Once a week. And Aaron Rodgers, Trevor Lawrence is 94. Aaron Rodgers is 92. Kirk Cousins is 81.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Goff's going to make it because he'll be ahead of those guys. Does Frank Ragnow make the top 60?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another one.
All right. Does Jahmyr Gibbs make the top 60?
That's the interesting one. I don't think he does, because I think the running back is just the value of the running back seemingly has gone down, even though it really hasn't. But the way that they're paid, it's gone down. And I think that the wide receivers will take more of a forefront in this. So there might be a handful. I don't think there'd be a handful of running backs in the top 100.
Yeah, I can go look and see if any have been mentioned so far. Are any other Lions going to make this top 60?
Nobody else on the defensive line other than Hutch. None of the linebackers. Sorry, Doug.
It's okay. Not yet. Next year.
None of the secondary. Offensive line, we agree it's Sewell and Ragnow. I don't think Decker makes it.
No.
Laporta's already there.
Zeitler is really important, but he's not going to make it.
Goff, I think, is there. No, I think the only one that has a chance is Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay.
Because they're not going to put a special teams player on there either. Even though Jack Fox.
All right, so we'll when this is said and done, that probably the only one that's debatable is Gibbs, because Gibbs will have to get mentioned quickly here.
Right.
If he's going to get mentioned at all, and I suspect he won't be mentioned. But this is voted on by the players, top 100.
Now, also, you need to take some of this with a grain of salt because some of the players hold grudges. I think I read that Jamar Chase does not write Patrick Mahomes in on this list.
Really?
I think Mahomes is not even a top 100 player.
Really?
But, it's a grudge.
I would think that ballot would get thrown out. I mean, they can't.
I don't know if it matters. I mean, if there's one guy that's not going to put him in there, I don't think it's going to hurt Patrick Mahomes standing.
No, and I guess it's just a list. It's not that important.
No.
As far as running backs, as we were asking whether or not Jahmyr Gibbs makes it, Saquon Barkley is number 80. Kyron Williams of the Rams is number 78. Oh, I didn't mention Justin Herbert came in at 75. Another quarterback that got mentioned there. Yeah, I think I'm growing almost sure that Goff makes the top 60.
What do we got into 61 right now?
Yeah.
Goff might be number 60. Or somewhere I think he's on the next list. I don't know if he belongs anywhere higher than that on this list, but there's some pretty good quarterbacks that if he's on this list, that he'd be ahead of at this point. But maybe he's not.
I'm not positive, but it seems.
Do you think Purdy's on the list?
It's a great question.
I mean, you talk about the guy that gets no respect. It's Brock Purdy. He gets no respect.
Well, did you see the headline story on ESPN.com today? It's whether or not Brock Purdy's going to get $325 million and how that impacts the 49ers moving forward.
Well, but they don't have to do that right away. Although, Good God, every day there's another big-time player holding out. What, Trent Williams is holding out now.
Yep.
CeeDee Lamb in Dallas, he's holding out.
These might be examples of players that just don't want to practice right now.
It could be. Jordan Love is apparently close to getting his contract.
Holding in.
Yeah.
Holding in. He's there. He's walking around, but he's not practicing. I mean, if you look at so Trent Williams, San Francisco, Dak Prescott, I guess, CeeDee Lamb, Dallas, Jordan Love, Green Bay. Who are the top contenders in the NFC?
Right.
San Francisco, Dallas, Detroit, Green Bay. Is there any
Philly.
issues in Philly?
No, other than maybe their coach is the wrong guy.
Yeah. Could be. That's a coach who I feel like is on the hot seat for disappointment with a sprinkle, a dash of smarm is costing him.
I went through this on Tuesday. ESPN had a power ranking. It's a future power ranking for teams based on what they think they're going to be in the next 3 years. And they had their different criteria in there for the roster, not including quarterback. They rated the quarterback. They rated the front office. And I thought it was interesting when you look at San Francisco, they had the number 1 roster in football, but the number 16 front office. I'm like,
really?
How does that work when your front office is responsible for putting together the number 1 roster in football? But it was one of those weird anomalations, Doug.
They happen. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of these trade proposals before the show is done. We weren't going to do it, all because it gets confusing how many names get thrown out there, but we'll get to some of those coming up momentarily. In the meantime, Michigan and Michigan State down in Indianapolis, and Spartans met with the media yesterday for Big Ten Media Days. Michigan meets with the media today. I feel like this event used to be a bigger deal. Am I wrong? Do you get that sense?
No, I think you're right. It used to be a bigger deal.
Yeah. And there was one.
Now there's more teams. It's literally a bigger deal.
Yeah. There was one coach who what he said went viral. We'll get to that coming up today at 11:34 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Did you know he was like that when he was at Michigan State?
I had no idea. He's great.
Keon Coleman. There will be a reality show about him announced in 3, 2, 1.
I mean, it's pretty impressive. He's signing his contract and with the Buffalo Bills, and he's got a question for the Bills GM. He's just kind of looking up, and he's like, I got a question for you. Which signature am I putting? My whole name, or can I just sign this thing? And the guy says, whichever way you normally sign your name. And he replies, well, I'm saying like the way I normally sign an autograph. And he says, I don't sign an autograph and put my whole name. And the guy's like, put your whole name.
Everything about this guy is entertaining.
Yeah.
So,
and he's got a ton of talent.
All right, so Michigan State at the Big Ten Media Days, and Spartan spoke yesterday. Did anything move the needle for you?
No. I don't think anything's going to move the needle these days just yet. It's you don't know anything about this team until you see them on the field. You know, new quarterback, new system, new coach, new everything, new players.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know. I hate to give an answer like that, but it's the reality of where we're at. I'm encouraged. I think Michigan State's got more talent than people think they do, but it doesn't mean I think that they're an 8-9 win team. I think that they're going to be playing in a bowl game. I hope they're going to be playing in a bowl game. But again, it doesn't mean they're going to win 8 or 9 games.
Michigan speaks today, and Sharon Moore, who I don't think is the kind of coach. It's funny, this morning on Get Up, they said to Paul Feinbaum, in case you're having withdrawals, here's Jim Harbaugh's opening statement from Chargers camp. And Harbaugh went on this whole thing about it felt like today is the day you bust out of the womb. Like you're in the womb, you're comfortable, but then you bust out of the womb and it's all bright lights everywhere and it's chaos. That's what the first day of training camp feels like to me. And I'm like, okay, man, that was Harbaugh.
That's crazy to think there's somebody out there that remembers when they bust out of the womb.
Well, that's he drew that parallel. Sharon Moore's not like that. Sharon Moore's pretty even keeled, not behind closed doors, but with the media, very even keeled.
How was he on the golf course?
It was the first time he ever played.
I understand.
Yep. So I don't think very good. But anyway, yes, he bought clubs last week and played for the first time.
Did he seem nervous in that environment at all? Did you get a chance to communicate with him at all?
No, I talked to him a little bit. He did not seem nervous in the environment. He's comfortable in his own skin, but we had some good talks. But anyway, Deshaun Foster, the UCLA coach, did you hear his opening statement?
No, and I wanted to look at it because I was flipping through Twitter and I saw that it was really awkward. Like somebody made a comparison to Billy Madison or to old school when they get the chance to speak.
What I saw was you got that 8 a.m. class. You have a verbal presentation, oral presentation you have to make, and you didn't prepare for it.
What?
Yep.
I couldn't relate to that.
And you have to step up in front of the class and you have to say something. And here's Deshaun Foster's opening statement at Big Ten Media Day.
Come on. Wow. What? Oh, no. Oh, no. That's awful.
How long was that, Paul?
55 seconds.
Okay.
With 10 seconds of dead silence?
You got a 10-minute oral presentation in front of the class, and after 55 seconds, you're out of material. Wow. You don't have to talk for 10 minutes. I just made that up. But doesn't that...
Well, I think you literally get like 15 minutes.
Yeah, and most coaches, the veteran smart coaches, when they ask for an opening statement, they will talk for 12 minutes.
So they can avoid.
And then they'll say any questions.
I am happy he told us UCLA was in LA, though.
Well, that's something that You know, I think I already knew. Yeah.
Well, the thing about it,
along with USC,
like at first I'm like, he's insulting us. You think that the Big Ten media doesn't know where
Right.
UCLA
You're
is?
Right. It's funny how emotions change. Like, first of all, I'm insulted that you don't think I know. And then you realize shortly after that, oh, he's so ill prepared for this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they just told him, hey, you know, you got to speak. He's like, I got to what? I thought I was just here to, like, you know, for the meetings. Yeah. Meeting with the media. Huh? Deshaun, dude, something.
Mm-hmm.
Anything. Start talking about your coaching staff. Talk about the players. What do you got?
I was thinking back to like being at these things before, and there's some stories that for me in my career, one was Nick Saban at Michigan State got up and his opening statement, he said, on the offense, we have very little talent. On the defense, we have very little talent. And I'm like, this guy's never going to make it talking about players like that. Greatest coach of all time. I remember Joe Paterno. There's somebody up there next to him. And Joe, if those of you watching on Twitch and YouTube will get a better sense for this, I will describe what Joe did, though, for those listening over the air. They have a microphone in the room, and somebody starts to ask Joe a question on the right side of the room. Joe's looking over to the left, nodding his head, while the person to his right
over here, Joe,
is asking the question. And the moderator sitting next to Joe taps him on the shoulder and points to the right, and Joe waves him off like, hey, I'm listening to this guy's question over here.
He's
and
talking
keeps
over
looking.
here.
He keeps looking to his left while the question's coming from the far right of the room. And I'm like, oh, boy. And then there was Joe Tiller from Purdue, who went up to the podium, gave a statement, answered some questions, finished, walked away from the podium, came back to the podium, and picked up the plastic cup that he had filled with Coca-Cola. I had to come back and get my Coke. And he goes, I don't know why I came back. There's no bourbon in it. One of my favorite stories from Big Ten Media Days.
Those are great.
And now there's this.
Yeah. This guy.
UCLA is in LA. If from here on out, I hope Lincoln Riley today says USC is in LA.
Oh.
And I hope that, who else is speaking today? Sharon Moore says, University of Michigan is in the state of Michigan. Like, let's all do it. Let's everybody.
Our main campus is in Ann Arbor. Yeah. I feel bad for him. I feel bad that he either was not, nobody talked to him ahead of time to explain to him what this is all about, what's expected, or that he was just so ill prepared. That's an embarrassment. I mean, if I were the athletic director of UCLA, I'd be like, how do we hire him?
Dude,
why do we hire him?
So we're in a you know what it's like? Have you ever been in a situation where you're responsible to talk for a certain period of time?
Yes.
Like every day.
Yes.
And he sounded like he was responsible to say something, and he had nothing.
I was thrust into a situation in high school with our high school radio station. We had one of these. We had like a group meeting with other high school radio stations, and this would happen a couple times a year, once or twice a year. And our program director from the radio station, one of my good friends, Scott, was supposed to speak. He got caught in traffic because this was like at 5:00, well after school. We were supposed to meet over at another school.
Yep.
And I think we're out in Madison Heights, one of the schools out there. And so I'm there, but he's not. And our station manager, the teacher of the program, Pete Bowers, comes up to me beforehand and he goes, Gator, Scott's not here. Could you give the speech instead? I'm like, what?
Dude.
Like, what am I supposed to talk about? And he explains what I talk. I'm like, okay, how long do I have to speak? He's like, just a few minutes. I'm like, okay. So I get up there at the podium and I start talking, and then I lose not my train of thought, but I couldn't find the word that I was looking for.
Uh-oh.
And I said...
You didn't say strap it on, did you?
I didn't say strap it on. That was different. I said, and it would kind of suck if you did that. And people start to kind of laugh, and I look at the back of the room where Pete Bowers is, and he's just putting his head in his hands like, I can't believe you just said
Well, you just threw me
I'm
out
like,
there.
"Hey, what am I supposed to?" He wasn't angry. He was laughing about it. His face turned, bright pink as he's laughing about it.
You just throw me out there. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, and it's been a running joke for ever since that moment. Anytime I see Pete or talk to Pete, he'd send me a text or something, and it would kind of suck if he did that. It would kind of suck if he did that.
Well, I am more offended than anything that he didn't think the Big Ten media knew where UCLA was located.
Do you think he knows where Purdue is?
Ooh, that's a great question.
That would have been awesome.
I
have a question, Coach.
Where's Purdue?
Yep. Where's Rutgers?
Any other questions? Any other questions? Anything? All right, I'll play along, Coach. Where's Minnesota?
It would have been great if you just said not L.A.
I don't know, but we'll find out.
Well, they did it again. Twin Peaks has upped their game. Starting today, the best happy hour in the state just got better. Introducing You Call It and Shot Caller. Do you drink Tito's? $5. Jack Daniels? $5. Captain Morgan? $5. 29-degree dirty blonde or naughty brunette? Yep, you guessed it, $5. They've even taken it a step further. Want to be a shot caller? Patron, $7. Woodford Reserve, $7. Grey Goose, yes, sir, $7. But it doesn't stop there. They've mixed in 8 food options like $5 fried pickles and Billionaire's bacon, or $7 loaded fries, cheese bites, or their smoked chicken quesadillas. Their new and improved happy hour runs Monday through Thursday from 3 to 6 p.m. and again late night from 10 to close. And couldn't think of a better way to end the workday than heading there to your favorite lodge, taking advantage of these awesome deals. And the Twin Peaks girls are there. They're awesome. We all know how pricey it is getting eaten out these days, so enjoy great deals and the best company right now at Twin Peaks. Stop in today and see what it's all about. And don't forget to book your fantasy football draft parties. Special perks at League Commissioner. Find a location nearest you. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. At this hour, an interesting. Is this on Twitter that you saw this?
I did.
Moments ago.
Sports Illustrated, but it's really an athletic report.
Okay, they have linked or quoting from a story. Ken Rosenthal and Katie Wu of The Athletic are reporting that the Baltimore Orioles would indeed, they're not opposed to a reunion with Jack Flaherty. They would make that deal. Flaherty last year was traded from St. Louis to the Orioles at the trade deadline. He struggled mightily in Baltimore. Had a 6.75 ERA and 34 2/3 in Baltimore.
And had a 4.43 ERA in 20 starts with St. Louis before being traded.
Mm-hmm.
So he was bad before and worse after. And now this year he's got an ERA 2.95 right now.
The story in The Athletic goes on to say Baltimore has only 2 pitchers that are certain to be on the opening day rotation in 2025. God, you know what? Dude, if I were doing this show in Baltimore, I would say give up the farm for Skubal. You've got him for 3 years. That doesn't mean Corbin Burns isn't coming back, but you've got potential free agents in Corbin Burns, Kyle Bradish, Tyler Wells, and John Means. And those guys have been banged up. And some of those guys have been banged up, and they don't, I'd be getting frustrated in Baltimore.
You know how we like to spend other people's money?
Yeah, without question.
Yeah.
We're good at it, too.
We're very good at it. You trade Skubal for a bunch of their prospects, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then in the offseason, you sign Corbin Burns to a free agent contract.
Yep. You start to look like the Detroit Orioles.
Yeah, we'll give you
whatever works, man.
5 years, $175 million. What do you say?
So they would not be opposed to dealing
They shouldn't
for Jack
be.
Flaherty.
If I were
That's
the
a tough
Orioles,
sell, man. I mean, try to think of a player that we traded for that was a total bust, and then convince the fan base that you should trade for him again.
well, he'd have to be good after you gave up on him. So I mean, like there were players that like we've been hurt before because
Mm-hmm.
they were awful for us. Who was that one year they got the guy who was leading the league in RBIs at the time, and they traded for him, and he was awful. Aubrey Huff, good call.
And they got Jared Washburn.
And Jared Washburn,
They got
who
them
was
both
one
at
of the
the
better
same trade
ERA
deadline.
guys. Yeah,
And they both came to Detroit and did
nothing. Less
jack
than nothing.
squat. And imagine a year later saying, you know who's having a good year?
Let's
Jared
trade for him.
Washburn.
Let's try it again. But the problem was that Jack Flaherty wasn't having a good year last year.
No.
That's why I keep going back to it. It's a different situation. But to your point, I get your point. It'd be like the Lions trading for Pat Swilling again.
Right.
Right? They traded for Swilling, gave up the first round pick, ended up being Willie Roaf, and Willie Roaf was Hall of Fame offensive lineman, and Pat Swilling did very little with his time with the Lions. He leaves the Lions and goes out and becomes a Pro Bowl player again. Whoops.
Honestly, it's unusual, strange circumstances. But again, the Athletic reporting at this hour that the Orioles would indeed trade for Flaherty again. And that's good news. I mean, look, if we go back and revisit the trade offer that Evan Petzel put together for Flaherty, and they look, I did a lot of work today.
You did a lot.
Color coding. Do you like that?
That's I do like that.
I've got the Orioles prospect list. I've got the color coding by trade offers, and the Flaherty offer for Petzold was Enrique Bradfield, their number 4 prospect, and Connor Norby, their number 5 prospect for Jack Flaherty. Connor Norby had 16 home runs, was hitting 300 with a 908 OPS when he got to the All-Star break. Enrique Bradfield is a long way away. He's high A ball, but he's 22 years old, and he's got one of the fastest home to first in baseball. Great defensive player. Some questions about whether or not he's going to be able to hit at the major league level, but that's why he's a low A prospect. You just don't know. So yeah, I would trade Flaherty for that package of players, Bradfield and Norby. I don't know if that's realistic, but it certainly is encouraging that Baltimore is okay with it, with going for Flaherty again.
I love that Flaherty pitched so well last night because it only increases the value. And it's just it further solidifies he's okay from the back injections that he took. He's ready to roll, and
He's reestablished his trade value.
Absolutely.
People were saying he had no trade value. He reestablished his trade value. And it wasn't because of the way he was pitching. It was because of the injury. And 3 straight starts. I think people aren't asking him to pitch for the next decade. They're asking him to pitch for 2.5 months. 248-539-9797. Kyle is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, fellas. I can't help but feel like this is the Tigers' opportunity, man, to really put a stamp on this trade deadline and really put a stamp on their future. They can package Skubal and Flaherty together to the Orioles and get a king's ransom. Next thing you know, you got your whole left side of the infield. You got your middle infield. And you know what? They're looking to get rid of Cedric Mullins, too. I'd take that on as well. You need a center fielder that can hit, that can throw, that's got some speed, that is, be strong up the middle. Like, this is their opportunity, man. And, like, this, like, I would be the one pushing the envelope saying, like, no, okay, what do we got to do to get this done, to get your Jackson Holiday, to get Mayo, to get whoever else? Put both these guys together.
You basically are calling them up and you're saying, here's what we're giving you. We're giving you Skubal and Flaherty, and you are giving us the Norfolk Tides.
Right.
Your entire AAA team.
Absolutely. Why not? I mean, maybe that's video game thinking, but I really don't think it is. Like, for a team that is, favored to win the World Series, especially if they make some deals like this, I mean, come on. Like you guys were saying it yesterday, these guys in the minors, like Jackson, Holiday, and Mayo, they're not going to be playing for a long time for the Orioles.
Holiday would play next year. He absolutely would play next year. And I think Kobe Mayo would play next year too. But are they being blocked in ways? Yeah, they're having to look at other positions to see if they could play. Hey, Jackson Holiday, maybe switch over to second base. Hey, Kobe Mayo, if it's third or first or DH, but we got to find a way for you to play. But those guys here in Detroit, you're not having to, move the deck chairs around. You've got spots for them. If I'm Baltimore, listen, to your point, Kyle, if you're Baltimore and you trade for Flaherty and Skubal, you've won the World Series.
Wow, easy.
100%.
I mean, you're in great shape. You are the prohibitive favorite.
Doug, they've won the World Series.
Here's the other thing that's going on in Baltimore. I don't know if anybody's noticed. They've won 3 of their last 11 games.
Shh.
They were on a 5-game losing streak. They won 3 in a row. Now they're on a 3-game losing streak.
They need help.
Yep.
Clearly.
Yep.
And the whole division's going weird. Yankees are losing. They've won like 9 of their last 30 games or something.
Yep.
These teams are playing on, well, not Baltimore's just in their last, I think it's they're 22 and 24 or something in the last 46 games. But the Yankees are playing slightly better than the White Sox right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if they get really good value for Flaherty because, sure, everybody would rather have Skubal. Everybody in the majors would rather have Skubal than Flaherty.
But you may not get him because you can't afford.
But nobody, very few have the material to get Skubal. Everybody has the material to get Flaherty.
It's the stomach to do it.
It's how much are you willing to pay? The Tigers are going to get more calls on Flaherty than they will Skubal. More teams calling.
I agree with you.
And that could mean they could actually strike a really good deal, a Petzold deal.
They are in a fantastic situation. And this is where you're really testing the mettle of Scott Harris and his scouting department. You guys have to know who's the best realistic player we can get in return or players that we can get in return for Jack Flaherty. Because we're going to have interest from Philadelphia, from New York, from Baltimore, from the Dodgers, maybe from Milwaukee and from other teams. I mean, there absolutely is interest for Flaherty because it's a rental, and you know that you're not going to have to give up your top prospect unless your top prospect is in the, like the 20th rated prospect in all of baseball, which is kind of exciting because this is kind of where the Dodgers are, right?
Matt in Redford writes this, just because a laundry list of names are offered doesn't make a trade a good one.
No, you won't know until years later if the guys pan out. Thanks.
Of course not. He goes on to write, how many players were swapped when Verlander was stolen by Houston? How many of those names are still with the organization?
It's not the same situation.
Just make sure I'm understanding this. Do not make a trade of a veteran player because the Verlander trade didn't work out. Got it. Moving forward, no more trades of veteran players because the Verlander trade didn't work out.
So don't trade. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Matt, does that make any sense? Avila made a series of bad trades. Has nothing to do with what Scott Harris should do.
No, and the Verlander situation was completely different because he was going to be a free agent at the end of the season. The Tigers were done with that run. They were moving those guys out. They had to get something for Verlander or lose him for nothing. And with 1 minute left before the trade deadline, they came to terms. The difference between Verlander and Skubal is that Tarek Skubal is under control for the next 2.5 years. You would have Skubal for potentially 3 postseasons worth of play. Now, the Astros ended up parlaying that into a contract with JV afterwards because they won the World Series.
Yep.
And JV was outstanding for Houston once it got traded there.
He got the wrong guys. If he had held out, could he have got Bregman? Could he have
gotten Kyle Tucker if they said we just want one player? Give us Kyle Tucker. Give us Yordan Alvarez. Just one of those guys. Could have. We'll never know.
Nope.
Only Al knows.
Did he choose the wrong guys? Did he have his choice of other players?
I mean, Franklin Perez was very highly thought of, but he was 19 at the time.
Look, he didn't get what he should have got.
No.
People say, "Oh, it's a good trade at the time." Only matters is if it's a good trade long term. Being a good trade at the time doesn't do you any good. 248-539-9797. Again, at this hour, report from The Athletic that Baltimore is open to trading for Jack Flaherty for a second straight year. This could be a game changer. 97.1 The Ticket. I've gotten down the wormhole of Orioles young players. I'll tell you, I think there's a player we shouldn't sleep on. I think that is getting overlooked.
Oh, boy.
Heston Kjerstad.
Yes.
I think he gets blown off by fans, and they say, heart issue. That was 2020. It was 4 years ago, and hasn't been an issue since. And, he's a guy that is amongst the players they have that are blocked, that could be getting and maybe should be getting more opportunities elsewhere. He's got 56 at-bats this year at the big league level as a 25-year-old left fielder. He's got an 894 OPS.
And he looks like he's 12. But, he's starting to – and to your point, he doesn't play every day. He is blocked. He played last night, went 0 for 2 last night, but scored a run, had 2 walks. And then prior to that, he hadn't played until Sunday. He played last Saturday and Sunday, and before that was a whole week off. I mean, he is blocked, and he is one of their better prospects as of a couple of years ago. This guy was in the top 100 of all of baseball. Good size, 6'3", 200 pounds, left-handed, and hits for power.
Well, we're talking about this. We opened the show with it, and we kind of circle back to it. Now that there's a report out there that could be a game changer, that Baltimore is open to bringing back Jack Flaherty for the second straight year. Most people know him because we talked about it quite a bit, but just in case you missed it, yes, last year he was in St. Louis. He was a pretty bad, he was having a bad year, and Baltimore traded for him at the trade deadline. He went to Baltimore, and he was even worse. And they let him get to free agency. The Tigers signed him, and now he's having a great year. So the question becomes, as one of the most obvious trade candidates for a team that needs pitching, and Baltimore is one of them, would they do it again? And apparently the answer is yes. They will do it again. 248-539. They would do it again. I shouldn't say they will do it again. I don't want to create confusion. They would do it again. And so the Tigers have, the team that's as loaded as any in terms of prospects could have interest in their other guy. They will get calls on Skubal for sure. They'll probably get more calls on Flaherty because most teams don't have the material to go get Skubal. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Phil, you're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, good afternoon, Scott and Karsh.
Phil!
I want to comment on a previous caller. I would get rid of Skubal and Flaherty to the Orioles. And the reason why I would do it, man, I have tremendous faith in the pitching coaching staff for the Detroit Tigers. They have taken a number of pitchers off the scrap heap and got them together. Look at Lorenzen. Look at what they did with Flaherty. Name me another pitcher who they took off the scrap heap and they got together. So, I would get rid of both of them for a grand ransom from the Baltimore Orioles. I have that much faith in Chris Feather, Lund, and that guy, who's that, Nueves in the bullpen. Those guys are tremendous, and I don't think they get enough credit.
Well,
Amen.
I think they get a lot of credit for those reclamation projects, but at the same time, what about Kenta Maeda? That's a guy that they were going to work with, and it didn't work out. They've had some flops. Matt Manning hasn't really developed here. They sent him back to the minors. He wasn't really getting it done. They've struggled with Casey Mize.
But, Scott, they're a work in progress. Give these guys time, man.
Well, I do have faith in their staff. They're not perfect.
Don't get me wrong, Phil. I agree. I do have faith in the staff. I'm just saying that let's not push it over the top here with how great they are. And sure, we'll trade them because I got all the faith in the world. We don't have pitchers after we trade these guys.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think Flaherty gets traded?
Yes.
Do you think Skubal gets traded?
No.
Do you think Canna gets traded?
Yes.
Do you think Kelly gets traded?
Yes.
Do you think Urshela gets traded?
Good possibility, yes.
Who the hell's going to play for this team?
Well, that's the thing is that so Carson Kelly, right?
Yep.
Dylan Dingler comes up.
Yep.
Mark Canna goes out. Okay, Parker Meadows is due to come back soon. So he'll come back. Urshela. Does this open a door for Navigato to get his chance? Because he's a shortstop, third baseman type. So he's
and in Flaherty's case, you hope you're getting a player that you plug in right away. I've kind of changed.
Yeah.
I think they could get that.
Yeah, and because they can.
But they already
pitching
are short on pitching.
Pitching is where you go, hello.
And if they trade Skubal, you really have to wonder who's pitching for this team.
You have to wonder.
Yeah.
Yes, we can discuss after, next week, if both pitchers are moved, we will be discussing Jackson Jobe and when the Tigers should bring him up, if they should bring him up.
Yep.
Because that's the logical guy that everybody wants to see, and he's owned the minors, but he's only pitched 41 innings in the minors this year. But that's also good because it means that he'd be able to pitch the rest of the season with the Tigers because he's not going to get anywhere near that pitch count or the innings count. So it's just a question of, do they think he's ready to tackle the majors in, say, 3 or 4 weeks?
248-539-9797. So with that report that Baltimore wouldn't be opposed to trading for Jack Flaherty again, can Detroit tap into their deep prospect pool and get a player of value or a couple of players back? This is the player that there could be a bidding war for. We'll see how it plays itself out. Brian writes in, unless Baltimore gives us Mayo for Flaherty, I'd trade him to New York just out of spite. I don't want to help out the Yankees. And Kobe Mayo is their number 3 prospect and one of the top 25 prospects in the game. Let me look up Keith Law, who just redid the top prospects. Has Kobe Mayo at number 18. Corner infielder, 6'5", 230. Looks the part, but he missed a month, and he's hit .309 with a .404 on base and a .567 slugging through Sunday's games.
In limited at-bats.
Yep. Next one, Flaherty and Skubal for Holiday, Mayo, and Basallo. That would be their top 3 prospects. You'd have your shortstop, your third baseman, and your catcher lined up. Andrew Livonia says, package Flaherty and Skubal and get the whole damn farm from Baltimore. Yes, I joked for the Norfolk Tides. Trading Flaherty for anyone that isn't a sure bet for help in 2025 is another negative move by Harris. I mean, sure bet I can't see them. They're not going to trade for somebody in the minors who's deep in the minors. They will trade for somebody that if they don't debut in Detroit right away, they would be expected to debut next year. Wouldn't you think so?
I would expect that, but I wouldn't rule out that they would add in another player of that ilk.
Yep.
Like if you're trading if Baltimore trades for Skubal, could I see a couple of top prospects ready to play here now, and then some guys that we're not going to see for years?
Sure. I mean, this guy specifically mentioned Flaherty, but I hear where he's coming from, and I would expect that if the guy isn't in the bigs that they get back or guys that they get back aren't in the bigs right away, they would be awfully close. All our prospects except Clark are infielders. Trading Skubal to Baltimore for a bunch of infielders is asinine. Flaherty, of course, has to go. We don't have a shortstop. They don't have a shortstop candidate that's close. Kevin McGonigal is at high A ball.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, they don't have a shortstop that's close. Jace Young isn't working really at third base by reports. So, I mean, if you're not trading for infielders because of guys at the low levels of the minors, I think that's foolish. Am I forgetting somebody?
No. I mean, that's the thought is that you could move Young across the field. Maybe he plays second base. Cole Keith can play first base. You've always got a DH position, though. If Malloy is going to stick, that looks like where he could be a full-time DH. I think you acquire talent as much as you can. And with these proposals, adding a shortstop and a third baseman doesn't block anything.
248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union, my new credit union. I joined because UMCU team members work really hard to ensure exceptional member experiences. I had a great meeting with them recently, and it starts at the top with great leadership. It doesn't happen by accident. And some exciting news to share with you. UMCU is teaming up with Michigan cornerback Will Johnson, All-American, national champion, chance to be Michigan's defensive MVP, heck, maybe even the conference MVP. And you, too, can be an MVP by opening up MVP checking with UMCU. It's an unbeatable offer. MVP checking from the Michigan Credit Union gives you a chance to intercept your debt. By becoming a member and opening an MVP checking account, set up direct deposit, transfer your existing loans from another financial institution, and bam, just like that, you get 2% off your current interest rate. This is huge because 2% savings can start to add up real quick. Intercept your debt. Become a member today. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. University of Michigan Credit Union, proud partner of Michigan Athletics. You know, one thing we do, and we're reduced to doing this, you and I are not at a lot of Norfolk Tide games or Bowie Bay Sox games, the AA and AAA affiliates of the Baltimore Orioles, but the Tigers are, and the Tigers have been, you know, you got guys out all the time watching other teams' players, but you really go all in when you're in a situation like Detroit. And there could be guys at Norfolk for the Tigers going, you know what? We actually don't want Jackson Holliday. Right? There could be guys. Do you think I was loud enough? Do you think people heard that?
No.
Or whispered it? I whispered, we actually don't want Jackson Holliday. Are there Tiger scouts that might think that Samuel Basallo is overrated? It's certainly possible. They could be eyeing players on the, I mean, we're just going off lists, right? Color-coded and organized list of Orioles prospects. We're just going off a list, but in reality, we have to keep in mind they may value some players that are further down the list. And in fact, I would not be happy if the Tigers' rankings of the Orioles prospects looked the exact same as Keith Law or Baseball America. I would think that the Tigers' rankings of Orioles prospects would A, look different, and B, be more credible. I would certainly hope so.
Yeah, though it'd be kind of hard to believe that Jackson Holiday isn't highly thought of because he's on like everybody's number one list.
But what if they like Kobe Mayo more?
They might. Yep. I'm just saying it's hard. I think it'd be hard to believe that.
It's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And maybe something that helps anybody would feel that way is because he has gotten a handful of at-bats at the major league level and has looked outmatched.
248-539-9797. Bob is in Rochester Hills, and he is next. Hi, Bob.
Hi, Doug and Scott. Good afternoon.
Hey, Bob.
Do we know if the Tigers have tried to sign Flaherty to a longer contract?
No, we don't.
So, let's say Flaherty doesn't want to stay in Detroit. He definitely wants to leave. First of all, you can never have enough pitching. So, to me, with where we stand on our payroll, they should definitely try to sign Flaherty. If he won't sign, then yeah, you got to trade him. But the last place I'd trade him to would be Baltimore. If you trade Flaherty to another team, that means Screwball becomes even more valuable to Baltimore because they need pitching. So if I could get pretty close to what another team wanted for Flaherty, I'd never trade him to Baltimore. Make Baltimore pay more for Screwball.
Well, yeah, but what if they don't want to pay that price for Screwball?
Maybe his point is maybe they'll change their mind. If you send Jack Flaherty to the Yankees, does Baltimore say, all right, I'll do what you want?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
It's an interesting play if you manipulate the environment over there in the American League East a little bit, send Flaherty to the Yankees or Flaherty to the Red Sox and crank up Baltimore's sense of urgency. It's not a bad plan.
Right. Yep, that's what I would do. Exactly. That's exactly what I would do.
No,
the other thing is,
that's good thinking.
What's that?
It's good thinking.
The other thing is, when they built the LCA, I don't think people have put enough pressure on Chris Elledge. He's got, 60 million under the payroll in the average for the team. So we're way under payroll.
I think there's a lot of pressure. I think there's a lot of pressure on Chris Ilitch from the fans and from the media to start spending some money on the Tigers. I don't think there's any question of that. I think he's starting to feel that pressure. And would it alleviate that if they don't trade Tarek Skubal and they open up the checkbook and give Tarek Skubal an extension, a 5-year, $155 million extension? Would that go a long way to alleviating some of those concerns? It would, but he hasn't done it, and I think there is pressure, and they have to start spending money. You can't get by in baseball without adding to your payroll. I mean, it's happened before, but to think that that's the route to get there is a fallacy.
Well, the other thing is when they built the LCA,
real quick here, Bob. Real quick.
Well, they gave them a lot of concessions, and part of the agreement was the Ilitches were supposed to develop the property around the stadium. They haven't done that.
No, they haven't.
No, they haven't done it in a timely fashion.
No, and it's gotten plenty of discussion.
Yes.
Plenty of discussion. 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback on a possibility that, yeah, indeed, Jack Flaherty, Baltimore is open to trading for Jack Flaherty. Feedback coming in. I want to see how these next 4 games go. We're 6 out, and neither Kansas City or Boston have looked good lately. Boston lost 20-7 last night. I mean, teams lose by big scores, and I don't know, man. That just means missed opportunities to reel teams in. Losing these last 2, I mean, any shred of 2024 hope is quickly fading because your fate gets determined next Monday. You're not I mean, I could see them not making trades, giving Flaherty a qualifying offer and never moving Skubal because the offer isn't there. I could see Kelly getting traded, and you hope that that's a one-for-one swap the way he's been playing, and that Dingler can come up and continue his AAA stuff if you're talking about trying to stay in this thing. But the fact is, I think the last 2 days have really killed any momentum towards that move.
I don't think this is a team that's going to be competing for the wild card, and they just don't have the pitching right now. They literally don't have pitching. I mean, they're going with another bullpen start today, even though Maeda is probably going to get some
how many
heavy
bullpen
innings,
starts can you possibly have?
So it's interesting when you bring up like the Carson Kelly or the Mark Cannas or one of the other free agents at the end of the season that they should probably move. When you're moving those guys, those are the guys you'll take a single A prospect for, right?
Yeah.
You got to scour the system, find somebody that looks like they got upside, pitchers in particular, and go that route. Now, they're not going to come here for a few years, but, I mean, that's the kind of player that you're looking to get when you're going to trade a guy that has some value to another team, but basically in a backup role.
Well, are you more excited about who the Tigers got back for Michael Lorenzen than you were when they traded for him? And I would say
I'm more excited now.
Yeah,
Hao Yu Lee
is looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's played very well at AA.
Yep.
And he's young. He's 21 years old.
248-539-9797. More feedback coming in. Tigers will stay the course, and I'm fine with that. That's from Jerry in South Lyon. What does that mean? You mean you don't think they're going to trade anybody? Is that what he?
I think that's what he means.
I will not be fine with that. I mean, I don't. You don't just give guys away, but I find it hard to believe that the Tigers in this situation would not be able to work out a deal. I would not be fine with them staying the course. Would you?
No, I would not be fine with them staying the course.
Why are we so excited to reset, and start all over with all three prospects instead of building something around our pitching talent? How many more years do you think before the Tigers make the playoffs? That's from Nelson and Novi. Well, there's two ways to get there. I think the most probable way, and neither Gator nor I think that Skubal is going to get traded. The offers keep getting drummed up in the media, and everybody's putting together trade packages now, what it would look like if a Skubal was traded. He would be the most coveted asset on the open market. The only reason we would trade him is if it were a easy decision because Baltimore just kept adding in good prospects. And you think the totality of what you're getting back will make you better long-term than having Skubal. We both think Skubal's staying here. And if you keep him, you know you've got him for the next 2 seasons. The sense of urgency to build a winning team around a pitching staff anchored by Tarik Skubal is there. It's not the only way to build a winner, but it is an obvious way to attempt to build a winner. Another obvious way is to unload him for a ton of prospects that sets you up for the future.
Do you feel like we're setting ourselves up next week if they don't trade Skubal to be disappointed?
No.
We had this chance to maybe get some.
I made the decision. I made the decision long ago. I will not be disappointed if they don't trade Skubal. The only thing that will disappoint me is if they trade him and we go, that's it. Then I'll be livid. But I'm pretty good with keeping him.
Cody Stavenhagen just had a reply to a question on Twitter.
I saw it.
That has me
scratching your head a little bit.
A little disappointed.
We'll get to that today at 12:31. It's regarding the Tigers in the future. 97.1 The Ticket.
24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place for great food, great atmosphere, and great specials. They've got the best wings in town also. And this Saturday night, it's UFC 304. Edwards versus Muhammad. You got Espinal taking on Blidas. There's no cover. Not at all. Pro football season right around the corner, and what better way to kick off the season than winning a trip to Vegas for Thursday night's opening game at Circa Resort and Casino. You go to 24 Seconds, you enter for your chance for a 3-night stay at Circa. You get limo transportation to and from the airport, Legacy Club welcome party, Stadium Swim Cabana party, and an NFL season kickoff watch party at the Underhang with owner Derek Stevens. The trip is September 3rd through September 6th, and the drawing for winners is coming up in just a couple of weeks. August 15th. And if you're having a party, book yours now or 24 seconds. How about the rooftop deck? It's awesome up there. Have the party up there. Great specials for Detroit baseball. I get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light, and new Saturday specials, which is kind of cool. You get Valentine's Day, which means $5 Valentine White Blossom, Berry Blossom vodkas, and Liberator Gin, plus $6 Mayor Pingree Bourbon. It's really delicious. Also, Thursday trivia and 24 seconds is open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Check them out. Every seat's a great seat. Flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. Check them out at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Check, check, check. 9647 and 321. The best place to bet on games this summer is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So find a heavy favorite and just bet on the money line, that $5. You won't get a big payday immediately, but you get $150 in bonus bets. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams in your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel's got it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox from an unnamed texter. Everyone is leaving out Baltimore rookie Vance Honeycutt. That's the center fielder the Tigers need. Take my receipt for that guy. Dude can hit. I don't think they can legally trade for him. He was just drafted by North Carolina. And unless they change the rule, a player that has been drafted cannot be traded for 1 year.
I believe you're correct on that.
And the workaround for that is, could you imagine the Tigers trading Tarek Skubal for, quote, Player to be named later.
Because that's the workaround.
But the workaround, the problem with that
But
workaround
you don't
is
get him for a year.
you don't get him for a year. B, when you do the player to be named later, because the Tigers did that with Jeremy Bonderman, right? When they traded, was it Jeff Weaver?
Yeah.
And got Jeremy Bonderman.
Carlos Pena.
And who was the reliever? Franklin Herman?
Yes.
Wow.
Look at you.
Good for us.
Yeah.
We worked together. That wasn't looking. We worked together on that. Bonderman was a player to be named later, but he was from the previous draft, if I recall correctly, and the player to be named later was announced like 2 weeks later. He hit his 1 year mark. I don't think you can do it for a player that's just been drafted. So that is why unless they've changed that rule. Have you seen? Do you remember?
I don't remember seeing the rule change.
Okay. All of a sudden, the Flaherty talk is frustrating. I'd rather keep and sign him than Skubal. The bad attitude of Skubal, showing up umpires, showing up teammates consistently, and what you get from him right now makes trading him an easy decision. Has this been a problem at all?
I don't think so. I think team loves what he does. Great player.
I mean, you talk about guys that have a bulldog mentality, and on the mound, sometimes it gets interpreted. JV was like that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, we did see it in his last start where he's arguing with an umpire, and after the inning went over and talked to the umpire about it, and then Jake Rogers at one point says, "All right, that's enough. You said your piece. Let's go."
Yep. No Holiday, no Skubal. I'd need so much more, but if he's not included, I'd hang up the phone. That's from Marlon.
I tend to agree with that, but like you pointed out, it really depends on what the Tigers' evaluations are. If they don't think he's the top prospect in the trade haul of players they'd want back, you do what you want to do.
Yep.
No one said that you had to go by Baseball America or MLB.com or Keith Law's top 100 prospects.
I guarantee there are teams out there that don't love Jackson Holiday. I mean, our team may or may not be one of them, but I mean, he is considered a pretty
he's a
impressive prospect. Yeah. Gator, we're almost done with the show because we got Tiger baseball this afternoon, and you have not asked me once about the USA soccer game against France yesterday.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
You're running out of time. I'm going to give you this opportunity.
Am I?
I am giving you the opportunity right now for any questions you might have about that game yesterday.
Okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate you saving some time for that.
Carving it out for you.
Yeah. So they didn't win, huh?
Nope. Lost 3-0. I got to tell you, I would empty the farm for Skubal if I were Baltimore. They'd have Skubal and Burns 1 and 2 in the rotation. That's the AL starter in the All-Star game, and the guy who should have been the AL starter in the All-Star game. To go with those bats, it's a no-brainer. Whoever sent this in, if I were doing this show in Baltimore, I'd be screaming from the mountaintops. We can't use all these prospects. We are trading in commodities that we don't necessarily need.
This is what you do. This is what happened when the Tigers traded their top prospects to get Miguel Cabrera.
Yep.
That's what happens.
Yep.
And that worked out. Didn't win a World Series, but they went to a couple World Series. Well, they went to one World Series with Mickey and won a bunch of division titles, and we saw him go for the Triple Crown. Great run. And what do the other guys do?
Has there been any talk about moving Justin Henry Malloy to first base? I thought he had played third base in the minors before moving to the outfield. Pat Canton. I haven't heard that talk. There's been talk about Colt Keith. Did you think Colt Keith should have got to that ball with the game-winning run?
I thought it was tough. I mean, he made the effort to get
tough.
over there, and I think it's a very low percentage play that you make that play.
I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong on this, I feel like it was a low percentage play for Colt Keith. I think a better second baseman makes that play. Is that not fair?
I think that's fair, but I'm not sure what percentage of second basemen make that play. I still think it's a tough play to make.
Yeah. Does well, let's see. I guess the question is, does Connor Norby make that play?
I can't answer that question.
The Baltimore second base prospect that the Tigers could acquire in a trade. Well, suffice it to say, it's interesting times indeed. The announcer, the text that you, or the tweet rather, from Cody Stavenhagen that you mentioned before the break. He tweets out the following. The Tigers have no plans for Jackson Jobe to pitch in the majors anytime soon. He isn't going to skip AAA.
Boo.
Boo indeed.
Well, I would say this. I wouldn't expect him to skip AAA. I would expect him to get promoted to AAA ASAP because he's done what he needs to do. It's only 8 starts he's made at AA, but they're not hitting him. Like literally aren't hitting him. So I'd like to see him get promoted. So he's on the fast track. See if he can do something. Why not get him acclimated to Fetter ASAP? If he's not ready, if you don't think he's ready mentally, and you've got you do you. I'm not going to kill the Tigers if they don't do it. I'm just saying personally, I'd like to see it because I'm not sure what there is left to accomplish. Certainly at the AA level,
it's pretty wild because if you look down to AAA and you start thinking about if they empty the tank and move a reliever, move Skubal, move Flaherty, they're already out of pitching.
Mm-hmm.
And we might get names like Garrett Hill. Wilmer Flores, is he coming out of the pen down there?
I mean, that's been a name that has been thrown around by people that evaluate the top prospects in the organization and seems to get all this hype and just doesn't deliver on it.
Yeah. Leo Lockhart or Lyle, L-A-E-L. You familiar? You familiar with Leo Lockhart?
Not as much.
Yeah. There could be guys making their debut after the trade deadline that are not exactly household names. So, bullpen start today for the Tigers, and
what they need to do is to get Reese Olson back and get Casey Mize back. That's what they need.
Well, yeah. I mean,
and it'll happen sooner than later with both of those guys.
What's the word on Olson? He was 14-day DL, right?
I think they're just prescribing rest at this point and reevaluate it in a few days.
Mm-hmm.
But Mize should be close to making perhaps a rehab start and then coming back. But both guys, I mean, if you're expecting them in a few weeks, okay. But it's going to be a rough few weeks if they trade both of these pitchers.
Yep. And Matt Manning's hurt.
Yep.
And Ty Madden has been struggling.
Awful. He's been awful.
And they're not going to jump Jackson Jobe, huh?
Well, according to Cody Stavenhaven.
Well, anyway, interesting times indeed for the Tigers. All right, Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon. Keep it locked in here on 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Curveball hit hard out in the left field. It's in there for a base hit. Hart may have a shot at Fox. Here comes the throw. John Worth lets it go, and he runs over three-handed. They got it.
The crack of the bat.
There's a swing, and there's another drive to left. It's deep, and this one is gone. The second home run by Travel. Whitaker scores.
The roar of the crowd.
Into a mob scene at home. Walk-off winner.
It's unbelievable. It's magic here in this ballpark.
The love of your team.
You Tiger fans are the greatest fans of all. No question about that.
A 124-year tradition continues. This is Detroit Tigers Baseball on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Committed to providing members access to care they need whenever and wherever they need it. From the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth, let's join the voices of Tigers Baseball, Dan Dickerson and Bobby Scales.
Hello again, everyone. Getting ready to wrap up this road trip in 4 games in Cleveland. And Bobby, a chance today to split this 4-game series with the Guardians of the Win, and you go home with a winning road record, going home to face 3 more Central Division opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we talked about how big this stretch was for the Tigers. Winning record on this road trip, going back to Detroit with an opportunity for those 2 division opponents to come in.
Another bullpen day for the Tigers. They're second in the last 3 days. Gavin Williams, who was very tough on the Tigers in 5 1/3 shutout innings in Detroit a couple of weeks ago, goes for the Guardians. Stay with us. Our conversation manager, A.J. Hinge, coming up next on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Meijer is the proud hometown partner of the Detroit Tigers, and we're cheering them on every game to a winning season. We're looking forward to more home runs, RBIs, shutouts, and new major league records. Home is where your team is, and our home is right here in Detroit, where the Tigers' roar never stops, and the 7th inning stretch means we're getting ready to pounce. Save and win with Meijer, proud hometown partner of the Detroit Tigers.
The first wall-side windows customer was an important customer. So was the next, and the next. Since 1944, Wallside has been working to make every single customer feel like their Wallside's only customer. For a limited time, save half off every window, plus take an extra 15% off for cash, or finance interest-free with no down payment. Wallside. We can do that. We are the factory. 1-800-521-7800 or go to wallside.com.
We are Feiger Law, the official law firm of the Detroit Tigers. For over 70 years, Feiger Law has been your hometown team of trial lawyers for auto crashes, truck accidents, birth trauma, and injuries due to medical malpractice. Let our team of homegrown trial lawyers win big for you. Feiger Law, the official law firm of the Detroit Tigers. All we do is win.
All we do is win.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security. And with technology like an available built-in